We could have had
Um,
it.
Okay. Hello? Question mark.
Wow.
Hey,
Everyone,
fuck
welcome
those-
back to
fuck you
session
guys.
25. One-fourth of 100 already.
Woo.
Of Strixhaven, a curriculum of chaos. Last time on Strixhaven, it was pretty simple. We started off by hello, Future Vi. Yes, hello, Future Vi is definitely going to be watching the VOD again because I do that with every single one. Last time on Strixhaven, I'll just get this done real quick. We started ourselves off with Celeste visiting Lorehold campus to meet with a certain student or senior, and after a bit of talking and convincing, the said student was more motivated to try out an alternative research endeavor, so we could say. And then after that, well, it was pretty consistently the same thing. The party decided to go on a quote-unquote treasure hunt organized by Midnight and Gyan and, well, secretly the rest of the party. Where after going around and exploring a bit of campuses, solving some rather, well, they were more just, could they even be counted as riddles? Yeah, they were. But were easily solved by the prospecting investigators. And, well, after a bit of an unexpected encounter with a water elemental Myrmidon who knew Gyan's father, and challenging him to a duel, or rather accepting his duel, the party finds themselves on Radius Beach, where the surprise was revealed that Lorene and the others contacted the rest of the party to organize a special birthday celebration for our friend Celeste. At the end, however, Retro, wanna recap what happened in the end, and I can give you advantage on initiative? Just the end this time. Literally just the ending.
Quandrix stole Celeste's bitch. That is pretty much what happened. I'm being not heard. Okay. Hello? Is this working?
You are pretty quiet. Also, I think my microphone stand just broke.
Fuck you, hi.
Yes.
I think I'm gonna have to hold this manually for the rest of the session because it just straight up snapped off.
How does that even work?
The metal.
Mine just has the mic holder loose.
Well, now I'm holding it manually. Anyways. What happened? Describe the details.
Is this shit working?
I can hear it, Retro.
Okay, that's good. Shit exploded, and now Lorraine's getting kidnapped by an inanimate object. Or at least what looks like it looks like glass. I don't know what it is.
And let me double check as which is the... Is this the right side, or is this the right side? I'll just go with this.
Yeah.
Well, last session, all of that happened, and this session, well, after the tip of the simulation spires seemingly went up in a boom, some glass fell on the beach, and one of them seemingly has trapped Lorene within it. And we start ourselves off by, well, quite simple. Everyone, roll initiative.
Shit.
Here we go.
Glass.
We're gonna put up some glass.
Oh.
Yeah. Don't touch yourself.
Oh, that's
Wow.
We have the same.
Wow.
Who's going first?
Everyone roll.
You go first.
While everyone's rolling initiative, more shards of glass start falling on Radius Beach. Everyone individually takes their own cover, and then after a bit of, I guess, alerting from Celeste, I'll realize that one of you has seemingly been trapped within one. As you all are taking into action, readying anything that you could have readied immediately. I think Murdock, or ready. Okay, actually, no, I don't think so. Readying anything you would have needed, you see another big shard of glass fall near Xanther's group as they are also seemingly dealing with one. And it seems a second set of explosions follow from the tip, causing more shards to follow behind. But for now, okay, Celeste, your initiative is 15. I already rolled one for the mirror glass, which is what we're calling it. Gyan.
Also a 5.
Wow. Murdock is
10.
10.
And Freddy is 19.
Wow. Jesus fuck, Freddy.
Wow.
And Midnight is what? 19, I think?
I rolled a 16.
Mid and Venom are both 19. Okay, I can just let Venom go after you. Or, yeah, you would have more than Venom. Already rolling well on mission this time after rolling shit with Alon. Well, I say that there's Gyan and Arleigh and at 5.
Yeah, I rolled a 5.
Who goes first? Decide.
Let's just do the D20, I guess. Who rolls higher
I mean,
goes
you could
first.
go just first.
Let's just roll for it.
Okay, who goes first then?
Wow.
Play rock, paper, scissors.
I think you should have said that before you rolled.
Wait, so who?
Wait, did Sid roll? I don't see his roll.
You
You
rolled.
rolled.
Oh, okay.
Oh, what?
I thought Sid rolled and I just
Also,
didn't
yes.
see it.
You know what? I'm just gonna... 1 is Gyan, 2 is Arleigh.
Yeah.
Okay, it's Gyan. Okay, and as the flight... As the rescue mission, can we even count this as a fight? Xanther, Aurora, and Shivadri seem to back away from their little thing as this shard of glass, which seemingly floats menacingly, question mark? Ow? Or, well, they are seemingly distracted there. And before Midnight does go, because it rolled fucking high on initiative, the second set of explosions rings out as more shards fall on the beach, causing it to land... I'd say sure, it will be near here. Even more shards to fall behind us. Oh, this one appeared rather early.
Oh god.
As literal floating shards of glass just start flying around and seemingly out of... It's more erratic. It's not... It definitely does not look like a living creature and is more just... From what you... Well, let's just make it do one thing first before... Okay, just glass. As it is here and landing between... Roll something real quick.
Glass sucks.
Oh, it is Midnight then. As this set of shards fall from the sky, seemingly floating up again, clumping within themselves, shrinking and then expanding again. Midnight, you are seemingly caught in its expansion as, let's or it's stricken for, just a 14 to hit, I think. Does that? Nope. Okay. As everyone sees this set of glass just almost hit Midnight. Although, let's see here. It does seemingly expand more as it is growing and is... Yep. Anything you would have had before this? And well, that is pleasant. Midnight. So, as... Can I investigate the glass? Sure, just for free. Roll me Arcana or Investigation, just to know what the hell these are. Okay, so you... Despite not being a Quandrix student, Midnight, you have heard enough about the college to know what it is that, by elimination and deduction, this could be. These definitely look like just shards of glass, but for you, having, well, you could call it a close relationship with Gyan. Maybe he has talked about his job before about light glass, and it's seemingly the same type of glass, hard light, whatever, that fractals are made of, but just gone rogue, seemingly. That was just for free since it was the first turn. And, well, you know that they are part of structures and are what fractals are made of, but this doesn't seem... Well, it's very obvious that this one is just broken and is seemingly going in a chaotic swirl that you all just have to be caught up in. I'm gonna try to hit it. Let's try then. With my rapier. That is a 15, which, let me check here. Yep, that's as it's flying about, one piece seemingly enlarges more than the rest. You target that with your precision rapier as you cut it straight in half, shattering it and dealing some amount of damage, quote unquote, to the rest of the glass. So that is a hit. Actually,
Nice.
not to set its HP value again.
Ooh.
Or, oh, that is 12 total piercing damage, I think. Let me shards in. Okay, you seemingly do get more than just one glass, as that is a max roll. You seemingly got like 3 floating shards and it's damaged, but still continuing on its chaotic swirl. Huh? It is very confusing right now. It seems Shavadri, Aurora, and Xanther are off dealing with their own, like, big glass shard themselves here. A bit too distracted to help with you right now. And, well, you can see and look that one big one has seemingly trapped Lorene inside it. You don't know how, but it can do that, I guess. For reference, it's essentially this, but Lorene.
Oh.
Can you even curse a glass? I almost used that token, but I was just gonna put a big holder on the field. Okay.
So it's like
You
watching a whole movie with the white screen.
Lorraine becomes
You
a
can
beholder.
try Midnight if you wish.
Lorraine in her own movie theater.
You have no idea what hitting the one that's captured Lorene even does, or if that'll even affect her, just the glass. X-Blades curse the glass shards. Okay. I guess this is... Might as well reveal it now. Can Hexblades curse target constructs? Does it say anything against them? If it... Suppose you can curse the glass. I don't remember if Hexblade has any restriction on creatures. Does it just say creature, quote unquote? Or does it not affect constructs? It just says creatures. Then I suppose somehow, you aren't sure why, but your magic seemingly flows into the glass and hinders it as well as any regular creature. it's strange. It's definitely not making sense, but it's working. That's my turn. Venom, who has just gotten a face full of glass right now. Venom will go help Xanther and Shuvadri. Alright then, so I'm lending Venom's aid here. He'll come into play. That's it. Freddy.
Okay, yeah, Freddy will just do the help action on the glass shards.
The shards and the Okay, just for naming and confusion, the big one is mirror glass, the other one is mirror shard. So Freddy goes to the shards.
Mm-hmm.
All right then, and tries to help by seemingly. Yeah, sure. I can just let this be in Murdock's turn. You can roll me your own investigation or Arcana. Either works.
Okay. Wow.
Well, you don't really get much more than what Midnight already knew. Just that these things seem similar to fractals, but obviously broken. The big one, you have no idea yet, other than it can imprison a person.
Alright, that's it.
Sinetis, you are currently surrounded by glass. But Lorene also is somewhere there.
Oh, that's nice. Should I'll just try to look at it. I want to see if anything. I don't know.
The shards or the big one?
Big one.
Sure, roll me Arcana investigation. First round is free.
Okay.
Okay, looking at it, it definitely just seems like a bigger one of what you are currently wrapped by. But from what you can see, it seems to be a big mirror, as if, well, that was obvious enough, but although as you kind of think back to your arcane training, it isn't just any mirror, it's the same... You've heard of spells that use mirrors to peer into things. Divination magic uses some expensive and valuable mirrors that have somewhat magical for spells like scrying and other such divination spells that require you to see into stuff. You kind of get a similar feeling to this one, although this one is alive. And as you kind of look at it and see through the mirror, you see yourself in fractal form staring back at you from the other side.
Ah. Well, that's weird. I guess I'll relay whatever I found out to the others about it.
It's moving with you don't know if it's consciously moving or it's just random. You aren't sure if somehow Midnight's magic works, so it's confusing. But you are currently face full in a swirling tornado of glass right now.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to smack them. They're in my bubble. Let's see.
Okay, that's both attacks on the shards then. What are you using?
Yeah. Arcing.
Arcing Brand? Alright then, so as you slash away with Arcing Brand, you... Even though the individual shards themselves are pretty hard to hit, giant swirling cloud of them isn't really, as you somehow manage to find 4 shards and shatter them into pieces, falling back into normal glass on the ground. Will be damage twice, both hit.
Oh, nice. 2d6 plus 4.
Oh, well, 11.
No.
And as you
Oh wow.
and as you swing your blade at it, you shatter the rest. As you do a little spin, you see Arcing Brand erupt into lightning for a bit, shocking the rest of the floating ones. And let's wait up that Fighter-Man doing the fighter thing, because that was enough.
Okay, and
Nice.
oh, nice.
And I think
doubt
if
it
Midnight-
is, but is
if Midnight
the
is
other
hurt, I think Midnight
glass of the
heals,
15
although
feet?
I don't think Midnight is hurt. Okay.
Here's a question: V, am I allowed to move and then use shocking grasp?
After you take
Or
your
do I
action,
have to
yeah.
do that?
Yep.
Okay,
You
I
can
guess I'll
split your
move
movement
up
freely.
to the other one. I'll move up and then I'll use shocking grasp.
Okay, for a shocking grasp, you would
Do
need
I
to be
know
a
if
bit...
hitting the glass
What?
the rain is in would hurt her? Do I know that, or
You can
do I
see
know if
her,
I
yeah.
shock
She is
the
essentially a
glass-
2D
the
image
glass
right
that
now.
The rain is in. Would that hurt her?
You have no idea. Also, I don't think you can reach with your shocking grass range. Also, it was too far in the first place.
What about the? Okay, what about the other one? So there was one by Xanther and them, right?
Well, they
That
are
one was in range.
they are essentially going like, we got this one.
Okay, so then I'll just move as close as I can along with Lorraine and then end my turn. Actually, no wait, I'll use fucking.
You could
31
action
isn't
surge
bad.
to
I'll just end.
fire at with a ranged or whatever, if you have any.
Ranged. Yeah, I don't got none. That's it then. I'll just.
And well, at the end of your turn, let me yep, it'll go. It seems as another explosion flies about, another set of glass falls over the rest of you, causing it to fall near. This time, well, I might as well just use the same token again, but another one appears. Goes to regular size this time, and I'll just have it land here then. I think it'll go. Yeah, initiative rolled, and it was a 9, I think. Murdock was 10.
Mm-hmm.
Celeste. First, I'll click my boots of speed. Oh, then you are speedy. I'll just let that be, I guess, yellow. I'll use Ray of Frost on the fan. Alright then. Uh, 17 to hit. Let me double check. As you fire your Ray of Frost at it, it's a big target, so it wasn't that hard to And to begin with, as your Ray of Frost makes purchase on its smooth surface, crystallizing a bit of its outer rim, roll me your damage. I don't think... Nope, no resistance. For 11 cold damage. As it fires off and it is partly frozen by the Ray of Frost effect, I guess I'll have it be blue. As you do fire away at it, you see yourself... It turns to you as well. You don't know if it's consciously doing that or just at the reaction of the force of your blast. As you see a reflection of yourself within the mirror, fractal form, your own figure, repeating the same action you just did, as a Ray of Frost essentially mirrors it. Well, it's a word that I can use, yes. And repeats the same action you did, but what's strange is that it fires back at you. Roll me a... As a reaction, you'll do mirrored damage. Roll me a Constitution saving throw. Oh, that is an 18, meaning you take half of this in force damage as the mirror reflects back. You take half of this, 15 force damage.
Damn.
As it seemingly echoes your Ray of Frost and fires back at you with the same action, but different. As you feel your own blast come back at you, this time in more just that simple magical blast. Feeling familiar to that one time you got hit by a magic missile too, but well, way stronger. Okay, then I'm gonna stand next to it. And then turn. Okay, well, that was pleasant. It goes again, and... What? 1, 2, 3. Oh, I guess it stays at you. You'll just see it spin, and you see Lorene's form just similar to it, just spin around and seemingly float in the air as it's not really aggressing, but it's just moving randomly. As its phased body, it's essentially two-dimensional as well, as it is literally a flying sharp piece of glass. And that's spinning around, it essentially moves to essentially touch you. Or 20 to hit. Dirty. Anything you want to do against that? Sure, silvery barbs. Alright, and as you silvery barbs that, it'll turn it into... Oh wow, it still turns it into a 17, but you can give someone advantage. Gyan, you take it. As it reaches out for an extra dimensional touch, you feel same thing happening again, as it just the pure contact of its form with your body, it is quite... Okay, let's see. Where the fuck is its silvery barbs? As just itself reaching out to touch you is seemingly shaking your entire body to a halt, as 23 more force damage comes at you. Yup. Down, I think. Yep, it's just force damage. As extra dimensional touch rings over your body. That was a great start. It is slowed, so is just floating. Floating, I guess. I'll float there. Oh, Lauren got left behind. And that is its turn. Murdock, what just happened?
Okay, do you want me to hit the big thing? I don't want anything to happen to Lorene, so I don't know.
From what you can see, that the ray of frost didn't seem to pierce through to Lorene.
Okay.
That's what you...
Yeah, okay, why not? Chromatic orb.
Also, Celeste just got majorly downed.
I know.
I have
Okay.
a good amount of slots.
Okay, that chromatic orb fires at you. As you stare at it, it stares back at you as once more something else happens. Okay, that's 15. What kind of damage to it?
Oh, cold.
Doesn't really matter. Cold does the same thing, as that is 15 more. And you can see that, okay. From it mirrors and shifts to reflect yourself firing at it, but yeah, it'll actually not use it this time, as that is 15 cold damage headed straight to it, and it's just floating and being tossed aside in the air right now. Any movement?
Yeah. I will move behind Arleigh.
Where?
Behind Arleigh.
Behind Arleigh. Alright then, as well, this doesn't really seem to take an attack, as it's glass.
Okay, that's it.
Okay, well, mirror shards are just floating about, and this time, opposite of what you saw before, instead of expanding, this cloud of shards seemingly shrinks. As it gets tiny, it seems to spin faster and faster behind you, Gyan. This one. Where's my other d20? Here it is. As being smaller gives it advantage, that will be a 22 to hit. Sid? Can you hear us, Sid? If you're talking, I don't think I can hear you. Oh, there we go.
Oh yeah, that hits.
Oh, as it does hit, it's just a shard of glass, but from what you can feel, it does. Wow. Fucking minimum 2 force damage.
Yay.
Well, that was quite underwhelming, as it floats down again. Well, at least... Oh, Celeste down. Oh, well, you were about to say... Your turn.
Gyan will ask Arleigh, you should probably help Celeste.
I'm on it.
And then, should I smack the thing first or try to identify something first? The advantage, I can't choose which one gets it right.
Yeah, silvery bars will just the first d20 roll you make.
Yeah, should I use that on trying to smack the thing or trying to identify something about the glass? Mhm.
I mean,
Okay, I'll smack the shards first.
Alright then. Extra attack now.
Just the first attack gets advantage, right?
Yep. That's a hit, as it's, even though it's smaller and faster, that doesn't make it any less hard to hit, as you just bring down your fist, and as well as heavy object meets glass, glass shatters. For 13 bludgeoning damage. Okay. All that, it's still seemingly intact, but you have damaged it, definitely. Roll
I'll
again.
just smack it again.
Okay, as you smack it again, you feel the same thing happen as you just try and target these rogue remaining pieces of glass for another hit. For
Oh, wow.
just 6 this time. Okay, and you can definitely feel the glass crunching up on your fists, as these are not strong at all.
Well, I wanted to try and identify if Larine was conscious or unconscious inside the glass. Like, can she hear us and see us?
Sure, I can let that be your bonus action to be Arcana Investigation. It will be bonus though, so no Marlock.
Alright.
Okay, as you kind of look into the glass, you try and peer into it as... Actually, sure, I'll give you advantage because you're a Quandric student. Just in case you somehow get higher. Don't think really you can, but... Okay, well, it's still good. As you try and look at it and see, and for just a brief second, you see Lorraine's form start to kind of like look around in confusion, as if she's in somewhere where she isn't, but can't see you all. From what it seems like, Lorraine is just like looking around aimlessly, but she doesn't look like she can see you. From what you can tell, she is alive, and as you kind of like study this and kind of like, okay, what can even do this? What does Quandrix have that can even have this? And you kind of theorize that Lorraine may just be imprisoned, as based on Lorraine's reactions to not being able to see outside, but you can see it as if it's a one-way looking glass. You kind of get the feeling that Lorraine is in her own different demi-plane right now, one where you can see in, but she can't see out. It's kind of like a bag of holding, but, well, different in a lot of ways. But you don't see her struggling, just very confused right now. Oh.
Well, Gyan says to the party, doesn't look like Lorraine knows what's going on. So maybe breaking the glass would free her.
Yeah, you do have a feeling that may happen. As it's kind of just like a container right now. On it.
Yeah, I'll just stay there and then my turn.
Okay then. Alright then, as you end your turn there, Arleigh, it is you.
Yep. Okay. First, healing word Celeste.
Yeah, well, if it's 60-foot range, you can definitely reach.
First, oh, of course.
Well, Celeste, you feel yourself rise back up as after... Somehow, Celeste, you don't feel wounded, just... You were not hurt in the conventional manner at all. You don't feel any wounds or pain wash across your body. It's almost as if you were just got hit by a bolt of force that just was strong enough to knock you unconscious, and you're feeling dazed as if you just got hit with a punch but didn't really get hurt in any way, but you are slowly regaining back your energy, as it doesn't seem like it's really hurting you, but it can wind you. Okay, Celeste is back up.
We saw that the thing didn't really damage Lorraine. The thing didn't damage Lorraine.
Lorraine looks to be fine, just trapped, but you think? And Gyan did kind of say that maybe breaking it open can free her, like a really strange Kinder Surprise egg. I mean, you do have a staff.
I could bonk it without Shillelagh.
You could.
Want me to try it?
So this is why
I
we're banned in the US.
Want me to try and bonk it?
What else are you gonna do with your action?
Yeah, do it. Because we still don't know how it reacts to melee stuff.
True, and it is not a sword, so it could just... Yeah, I'll just try and bonk it. I'll hit with... Using the image as reference, I'll hit a space that isn't where Lorraine would look like she's at. Just in case.
Okay, and you can get like, yeah, just here.
Let's see if non-shillelagh brush can hit.
Come on.
Come on, Arleigh!
Oh,
It's actually enough.
Hey,
Yay.
that's just
As you
1d6.
smack it with your brush, trying to bring down enough force to, well, quite simply crack
Oh,
the
of course!
wow. Wow.
I rolled 2 ones today.
Okay. Wait, check.
My luck disappeared the moment I rolled that D100.
You are aiming to break the glass, right?
Yeah.
Okay, roll me, just see if you can get it to split. Roll me athletics.
That's just a flat
Do it.
D20.
Roll high, I dare you.
Oh, why? What's wrong with
Arleigh
Avery?
develops muscles in the middle of the battlefield and smacks this glass where everyone, despite the staff not really sounding like it did much, it is also just glass. So everyone hears shattering sounds as just... Okay, and...
I rolled 2 ones and a nat 20.
And okay, let me just edit the token again to be
Also,
proper
that's why it
sized. And Lorraine just falls down here, seemingly confused and in too much of a daze. But now Arleigh, something else kind of alerts you. By splitting the glass, you created 2 of them.
Oh god.
Are you okay, Lorraine?
I'll just say to Lorraine, get away as fast as possible. Don't try and touch these things again.
Okay, and
Something like that. I'm gonna do that next time.
okay, and wait, would you look at that? The initiative it rolled is just after you.
Oh, of course. Well, I guess that's... Am I still allowed to try and investigate something or no?
with your reaction, sure.
Yeah, I'll see if it will still like keep someone inside even if it's broken into two.
Sure, investigation or arcana then.
That's fine. Okay, go for 4. I'll just use. Let's try art. Boop.
Okay, and you kind of look at it, get a look at its dimensions, see if you can still see the shine of it. And it definitely looks like it's still big enough to imprison one of you.
Oh god. Yep. Yeah, I'm just gonna say to everyone else, stay the fuck away from these things if you can. And yeah, I'll end my turn.
Let's just do. This can be. This can be the. Just to differentiate them. Okay, and well, as you do end your turn there, the one you just broke seemingly breaks off and floats about, not really minding. It's erratic and random, but as it spins around in the air, it flies close enough to you where you try to duck and avoid it. Roll me a dex save.
Boy. Huh.
Okay,
Hey.
you dodge out of the way in time as this one just floats about, and almost you could feel your wing nearly clip one of it, as you can see one of your feathers drop in the air and seemingly get put inside of it. You can see it, and everyone just now sees a feather inside this thing, but it's in the lore factory, I think.
I think, yeah, the other emotes got moved.
I transferred some of the emotes to the other server. Are you not the? Okay then. Well, it does that.
Yep.
Well, so you figured out it can still do that. Great. And it does reach out to. Let's roll a die. It's just
I didn't hit you though. Why me?
It's
one is Arleigh,
loading.
two is Sinetis. Hello, Sinetis.
Ah, that's me. Hello. Nice to meet you.
Thankfully, this one is a 7 to hit.
Oh, that don't hit.
Yeah, I would be worried if it did. It'll just stay there at midnight. Well, Fleuret is free, but seemingly a bit dazed right now. Actually, before that happens, as you can see over here, Venom's helping out with the glass over here. You can see this one shattering as well, with no one being put in it. But it seems that these little your friends over here are doing a bit well off on their own, as Venom flies back to you and thanks for the assist. And Shivadri, while they're doing their little battle, because you help with Venom, sends you, Midnight, a silvery barbs.
Hey.
Ooh.
Eye for an eye.
Tasty.
Gonna go to the shards. Hup. Gonna hit it with my pack blade. As Gyan is beating down on this one, you follow up with your blade. Let's see.
Nice.
Okay, that is 25 to hit, which is definitely enough as you bring down your pack blade to shatter the last few shards. Let's see if you can end this.
Almost a crit.
Oh yeah. Almost.
It wouldn't,
Oh wait, isn't that
wouldn't have
finally
critted because curse needs to be
Yeah.
on the one, yeah.
Yeah, my
7.
brain.
Let me check here. Is that actually enough? Let's check. Oh my. Wait. Oh my
Is it 1
fucking
HP
god.
again?
Is it at 1
Yes.
HP?
Of course.
Oh my god.
Well, this one has multi-attack.
Oh, that's
Haha. Fuck you, 1 HP survivor. Assuming you hit it again.
Oh
No,
my
no.
god!
Inspiration.
probably.
You could inspiration that.
Inspiration?
It's at 1.
Question mark.
I mean, I think Hare has inspiration.
Everyone does.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because of the thingy.
And also a fuck ton of relationship points were gotten from that.
Yeah.
It's just 1 HP, I won't waste my inspiration.
I mean, it could save an entire turn for someone.
I mean, Murdock goes before it. So
It would take someone else's action to end it.
Yeah, an
Yeah.
action that could be used
Ah.
on the other glass.
Wait, is it? Can I actually? If I hit this one, I could shocking grasp it. If I go up above,
Possibly.
maybe within 50 feet.
Oh yeah, that's
I think it's within 20.
If I go up above it, the one I am, it's not my
It's
turn.
based
yet.
on the one you hit, not you.
Oh, okay. Well, fuck.
Hmm.
I mean, Celeste goes at.
Physical persuasion. As Sid or as Gyan? As Sid.
why technically what's my persuasion?
This is up to you. This is you the party's decision. You
What's
give
Sid's
yourself
charisma?
whatever you want. Just a D20. Is that enough, Hi? Okay, watch it miss.
Oh god.
I swear it misses.
If it does, I'm blaming Hare.
Okay, fine, I'll use it.
If High misses this, Sid has to. Oh,
Okay, nice.
Okay, I think that hits. Yup, that hits. Its AC
Yeah.
was 12. No need to discuss it. You shatter the last remaining pieces of glass as they just fall back into normal shards at the ground.
Tasty.
Okay. You stay there. Alright then. And
So-
Venom. Does Venom just continue assisting these ones? Yep, alright then. I guess what would that even be? Let me check Venom's stats real quick then. Okay, what would that be? I guess. Just roll me a D100 for Venom then. Let's see. Since they're essentially doing their own combat, but I'm not gonna run two combat encounters at once. Alright, then we'll see what happens later. Freddy.
Freddy is going to help against the green one,
Okay, hop, hop, hop.
and that's it.
Okay then. And
Tasty.
it will be Sinetis. You do gain advantage from it.
Yeah, I do. Tasty. I guess we'll just smack the shit out of it.
Oh, it's easy enough. Glass is glass.
Oh,
And,
Nice.
woohoo, nice.
you only gain advantage on one of them, but the second one is a crit anyway.
Oh, okay.
Thankfully, the first roll on that. Thankfully, the 20 was the first roll and not the second, so you can keep the crit.
Oh, nice. So is that 4d6?
It's 3 damage rolls then.
Oh my god.
Just roll your damage 3 times and be a fighter.
Fireman go burr.
So I just roll. Okay, so I just roll this 6 times. That's 6, 3 times. So
Okay, that is 34. Okay, let me
Ooh.
double check right now. Let me do some quick math. BRB. How fitting that
Okay.
this is the one where I'm doing a lot of math.
Okay, there's something I did want to ask. Because we're level
Yeah.
5, did the shocking grasp damage go up
Yes,
as
it
well?
does. You can shock and grasp.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I'll tell. Sinetis will raise his hand towards the other one and say duck to Arleigh, and then he'll use shocking grasp.
Okay. And keeping that roll to hit, just roll me the shock and grass leveled up now to 2d8 and take the same damage yourself.
Yep. 7.
7.
Not the
Deal
worst.
7 lightning damage to yourself and... Okay, let me just do...
Unlimited power!
That is
Oh,
34
24.
slashing damage again. Let me do some math for both of them having HP bars. Okay, and as you damage... Okay, and as you damage both of them use mirror damage. Sinetis, please roll me 2 con saves. Yup,
Oh yeah, I'm dead. Say goodbye.
2 con saves, please.
Okay, well, Sinetis, you should be good at these.
What?
Oh, well, that didn't work.
Oh,
Never mind.
Con plus 5, yes.
Con plus 5.
That's
Oh,
how.
I just did con.
That's
Wait, what
how
the
rolling
fuck?
works.
Con plus 5.
My
Con
brain.
plus 5.
Oh!
Hey.
Okay,
Okay, that's
I don't
one
understand. But okay.
pass. That's 1 pass and 1 fail, meaning that you take...
I don't have. I have the group guy. Can I? Does that apply to saving throws or?
It is a D4.
Okay, well, we'll see. I'll use it. Yeah.
Hey.
Oh,
Nice.
and okay, that is good because you passed twice.
Nice.
Meaning that instead of...
Is
Meaning
it a
that,
saver?
meaning that you
Or do
take
I-
half of this.
Okay.
Oh god.
Okay, you take
Oh
30
my
damage
fucking
instead,
god!
as
Oh,
your
yeah, I
your
still
entire
dropped.
action was mirrored by both of them, as you
If
see
I
your
didn't
own
shocking
fractal
grasp, I
form.
could have lived.
as you see your similar action mirror
Oh my.
and seemingly lash back at you in exactly the same fashion, but with force damage, and you take 30 force damage. What HP are you on right now? Are you down? Are you down,
Nope.
Retro? Yep.
I'm on none. I'm down.
Oh
Yep,
my.
you are
Yeah,
down. So,
I didn't
yeah,
have
because I
full
do
health,
remember
I
you
think
not
it was.
having that much HP when we left this
Yeah.
off. He
I'm
hit
down.
both of them, and both of
my
them
fucking
reacted.
God, it's not what. Yep.
Anyone else got healing?
Mirrors are a pain. Nope, it was just a hit. Oh, I don't get to ask you what you do with the rest of your turn because, yeah, your turn is gone. Celeste.
Yeah, I did the fighter thing.
Your boots of speed are still kept. Their effects. I'll stand up first, giving you. It will be half of your total movement rather than half of your 30, so you would have 30 left. Standing up from prone costs half your total movement rather than half 30. Lorraine looks like she is fine, but dazed. Sinetis is not looking fine, but same as before. You don't see Sinetis bleeding, he's just knocked the fuck out. Healing word on Sinetis. Oh, that is 11 healing back to you, Sinetis, and you are awoken.
Ah, nice.
I'll go and hit the thing with my rapier. The one next to Loreen then? Yeah. Okay then. Oh, that is enough to hit it. As you pierce this glass, you see your rapiers poke through it and produce a small hole, and as you pull it out, it seems to stay there. It is getting damaged. Let me check. Does it actually have resistance to non-magic? Nope. Okay, so you're safe with your non-magical rapier, as it does the same damage as it would normally always do. Or 10 piercing damage.
Let's go.
And from what you can tell, it doesn't seem to split anymore. It seems that it's reached its lowest size value. Okay, and that is good. Can I help Loreen stand up? Sure, I can. I can let you just start doing that, yeah. And Loreen is a bit too dazed to join the fight, but she is conscious from what you can tell. And this glass's turn. Okay, we'll do that. And feeling the force of your pierce, it gets knocked back in the air a bit. If you really wanted to, you can attack of opportunity it. It gets knocked back. But well, you've seen what it does.
Gyan's
60
next, I
damage.
guess just go.
Because it can.
Murdock can take
Yeah, I
it.
won't. As much as I want to. Yeah? Do you ever just have 8d6 as a reaction? And well, it'll move, it floats and just gets pushed aside by your rapier, flying in the air as it reaches to touch Gyan. Gyan, roll me a dex save.
Oof.
Oh no.
Oof.
You got inspiration or no?
Well, that's not good.
Nope.
Hmm?
Oof. Okay, fine.
Can't stack another inspiration on this. Now we both don't have inspiration. Fuck you, Sid. Well, as it flies close to Gyan after being tossed aside by the force of the rapier. Wait, you do have a friendship die. I cannot hear you.
No, we can't hear you. No, we can't hear you.
That would be a... Or...
Still not enough.
14.
And everyone sees Gyan get trapped.
Oh, Marl's there to bonk it for him.
You know the rules. You don't say goodbye.
It gets tossed aside by the and Gyan. Everyone just sees Gyan be trapped aside. Sure, why not? It'll fly all the way to midnight, and Marlot can get an attack of opportunity if he really wanted to.
Do it, Margaret. Punch
Gyan.
yeah.
Yeah, he'll. I mean, does Gyan count as incapacitated while inside it?
Yes, actually.
Okay. Then yeah, Marlet will hit.
For a 19 to hit, that is enough. For
And yeah, he
7
intends,
force
right?
damage.
With intent of cracking it open.
Well, with the intent of cracking it open, Marlot brings about the his own amount of force damage as he brings forth his fist. You can see. Well, from inside, you cannot see out. It's essentially you're essentially trapped in something similar to the Arithmodrome, actually. Not exactly the same, but in the same kind of environment. You cannot really see out, but you can feel a rumble as, from what you can tell, somebody's hitting this thing open. And then a quick flash of light from the inside as it reacts to Marlot hitting it with, well, mirror damage. Marlot rolls me a con save.
Did someone die?
Marlot rolls a con save.
We can't hear you again, so if you're speaking.
Okay, Marla takes half. And I'm not gonna be... Well, one thing this thing does prove to you is size doesn't matter, because that is 34 divided by 2. Marla takes back 17 force damage. As the same action Marla just did gets repeated, and everyone sees two fists clashing as a force of weight, as a magical weight force wave echoes from this area, and both of them seemingly take damage. Okay, and that is gone. That was its movement and bonus act and reaction. Movement, bonus action, and reaction. It still has an action. And it got tossed to midnight, so we'll just go for midnight then. For midnight, that is a 13 to hit. It does not. No hit. Murdock.
I'm going to move down 30 feet.
Down 30. Okay then.
Yeah, then I will cast 3rd level Cure Wounds through Freddy.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, take that.
Okay, and as Sinetis, you feel Freddy's touch wash through you as the opposite of necrotic energy flows through his paws. You feel yourself regain a bit of stamina for 19 HP.
And that is going to be it.
Okay, good turn. And Gyan, you are incapacitated right now. Marlot can technically still go freely.
Yeah. If Jan didn't pop out, he'll just smack again. Unless someone says otherwise.
Up, that is enough. As Marlot goes down for a punch. Okay, and 5 more force damage to it. Okay, and I guess... sure, Midnight, I can let you... Roll me a Perception, Midnight. Just to see if... sure, I can give you advantage because you were literally right next to it. Okay, yeah, that's enough. From what you can see, as Marlot is banging down on it, the glass seems to shift and essentially turn into kind of like an origami as it's slowly losing its slick and flat form. It is... You feel like it... From what you can tell, the mirroring the damage and the splitting seems to both be... it only seems to be random in which it does. It can only do one or the other. And you have a feeling that's the reason why Gyan didn't break out. Both of them are reactions. Origami. Well, that is... How much damage? And 5. Okay, then. Oh, Marlot did a thing. Arleigh. support glass, these things pack a punch.
Oh, yep. Well, since I'm right next to it, I guess I'll just bonk it again.
Come on.
Shillelagh this time or
I
not?
assume you Shillelagh
Yeah.
this time.
Did I bonk?
I don't think Shillelagh upscales at level 5, does it? I think it's just the same.
No, it doesn't say. It's just a D8.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so, well, as you bonk it with your magical brush, let's see if your magical brush has enough magical power.
That's the downside of Shillelagh. It doesn't scale.
Yeah, it doesn't upscale.
Yeah. At least it still has a +7.
Oh!
Hey, nice.
Nice.
And as you bring down your paintbrush,
Once again,
Arleigh,
the
how do you want to
brush.
do this?
Oh!
Oh,
How do you want to shatter it?
Let's just say that the hair tip of her brush suddenly just starts to become stiff, almost as stiff as the rock, as she does the "you shall not pass" gesture and just sticks it in between the glass as it breaks from the center outwards.
Dry paint.
Thou shalt
Okay,
not
and
pass.
And well, it's gone.
Nice.
Okay. One of them left.
Yep, that's my bonus in action. After so long, I finally got to Shillelagh again. I'll
Move, technically.
move like 15 feet to the left. Right.
Okay,
yeah,
then.
that's good enough.
Alright then, and you end here.
Yeah.
Okay, and at the end of the turn, let's see if Venom's assistance does anything. It was a 74, if I recall right. Okay, it did do something. Venom helped. As you see over here, the other team seemingly shatters one of their own. And Venom's assistance leads to a bit of coming back as Aurora turns to you, Midnight, and thanks for the assist. Now, up to you. Bardic Inspiration on you, Midnight. For now, it's just a D6, as Aurora, these friends here aren't really as used compared to all of you. Speaking of Midnight, your turn, and Gyan got himself trapped in a glass. It is.
Oh,
Yeah. And I'm gonna hit it with a pack weapon. Okay, and that is definitely enough. Come on, come on. I'll use Bardic on the second one. Okay,
Hey.
both hit. As you bring down your packed weapon twice and I think slash at it. What? I think your packed weapon is your rapier still, right? I'm never keeping track of Hex Blades. Yeah. So you bring down your rapier and slash at it. It's almost as if a hot butter knife through cheese. You bring this thing into pieces, see if it's enough. That is 15, and as you do slash at this, you see that it is shatters into pieces, and just enough. Well, Essen, okay. And as it shatters into pieces, Gyan is essentially freed. But okay. And okay, Gyan, you are freed. Knocked prone, and I guess just okay, since you were all doing this, we might as well okay, might as well just swap these two tokens just to keep consistency. Okay, so you are all okay, you handled your side, now it seems just one left to take care of. Might as well use the same token on it. Okay, Gyan is freed, and since I'm saying BRB, I'm gonna... Sure, I'm just gonna... I assume Venom will just help on this one. Did being excited give me any insight? Well, from what... I guess in the brief moment you were in it, sure, roll me investigation or... Not sure. Well, from what you can tell from inside it... Exam die. Okay, let's see. Oh, 19. That is very good.
Nice.
Want to stack friendship die with that and break a 20? If you do, I can let you know exactly what it does. Alright. Then come on. Did you roll it? Just for formalities, but 20 would be enough. That's it. Or is Discord just not updating for me?
I mean, I don't see the roll either.
Pause chat.
I swear, if you roll in the DM,
Random.
or he just died.
Oh, and we are keeping the suspense apparently. Discord being a bitch, oh my fucking god. There we go!
Oh, finally.
21, okay, and you essentially know this. Just ignore the actual name of the creature, but you... From your brief moment inside of it, you can tell that it is all of this.
Oh my god.
You were imprisoned for a brief moment, and you were trapped inside of its own demiplane. And while you were, well, you felt like you were almost in a sort of theory space, almost as if a mini arithmodrome just forced you to be inside of it. Almost like it was...
I'm gonna send a screenshot.
From the inside, it almost like everything outside was a simulation, as if you were inside your own theory space, able to conduct your own thoughts and emotions and bring them into view in the brief moment you were inside. And you can't... Yep. And you did feel like you were in sort of another plane, as if reality was virtual for a second, but you were outside now. Okay, let's just move on to Freddy then.
Yeah, what can he do? He'll just move up, I guess.
Guess dashing?
Yeah.
Dashing through the snow, it was barely not enough. Oh, I think... Sure, I can let him move through Shivadri.
Okay. Yeah, that's...
Nice.
That's it then.
I think... Is that the Torna DLC? That's the DLC. Don't buy the DLC and not just... And yeah.
I
don't buy the DLC if you don't have the base game.
I told him that's not the real thing. Well, it is, but not the base.
Sinetis. And yep, if you didn't already guess, yes, this is a new Spelljammer creature.
I thought so. I'm lying down in the sand. Sinetis don't like wet sand, so he's gonna stand up.
Okay, you have 15 feet of movement left. Whatever you're gonna do with it. You do still have action surge because short
rest. Yeah, I still do have action surge. How close can I even get with just my movement and then an action dash?
15 and an action dash would be 45. Nope. Man, the times you wish you had ranged.
Hmm.
Yes, I couldn't make it.
You're just gonna stay there?
But action surge doesn't give me extra movement, does it?
You can action dash, but it'll just be a dash. No attack.
Yeah. I'll just move there. I'll just move there and then just
Don't
let
think you're even
them
far
deal
enough
with
for
it,
an
just to
arcing
make
brand,
sure
yeah.
shit doesn't hit the fan.
You're just doing... Just
Yeah.
there, yep. Stay there.
Yeah, I'll just be there.
You can technically
I'll
second
give
wind
him
if you
moral
really wanted to.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna use a free action, just give those guys moral support.
Okay, well, if you want. Okay, then, well, that's your turn. It would be Celeste.
Discord.
Unless you second wind, you could just roll it while Celeste takes
Oh
her
yes,
turn.
I was gonna second wind, but Discord isn't updating.
He already dashed.
Discord. Not dash, second wind.
No, that's not applying to Gyan.
Oh.
He had to stand up because he was prone.
Yeah, I almost died. You know what, I'm just gonna roll it on my computer because my phone's being a bitch.
Stay here.
Okay, 10
Okay,
health,
you get
not
back
bad.
10 HP. Let's see if I can still reach this thing. Kinetic jaunt. You already rolled a 10. We can take that. We can take that. Okay, so kinetic jaunt adds. Does kinetic jaunt add to your walking speed? What's the wording on which speed boost? Is it just speed or is it walking speed?
That one was the first one that sent, but it didn't send.
Because I think you would probably be able to reach it. Your walking speed. So yup, that also gets doubled by boots of speed.
Nice.
So you would have 40 base movement, doubled by boots, speed would be 80. And you can move through creatures. You could occupy Freddy's. No, I mean, it depends on. But you do have, well, you have movement to nearly melee it, but yeah, you have 80 feet, which is a lot. Yep, okay then. You could. Alright, you wanna be right next to it? Rapier time. Alright then. Oh, enough. That is enough. And I'll say that it, yeah. Oh, that is 7 piercing damage to it, and let's see. Oh, let's see. Okay, it didn't have its reaction as the other team already took it away. That is good. Okay then. Holy shit. End turn. And as you end your turn there, this thing gets to move at you.
Uh-oh.
Oh my god. As it moves at you, it spins around, does the same thing again, and Celeste, you roll me the dex save against imprisonment. Not the spell, but yeah, no friends.
I have one more left.
I have 7.
Oh my god.
Oof. I have one group dice left.
People are just hoarding friendship die.
Yes.
Not me. I have none.
Oh my god.
Oh my, you rolled 1 point
I-
lower.
I will say that the more friendship die you already have accumulated, the less you'll just progressively get as I actually want you to use them. But yeah, well, Celeste, you are
Celeste got it. Glass snapped.
Celeste got glassed, and I guess since you walked all the way here, Sinetis, hello.
Hi. But there are other people who are closer to you, though.
Well,
I
it's
can't-
Glass. Are you trying to convince Glass?
Listen, you don't know how smart this thing is.
Their NPC is retro, and
So?
it's level 22.
An NPC got butchered last year.
And it's a 22.
I don't have any spell slots. Plus,
Oh,
I'm AC, so that's it. I'm taking it.
Well, here comes some force damage.
Yeah. You fighter man moment. Let's see.
24
I'm
force
alive.
damage.
Aha, fuck you.
The one who can actually take it.
That was baby. That's baby damage.
And, well, Murdock. Well, you're all the way down here.
Okay,
The water.
no, time to die. Chromatic orb again. Yay.
Let's see.
I kind of want you to use the acid.
I would, but there are
Just
people in the
blow up
way.
blow up everyone!
Dude!
Well, that hits. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing.
No idea.
Well, that is
Ooh,
13. Okay, that is 13 more 13 more whatever damage to it. I don't think it actually has any resistances. It does not, so you're good on whatever damage you're even firing. And as you
Nice.
fire away at it, you are within 50 feet. What the fuck is that thing's range? Oh, enough, 120. Yep, mirror damage.
Yay. Let's go.
Con save.
Okay, let's go.
Oh no.
I will use my inspiration.
Everyone's using their inspiration.
And friendship.
Oh, it's possible, it's possible. Don't roll
Okay,
a one.
come on, come on.
Don't roll a
Come
one.
on.
It's not a one, it's halved. It's halved.
Okay,
Oh, nice. We'll see.
I will die.
Let's see what half of an 8d6 looks like for a wizard.
Okay,
13.
I'm down.
Oh
You-
god.
oh,
No,
Oh,
okay,
Murdock.
never
Yeah,
mind, never
no.
mind. I'm okay, I'm okay.
Oh.
yeah.
Nice.
I
Oh,
was
okay.
checking the token just in case, but
So you're not
even
down,
though
or
it's halved, even though it's halved,
That's so.
wizard.
that's still
Yeah.
a wizard.
Yeah, imagine if one of you guys took the 60 that I was posted earlier, someone would have died.
That's also just because you decided to attack two at once.
Yeah. But. Listen, fireman gotta do the fighter things, and that also means no brain.
Yeah. Can I go to the thingy? Up, it standing up only costs 5 feet of movement. This is the best feat ever. With 25, nope, you cannot.
Oof.
You got spells, you can shoot it.
Yeah, you
You're
do got
fine.
spells. And as you kind of do look at it, it is hurt, definitely.
You know, which I need to fucking. Yeah, I'm gonna switch one of my. Am I allowed to do that?
Except me. Midnight has not been hurt. Or Arleigh, I think.
Me neither.
I could Guiding Bolt, but
You have a 2d10.
say-
I'd say do Firebolt.
Firebolt.
or Firebolt, but that's weak.
I mean, I don't think you should waste your slots
I mean, I'm
right now.
pretty sure it's on low health. Yeah, just fucking. Just Firebolt.
It's just one creature left.
Nice.
Okay, I'm gonna auto hit Firebolt. Come on, then. If you're using your amulet, that would definitely be an auto hit. Yep. Come on.
Ten.
Okay. Gyan, how do you want to do this?
Ah, told you Firebolt was worth it.
Nice.
It was on 5.
So yeah, if you just rolled absolute dog shit, and you wouldn't.
Babysitting inside my own prison. Well, that ice cream emoji is gonna melt with the firebolt.
While you're doing that, Gyan grabs his amulet, and as he starts chanting something, and the 2 red and hot streaks blast out from 2 circles with equations inscribed in it behind the glass, hitting it and making it catch fire, almost like the organ I described it as. And as it erupts into mirrored flame, you can see the last bits of glass shatter and fade into the air. As Celeste, you are freed, and that is this combat encounter.
Nice.
Over. Oh god, that's large.
Oh my!
Medium.
Oh my! Big
That.
Celeste.
Is the end of this.
Giant woman.
Giant Woman Part 2. And let's get a small transition.
So BRB,
Fuck you,
gonna get
DS.
some water.
Okay. Well, as you're all doing that, and oh, I heard that door. Nice. Everyone gets a moment. Strixhaven book of the door. Grab it. Where the fuck is it? That was a very audible door sound.
Hydrate. Why though? Because yes. Why yes? Why not because no? People are up now. Like it's 7:15 actually. What's today? Wednesday? Yeah, the kids got school. So they'll be going to school in a little while. I'll go out after and get me something. And what does "and" mean? People. That's what that means. Nice. How does
It
that?
seems to be over.
Because it does.
And as that last shard of glass seems to fade away into the air, and the remaining ones on the beach seem to seemingly as same wow dissipate. Everyone has a quiet moment. I guess sure, might as well join them.
I'm back.
Door. The back hurts. There we go. I'm so happy I didn't axe and surge on that one dude. I was like, I'm probably gonna axe and surge this guy and kill him. But I was like, nah, let me save that for something else. Oh, I'm so fucking lucky. Not lucky, happy. Like, my lucky's. My luck's meh.
But yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Nice.
Okay, and as a moment of quiet washes over the rest of the party, Celeste, you just see Lorraine walking up to you and like just checking like if you're hurt. Are you okay? Thanks for that. Is it over now? What was that then? Look. And just over to the tower, everyone sees that the explosions have seemingly stopped.
No, that's good.
Are there clear signs of debris from where we are, or?
From what it seems like, the glass has faded supernaturally almost, as if, well, that wasn't normal glass from what you can tell, definitely.
Gyan explains the demi-plane thing to them. Whatever he learned while inside it.
Whatever that was, it was...
I'm gonna see if I
they
can
did say...
notice
Yeah.
I'm gonna see if I can notice the tower looking more damaged than before.
Sure, roll me a perception check.
Oh, that's a capital R.
Well, if anyone could see it, it's definitely Arleigh. As you kind of look up to see the tower for any remaining damage, surprisingly, from what you can see, little, like, spiderweb strands of that same fractal light seem to interlink and weave themselves to the tower as if it was being reconstructed in 3D modeling software. It's seemingly pulling itself back together again.
I'm gonna ask Gyan if he can somehow take a recording of that. From that distance.
It would be very blurry.
I
No
mean,
ultra zoom.
Celeste could use a drone thingy.
Doesn't the drone have a range though? Like
Yeah.
30 feet or something?
That tower is like... You can only see it because it's floating, and it's decently big. But yeah, it's also night. Like, our cameras are a lot of our cameras are pretty shit at night. What about fantasy cameras?
Ultra zoom wouldn't even help with the darkness.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, and Lorraine does say that. They did say that the simulation spires were experimental. Maybe that was the reason this place wasn't... Oh, was this all because of me?
Well, when the explosions happened, we did see some people coming out of there, so maybe it was them more than it was us.
They were fine. Yeah, they did say that experiments were being conducted there, and now that I think about it, this isn't really the wildest thing that's happened on record. Well, who say we can't continue that now? Xanther immediately hops down and goes back into party mode. To the ones who were hurt are more just exhausted rather than pain. It's more just stamina being knocked out of you.
Yeah. I just had 15 HP. Oh yeah, my boy's sitting down.
Yeah, you probably just have
like to
probably
rest
just have
a bit.
you probably just have a headache right now.
Well, I mean,
see.
I did 7 damage with the shocking. That probably hurt,
How
but
long?
most of it
Yeah.
probably just happened.
Everyone gathers back. Let's just celebrate from the dorms next time, right?
I mean,
Yes, please.
when we did that, it didn't go that well either.
Okay, how about we just don't celebrate anything anymore?
That's
sounds
a good
wrong, but
idea.
That's no fun.
Yeah.
I mean, we still
Well, every
got in
time we
trouble
do,
without
someone
celebrating.
almost dies or does.
We get in trouble either
Yeah,
way. I
but
don't
at
think
least
any of our
we know
actions
what's
mean
gonna
anything.
happen, usually.
Well, while you're all doing that, Fleuret is just here. Just sorry if I made you worry there for a bit. I'm not gonna disappear. Promise. I'm gonna hug her. And I think the others do have it right, at least on one thing. This is probably a good time to end the day.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
Mm-hmm.
It was nice meeting you all again, though. Been very busy on a lot of our stuff, so I mean, if it takes shattering some glass to meet back up again, I suppose that's good.
Hopefully we won't need a lot more trouble just to meet up again next time.
Yeah. How about dinner at the Tom's next time?
At least the dorms we can call for backup. Out here, we're
Let's just hope nothing goes wrong.
Well, it is
Whoa.
Strixhaven after all.
True.
Almost feels like not one day is just full of nothing. There's always gotta be something ruining it.
Suppose you could call it part of the charm as well. Yeah, retro is quiet as well. But yeah, I'd rather prefer things not exploding in our faces, but who knows, maybe blame all of this on that group of students you all mentioned. Who knows what trouble others can get into as well.
Yeah. For once we didn't cause something. And we didn't have to clean up for the large part, I guess.
While your mats are still there. Yeah, it was nice getting to see you all again. But, Lorraine, as these two are just, I think it's about time we head back. Just kind of looking to her and Celeste. Unless you two got other plans.
Let's leave them alone for a bit. Gyan just says, yeah.
Sinetis gonna agree. He's just gonna start slithering away.
Everyone just starts packing up.
Yeah. They don't even have a choice. We're just going. Oh, there goes an
Oh no.
God.
Yeah, I think it's Celeste that's stealing all of.
I think I'm feeling rather sleepy right now, Celeste. Well, see you guys. I'm just about had it with this day. I think I need a long sleep.
I'm gonna just go back to the door.
Follow behind you, Sinetis.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, no.
You know what? Just for laughs, never mind. I won't do it.
Like,
I love it. Roll blast.
You know what? Just because it's funny, Gyan will pick up Arleigh and put her on Marlet's head.
Oh,
Oh, and Bob also hops back on you as he was there.
I'm holding Bob.
Sleeping underneath a tree. He was just sleeping underneath a tree.
Oh wow, Bob. I guess I'm just holding Bob
Don't
now.
overdo
okay.
it, Celeste.
oh no.
And as
I was gonna say
well,
conjure animals, horses, but how is Sinetis gonna ride a horse?
I have no fucking clue. I mean, I can just Naga dash if needed
Alright.
to move face.
or you'll be exhausted the next day. Wink.
Oh my god.
What was? Oh, okay then. Well,
The bot knows
do
what's
you
up.
take Lorene back to her room? Yeah. Well, as the night fades to black and the curtains close, whatever happens behind closed doors happens. Are we rolling performance? I think that was performance.
Nat 20.
Yeah, I think I remember you saying performance.
That was a charisma save.
Oh.
Oh.
Damn.
Jesus.
Wow.
Oh my!
Well,
That's
That's
performance.
happened. Sheesh.
What happens, happens.
Acrobatics too, or
Acrobatics.
Yeah.
On save.
What about?
Well, that was
If
the
you're
first day.
fucking doctor, why don't you roll medicine?
Roll all the things.
Some of those things are a
Take a
bit
chance, roll the dice.
concerning. Yeah, let's roll animal handling.
I
No.
mean, some are into that.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Yeah, so funny.
Hey, let's
Wow.
roll intimidation.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Some people are into that.
Anyways, as I'm moving tokens
Let's
around,
just stop, okay? No more.
You should have said that earlier.
Yeah.
roll a history check.
It's history.
Listen, you started
No,
it.
you
Gyan
started.
was the one for flirting.
And let me go back here. As
I have one more die.
as everyone takes a break and gets a long rest.
Nice.
Oh, nice.
Essentially,
Ooh.
time skipping and
Let me just roll from a book.
Oh.
Oh, that's a 15.
oh, another 15. And everyone not close, there we go. And everyone essentially wakes up to another new day. A bit after that fiasco, maybe a week or so, maybe more, as things are concluding, and well, somebody has been staying in someone else's apartment a while. And speaking of, do you get? Well, if
Mm.
I'm just gonna peek inside.
Can you see her?
Where's Bob?
Arleigh could probably hear.
Yeah, you know what?
Well, look who's home. what did I say like that?
Gyan is
13 passive perception.
Well, look who's home. I'll do like that's better.
Gyan is just going to be steady.
Oh wait, where the fuck is Bob? Let me grab Bob.
Yeah,
No,
Bob.
Bob,
Where'd
he's running
Bob
away.
go?
Bob died. This is so sad.
Boop.
Oh no, boom.
Boo.
But yeah, feel free to react how your characters will react.
So, a week, huh?
Yes. Wait,
However,
damn. I just realized. You know what? Midnight, no.
Today this is gonna bonk midnight.
I pretend I do not hear.
Like,
It's
painfully,
Arleigh.
just like no. You just officially
God.
up that.
Oh, bounce back.
shut the fuck up or
Oh, there he is.
Bob.
Mm. It's some. I'm hiding behind my sunglasses. From what I gather, someone here has had an enlightening experience recently.
That could mean many different things, but probably yes.
And I'm just slowly walking over to her room. Well, oh. Just in case, what do you all want to talk about, if any?
Yeah, Gyan just mutters under his breath for a second. A whole week, huh? He's just baffled.
um,
Harley won't say anything.
I just won't either. He's just.
Well, what do you
Anyways.
have? Well, what do you guys have planned?
there must have been a lot of cake at that birthday.
Oh God!
Oh my god. I was drinking water as well. I almost choked.
Oh no.
I had to look. I had to look away from my laptop just in case.
The hilarious part is that would be the third time I've done that to someone in VC.
Oh my god.
Was the first time Gyan?
No, it was Vel. Anyways, as you all just have a brief moment to talk about what's happening, you can continue that, or we can move along. As I believe the party did agree on what course of action they are going to take next.
Yep.
Hmm. There's just a tension in the air as everybody just mutually agrees to not speak about it.
So, are we going over to the sending spires anytime soon?
Probably.
Yeah, we probably should.
No.
Yeah, I'm kind of worried about whatever the barrier thing was.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't want to lose my job. Oh god, another person's workplace.
What could go wrong?
and just feel free to talk unless you want to just move on to skip.
I mean, I guess we could investigate right now if we're all free.
I should be free, I think.
Yeah, me too.
It can be by another weekend.
Same. Yeah, I should
As
be
the
free.
rest of what is there to talk about other than Celeste? Celeste is gonna look inside her room. I assume Arleigh has been feeding Roxy in Celeste's place.
Yeah, it's just Arleigh's job. If Celeste is
Yeah.
there.
We set the frog free and then just put it
Yeah,
back.
Celeste has been
into-
Yep. Just to remember what it looked like. The bed is dry.
Like,
That is one thing.
Oh my fucking god!
I mean, what? Lorraine has some aquariums to clean. She keeps them. Some of them gets.
What does that have to do with her bed?
It's dry in comparison.
I mean, who knows waterbeds exist?
Does Lorraine also have a water bed?
Oh god, doggo's in the
What the
background.
fuck was that?
A dog's getting bullied here.
Oh no, pupper.
This room doesn't have aquariums. Yes. That's very dry.
Oh my god.
Okay, pet Roxy and go outside. The actual awkward silence is just real. Okay, anyway, send expires, let's go!
Batman transition scene.
Okay,
go.
so as the party gathers up and heads outside, some of them a bit more rushed than others, almost as if avoiding something else being talked about. But before you do go outside though, as things have been happening outside the school lately, walking down from the stairs again, Arleigh, you can see Nora just very good. Oh, y'all going somewhere? It's like BRB as I go grab the token. Arleigh?
Oh yeah. I'm gonna wave and say, "Yep, we're going somewhere." Is it sending Spires maybe?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
On
Sending
Silver
Spires.
First Campus, I think.
Well, just roll me insight, Arleigh, sure.
Here comes the beastly wisdom.
I'm supposed to be good at this.
And
Okay.
I
kind
mean,
of
that's
you are.
decent.
Yep, that's good. As you kind of just see here, and like as soon as you mention like going outside, sending Spires and Silver Quill, you kind of glance a bit of like almost like worried surprise of Nora's face on that. And you just see her holding a paper in her hand, seemingly the Strixhaven star.
Hmm?
Well, it's they've just been a couple new cases recently about the recent Mage Tower. I could call it controversy, but nobody's really been none of it's really been proven yet. As she folds out the paper and Gyan, you recognize a headline that Moon has talked with you about.
Oh,
It's in an off corner, just at the like back and bottom right corner of the back page of the paper, different from the headlines, but you can just see some headlines about like this Chad Thunderbolt reports stolen item, blames it on X team, and there's just, and it's just,
Chad, let's go.
and you just see, and it's a lot of what Mina has told you about. Seemingly it seems as if the cases have doubled over the last week, with multiple cases now of reported stolen items and infighting between some Mage Tower teams. Wow, it's really gotten worse. Oh, so you already know. Yeah, I was just slightly worried that some might come for you, considering you're all the talk of the school right now. Yeah, it seems people suspect other participants to be engaging in foul play, but nobody's really gotten to the culprit yet. There's even just one. Beyond, you want to explain to them?
Yeah, Gyan just says, well, Mina told me about it, and according to her, they are currently trying to figure out who it is. She's doing her own investigations for the star.
And well, everyone sees that the scrap of paper, which is just a log, in summary, is just a couple reports of personal items being stolen from prominent Mage Tower players, and some accusations being thrown about by the other players of other teams, and I do hope they solve it fast. I'd rather not have a whole year where bitter rivalry is what motivates people rather than competitive sport.
We should try. Maybe we should try to figure out a way to discourage this kind of stuff and just like encourage more friendly rivalry on the field itself.
That might be a
It's
good
a
idea.
good idea. No. Just that. Well, it's seemingly a small issue for now, but well, you know how it is here. Rumors spread pretty fast, and I mean, a lot of them are baseless, and like I said, it's more just speculation. Some teams are just more motivated to win over the others, and well, you know how these things go. Just talking to Gyan specifically, the actual sports nerd among them. Though I prefer it when the rivalry remains on the field itself, that I'll just be on the lookout, I guess. I don't exactly know how we can help with this, unless the teams themselves seem to be getting a response. I've been keeping to themselves and just making sure that just hope it gets off soon. Anyways, good luck. Stay safe. I'll be taking care of my own things from here and then. And then looking to Arleigh, yeah. I think I'm almost just about recovered.
Just take
Fun
it
sports
easy,
after all. Alright then. See you all. Once somebody's back.
See you now.
Yes, another topic other than let's just go.
More gay, yes.
The party goes to travel to Silvercliff campus again. Any on-the-road banter? Up to you. Or actually, don't mind me.
Oh my!
Okay. Okay, that was just a roll to see something, and it happened. And as you all exit the dorms, everyone, it's just I was just rolling to see if it happened, and it did. Everyone sees like a group of like 5 people, which all seemingly cheer your name, your Mage Tower team name, as you all walk by.
Oh.
It's a group of first years, seemingly. Just
I just wave.
Yeah, wave.
Yeah,
Just
just wave.
away.
one of them swoons.
Wow.
Some of you kind of
Oh my
forget you're all
fucking
you're all pseudo celebrities now.
Just smile and wave, boys. Smile and wave.
Smiling. Oh my god.
This is weird.
You know what?
Sure.
I guess Midnight's
Um,
plan worked.
Oh my
Yeah,
I
the
think
Wings
so.
is one of them. Roll me a charisma check then, sure. I love
I
this.
love
Net one.
That one.
That one.
Of course you love this midnight.
Oh,
Well, it's still a low roll.
you try to wink, and you get one eye closed, but your other eye half closes with it.
Oh, it's those wings.
Kinda.
It's one of that kind of wink.
Ew.
What was that?
Did something hit your eye,
Yeah.
man?
You just have a spasm? You okay? We need to bring you to the nurse?
What are you doing, Gyan? Dust got in my eye.
Oh. Well, that's... Oh, damn.
Well, didn't
Well, that
expect
could be
this
annoying.
to
I hope you...
be at our dorms.
I hope you got the dust out. Yeah, this is weird.
As you all do see, look.
Is Aster there?
happens a bit as it happens a bit after as well, as that was multiple rolls. Yeah, the first one was literally just people waiting outside your dorms. There were then after as you go to like the Archway Commons, one first year points at all of you. They're like, "Look, it's Team Polychrome," and a couple students like turn to look at them. Once you get to Silverquill campus, it seems to calm down as most of them seem to be centralized. We finally have fans, fucking finally. But yeah, you're
They just
all
let out
walking and people
breath
recognize
of
you now.
relief that no more. Oh my god. This is gonna be...
As you do get to Silverquill campus, keep the music since I'm too tired to change it. People walk about, well, in and out. A couple of them looking at you like it starts to calm down by the time you get to Edge campus, but as you get to Silverquill, it's more a lot of hush whispers, and you can notice some people definitely like look at you and make that face of when someone recognizes someone, but they don't really speak. And everyone can roll me insight checks then, sure.
Okay.
Okay.
Feels weird.
Oh my!
Oh, fuck. Yeah, his insight is a flat d20. 16. Not the worst.
Well, as you... just who got... I guess Celeste and Arleigh. Well, as you all walk about and notice the commotion, in Silverquill, it's a lot less of actual, like, adoring and loud fans. But as you kind of, like, pass by some of them, you kind of... you are, of course, Arleigh will go, I guess, yeah. Arleigh kind of hear, like, one whisper of one student who you can't catch the face of in the crowd, just... You feel like you could have heard so good once you join the stage, and then pass by before you... So it's that kind of atmosphere.
Well,
Oh, yep. Fuck him.
To be expected, I guess.
Isn't there
Given some
a spell you can use to
well,
change
where
your
there's
appearance?
fans,
I
there's
think I
always
might need
muscle.
that.
And well, it's a new thing to a lot of you, having actual fans. As you all pass by through crowd, eventually, doing this. There she is. As you pass by, oh god, unexpected. Oh, thanks, map tools error. Okay, it's fine. As you pass by another sand, and you get closer to the setting spires. I assume Midnight's the one leading you all, rather than you all finding your way.
Probably.
I think I left behind Celeste. Oops, come here. As you all pass by, eventually you all... I see you're all here again. As Gyan, you see Mina once more, just passing by the same route she always takes, and... let's do this. Welcome, like scenery.
Oh, hey.
You look at it, Team Polychrome in the flesh.
Oh god, not you too.
Nah, pardon the jest, it's just that, well, probably already heard it. You're all talking to school. Well, you and Firestorm, but it's a bit of both.
Well, we certainly didn't expect to see them right outside the dorms, at least.
Oh, you already got fans then.
That's
You
kind of
could say
creepy,
that.
to be honest.
I'd say very creepy.
Well, it definitely happens. Just gotta get used to it. I guess we roll something. Oh, yep. Now, okay. It gets less in your head after the first 3 times you see it. Mina speaks from experience.
Well, that's reassuring.
Is there a way to just outright get rid of it?
I mean, it could ruin your reputation, but
Yeah.
Yeah, that doesn't sound so fun.
It's part of the course. I'm sure your sponsor probably gave you all a talk about it. Wait. Oh. Right, different case.
Yep.
Yes. You all got a coach?
Kind of, yes.
Kind of. So
We have a Rosie. I don't know if that counts.
so you really are the rookie team. Oh.
We are.
Yep.
Usually the teams would stick around their coach or their sponsor, like an apple to a tree, but you all, from what it seems like to everyone, are just young upstarts who barely look like they have any idea what they're doing, and they're somehow winning. To some, that's an appealing type of story. To others, well, I'm sure you've heard some. What brings you all to campus again? On a fine weekend as well. We're investigating the sending spires. Well, that's something to do when we're heading to the spires right now. Alright. Yeah, think about that. It's... Well, we do have one person working there, so it's probably easy enough. Just a bit, well, crowded right now, let's say.
Crowded.
Just a long list of people wanting to get in. It's the end of the first trimester, and people are looking for a lot of stuff. Sponsorships, advertisements, getting the word of their team out there. And well, like I said, high demand. I'm surprised your team hasn't done really that much considering how popular you already are. It's I'm sure you've already heard it's getting to the Battle of Strixhaven is a lot of, well, to be frank, vanity. The usually you're reviewed by your overall performance throughout the entire year and are informed which team gets to be chosen. Usually people go for tryouts, exhibition matches, or just try to perform in their extracurriculars should there be an entirely new team themselves. It's based on your deeds. And while with the most favored and peer-reviewed teams being the ones chosen for the actual end-of-year battle. You are, quite frankly, one of the top contenders, even though you've all, being honest, have done not as much as the other teams, and probably do something to get higher chances. Well, like I said, since you have one person working there already, it shouldn't be too hard. It's just probably have to weave yourself through a crowd of people, a lot of teams pushing to line up. Hopefully they won't mind a bit of cutting in line. Are you feeling it now? You can join us. Yeah, sure. Alright, well, it's a weekend, just... Let's just moving around to see what I can... see what I can grasp. I suppose I can just try. You know what? Here's the story. I'm currently Mina Lee on a field report right now. Personally witnessing the deeds of one group, Team Polychrome, about on their everyday lives. With this, I think that should provide a decent enough explanation to ward off some of your paparazzi.
Thank you.
That should work.
Yep.
And well, it's not like I don't get anything about it. What I said isn't exactly a lie. Just putting any of your names in the headline sells, you know? Not that I'm using this opportunity to make bank. There are plenty more ways. Paparazzi, I completely forgot about them. Scheming little shit, he jokingly bonks her. And everyone sees Mina chuckle and
Side eye.
Side eye.
I'm right there next to you, bitch.
That's sass! Holy shit, I felt that.
I mean, Arleigh knows what's up from that last roll.
The fucking sass in that tone.
I mean, that's just how I sound like, though.
Anyways, if you're ready to go, I might as well be. Just give us a word. Does the party just go?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Going then. Alright then, and as the party goes... Google Map downloaded? Oh yeah, I did. Let me switch to that. And... let me Roll it again. Please show up first. There we go.
The wallpaper peak.
Oh, I guess it shows up. You don't really get a lot of it anymore. As soon as you pass through campus, it's as you all pass by through campus, it's seemingly pretty quiet as you all muck about and play and walk towards ascending spires. A lot of them are generally located, to your knowledge, Midnight being the one to lead them to your workplace. Around the edges of campus, the closest one and most easily attainable one should be the central spire. There are 5 of them, and the main one is a bit north of the what was this place called again? I think north of Grand Loft Hall, that's what it's called. You all gather up to try and get to one, and eventually let me grab it. So you all gather up, and well, feel free to talk as I organize some tokens. Eventually, we make our way to the ascending spires. So I need to move around some tokens for a bit. Everyone essentially gets a view of what is essentially a very tall, silver spire. Precisely built and cut so that it kind of spirals up, almost like a straight needle to the sky. Let me grab some bonus silver cool tokens. Put them here. Everyone sees a majestically tall tower and a crowd definitely gathering up. Or I don't actually have part of this one, but yeah, it's the big tower. Midnight, got anything to say to them as they view your workplace from below? Isn't this place cool?
It's pretty nice.
And
Yeah.
the tower goes about
high.
probably
It's
more
very
than
high.
50 feet high. Just bare minimum. As you all do pass by a bit of paparazzi and students, let me just do this. Everyone, I guess what would that be? Everyone just roll me a basic charisma checks.
Oh no.
Oh boy. Oh,
Oh my god. And well, as everyone passes by the student body, some of you, with Mina's aid and Midnight being one who actually works here, leading you all forward and before everyone else, you see some of the Mage Tower teams give everyone like a bit of a side eye, like, why did they get to cut in line? And Midnight just... what did Midnight roll? Midnight, you're able to pass it off. You work here. You can announce that you announce to the door, and someone employee who I will not be naming because there are too many comes up from the front desk to greet you. And some people kind of take that as valid, but As Sinetis kind of lags behind Sinetis, you can feel like multiple sets of eyes like glare daggers at the back of your neck, but as you turn around, none of them seem to be staring anymore. And it's
yes.
it's a mixed crowd.
It's fine.
There's definitely
This is
some
used to
tension, but they
being
let
sad.
you pass. They count if you have 2 Silver Quill Scholars among you. Are you guys okay? And the door opens to you, Midnight. Well, I pulled this off, Tamina. Well, it's either you give in to the
It's
pressure,
not
or
good.
you assert that you will not break. Part of how it goes here in this campus. And Midnight's a bit alleviated of it. So we assert dominance. You can call it that. I guess everyone just enters.
Yeah.
As everyone enters the Sending Spires, it's a tower. I couldn't really find that a lot of good maps to represent it, but this was the best. It's a spiraling tower essentially. But as you all go above the stairs, Midnight leads all of you up to a bit of the upper floors. It's a bit of a walk up, but as you all try to observe, there are a couple of windows looking down on campus, and eventually everyone gets at least 20 feet high, and then even higher. It's up to you if you have a fear of heights, but looking out the window certainly does that. And well, a couple of the workers, the staff members, kind of like doubt like what are these people doing? They aren't on the list. And then Midnight presents himself. Mina goes in with her journalism pass, and they let you all get off without a hook. Yeah. It's Xenoblade. To those with the watch along, don't look at music input because the title of the song is a spoiler. But yeah, it's Xenoblade. Well, goddamn, it's a dungeon theme. As you all head about midnight, essentially after you go all the way up, you are greeted by Dana. What are you doing here? It's not your day today. As you just see over at the top desk, everyone sees Heather, who they all recognize at this point, by name maybe, or just by look. But to you, Midnight, you just see Byron walk down to you and just kind of like, yeah, today isn't part of your schedule. Well, pleased to meet you, and Mina Lee of the Strixhaven Star. Might I attend to some business you have? I don't seem to recall any records of any appointments today. If my memory fails me, I apologize, but no, it's all right. I'm here with them. Looking. Everyone looks to you. Team Rainbow in the flesh.
Polychrome, but you're almost there.
Well, everyone just sees Heather essentially managing a bit of the paperwork and some of the fires. And should anyone look at the windows, you are all very high up right now. And well, they don't name them the Spires for nothing.
Sheesh, you all do this every day?
Well, Midnight has I guess, 3 days per week work schedule. Maybe 4, depends on how much he wants. I got used to it. I'll try not to stare out the windows too much.
Easier said than done, but okay.
I fly a lot. I certainly don't fly this high, and you look down and don't worry, we won't fall or anything, maybe.
That's... I don't know if that's us reassuring or...
I mean, I have stuff that can save us, so...
When nobody prepares Featherfall. Well, as you all kind of look about, Byron sees that you're all interested in the architecture and the view down, and just kind of like puffs out his chest for a bit and goes into a bit. I see you're all interested. Well, for those who aren't part of us already, they say that Descending Spires were once personally a project led by Shadrach Silverclone himself. The purpose of which being to relay messages and deliver them across the vast lands of campus. But they are also a symbolic meaning. As our founder once brought down to us, it is our duty as Silverquills to reach the utmost peak there is in our scholarly academics and pursuits of everything we can achieve. The spires and their height symbolize the roaring skies that the dragons fly, and that we, even as mere mortals, through labor and hard work, may be able to one day achieve them. To everyone else, translates to over-completionists. Like, there's the top of the class, then there's the top of the top of the class, and most of them will probably be Silverquills. Do all Silverquills talk this much? Yeah, it's just... always be prepared for a mouthful whenever you talk to them. And, well, yeah, I mean, you're friends with Midnight. Let me find an extended version of this theme prior to the looping. Avoid them mostly. Gotcha. So what's in it for your group this time? Merchandise, advertisement, looking to confess your undying love to a lover you haven't met?
The last one sounds interesting, but no.
That's disappointing. Come on, get the boring stuff out of the way. Got a job to do. You all say you have a purpose here, but have not yet stated. Speak and we may associate on common terms. If you are looking to look into something, the research labs are much more of a fitting place. Hope you have not come here to waste our time. So I have heard about that thing that happened last week. It's more... The bigger question is, who hasn't? You all roughed that place up a bit. Everyone's gotten to talk about it. And, hope your egos weren't bitten off yet by the crowd. They tend to be a bit more superficial. It is certainly true that the Silver Quill does not easily forget a grudge. Rose Stage is a treasured building. My job.
My job.
We want to investigate what happened. The big giant thing. Or did it perhaps smack you too hard? It's gone. What is there to worry about?
Well, it wasn't the giant thing that we were worried about, but something that happened while it was there.
There was something interfering with the sending stone.
Interference with sending.
And some sort of spear around the area
Okay, I
with
guess.
a purple glimmer to it.
Okay, sure. Murdock, Gyan, and Midnight, you three roll me a group persuasion check.
I am so sorry.
Oh! You were saying?
Huh?
You were
Huh?
saying?
Inspiration.
Murdock carries this. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh,
You
Oh
already
my fucking god.
I
somehow.
Love it.
I can get one of y'all mine. Oh wait, nope.
Oh well.
Yeah, never mind.
Surprisingly, Murdock is the one to get through them more than the actual eloquent ones in the party. And just say that. And you're investigating by looking into the spires themselves as if they have something to do with it. Speak then.
exactly.
Interference. During the day, you just see everyone just sees Heather like flip about some pages. We didn't really get much signals passing through. It was evening when it happened, so most of the students and faculty were asleep. A couple, like three messages sent afterwards, but none of them seemingly reported any interference. Accounts of what happened on that day or that night. And that. And what do you need it for? He looks down to all of you. Any interference, I assure you, we run our job smoothly here.
Was Gyan typing something or?
Byron was, Heather was asking, yeah, there wasn't seemingly much traffic through the spires that night it happened. A couple messages sent, but all of them after the event. Nothing seemingly was transmitted during the whole time the Rose Stage debacle happened, and Byron just says that if it was an inquiry about how well they're running their job, he assures you all that they're doing it smoothly and there are no complications.
Maybe the weird spear has something.
Here. Let me get.
Seemed to go away
Let's
once
just.
the thing was disappeared.
Let's just turn this back on. Let's start from the beginning then, so we can have a clearer picture. That might have been a problem. Yeah. You are a recorder, right? Lee? Yeah, I am. Please, may I ask you to please transcribe what is about to be discussed? And what do I get out of it? Accelerated procedure on the star's latest processing. Sweet. Alright then. Oh. You heard the big cat. Start talking. And Mina pulls out a notepad. Explain the situation is what Byron is asking. Just get a clearer picture of what exactly happened. You. This is a skill challenge. How eloquent is the party? This is technically a recap. It is.
Oh god.
Oh god. I have one in charisma. don't think
I
should
have a
do it.
-2. So no, I'm not doing it.
Still have a plus
Gyan, you
2.
do it. You are the bard.
Well,
I mean,
it's
we
multiple
have the
phases.
free
Who
15,
Okay.
but I don't know. Should we use that?
who does the start first? It's multi-phase. Who does the start?
Oh no.
It can be the same person all the way through, or you could mix it about. First, what happened? Just start from the beginning. That's what's being asked first. I'm not saying which role it is, just that the first thing they're asking is, what was the situation to all of you?
I mean,
And one person can aid. Essentially, I guess I could say this. Yeah, there'll be 3 phases, 3 skill checks. Each can do one person all the way through or mix and match, but one person can only give help once. Okay, is anyone aiding?
I
Okay, you can only give help once throughout this encounter, essentially. That is a possibility.
could help by just how much Arleigh's observed.
Oh god. A social encounter?
When you need public speaking skills, even in the game.
Ew, people. Okay, who starts us off then? Final decision. Rolls on that one. Roll initiative. Nah. Okay, Celeste starts us off by recounting what happened during the night. And who aids? Murdock. Okay. As well, I guess this is me asking. Celeste, actually give me a recap. Or you two can, but I guess Celeste will be the forefront of it. Even just a couple sentences can work, so we don't take too much time, but how it started. Right now, it's just based on fact. What happened? No need to convince them if it's real or not, just what happened. Let me actually open the DMG on the social encounters page. Oh. So Kadoras organized this contest about stacking mascots, and a lot of Mage Tower teams were participating, including us. While we were at it, the pests started fusing with each other until they formed this giant enemy pest. Again, does Murdock or Yasu want to add to that, or just running with it? You give the help. You give help either way. Just seeing if you wish to actually add anything more. Right now, it's just fact. What happened? When did it happen? Who was present? After the pest fused into a giant thing, I tried to use my sending stone to alert more people. It was slower than usual. Okay then, with that being the case, Celeste, because of Murdock's aid, roll me history with advantage.
Oh boy. Ooh.
Okay, that is a 20. Let's see. Okay, they are currently being swayed. Alright then. And this creature was taken care of. The contest has been concluded. We have gotten an written apology from the Muddlewear himself, notifying that nobody was seriously, permanently injured during the event. Sending stone being slower was a new occurrence. We have not seen a report of that. But okay, second phase, essentially get a read on them. Try and essentially get into their mentality. See if you can pick an angle of conversation to work around so that you can convince them easier.
Wait, what?
Arleigh, do it. I have said hints on what the checks actually will be, and this one's probably the most obvious one. The first one was facts. This one, let's see.
Okay then. Go wisdom person. So what's the thing basically? Yeah?
Well, if you are going to do it, you actually need to convince them. What do you say to convince them or read into them? Who's aiding?
Let me think about this.
Actually talk. Even if it's not a full thing, just what your idea is, how Arleigh is trying to do it. Get a read on them and try to essentially segue them into a more comfortable and favorable position to all of you. Worried about this unexplained phenomenon is so the faculty could deal with it, maybe. You could try that. Just how would Arleigh word it or do it?
I'm just...
Already takes 15 seconds to beat out some glass, takes 10 minutes to speak 2 sentences. Snow is buffering. I mean, if it... I mean, all of your abilities are still there with you if you think anything may help. Just everything you have is still available. In case you think it somehow might help. I don't... Just Can I heroism Arleigh? I suppose so. What does it do? Just retype me what exactly heroism does, see if it actually does have a visible effect. Does heroism get rid of social anxiety? A willing creature it touches imbued with bravery until the spell ends. Oh, sure, I can let that have something, an effect. Okay, I'm gonna do that. Alright then, that's Gyan's way of helping you, Arleigh.
Nice.
And finalize with me what you're trying to do / say.
Let me just make sure I don't click send immediately because habit of typing
It's the
fast.
most intense encounter in Strixhaven. Talking.
It's not writing an entire speech.
Word combat. Roll initiative for a debate. Word combat. It's word combat. Hell yeah. He has 15 hit points left. All you need to do is execute a perfect sentence.
Okay, I think I got it now. I'm gonna just send it here.
Listen, words are hard.
Yeah, words are
You are
hard.
in Silverquill. You are in Silverquill.
I'll just add a bit more to the sending stone and what Gyan basically just said, so here.
Sending stone to what seemed to be happen to fight to finally register the message. Usually just registers immediately. We were worried about this phenomenon. Maybe the faculty might have something to do with it. Okay,
Or deal
and...
with it. Deal with it is better.
Alright then. And for this, it's a first level spell, so yep. The Sending Stone story is new. I haven't gotten a case of it. What you're saying is true. It could be much more than we are initially thinking. From our side, issues seem to have stopped us the moment the beast have fell. Random occurrences like that aren't too uncommon on Strixhaven campus, with rogue magical experiments going awry and, well, pests and other such creatures eating things that they shouldn't. And this is your case. And Arleigh, roll me insight with advantage and add a d4.
A d4 or...
Yep, roll me insight with advantage and you can add a d4 for Gyan spending a spell that could fit.
I'll just roll with advantage first.
Yep, advantage and... Yep. Wait. You could use your painting, yeah.
That would be a 15 plus a 7.
Plus insight, plus you can still add d4.
Yeah.
Yep, that is something you can use. You have to call it. Do you want it? Up to you.
I mean, it would be better if we use it here.
You're trying to get them on your side and
Party
believe
from
your
here.
story.
Do it.
It's your item. You decide what to do it with.
Yeah. I'll use the 15 here.
Okay, so you use the 15, add your insight mod, turns it into what? 15 plus, what's your insight?
7.
6? 7? So 15 plus 7, that would be a 22, so you can just roll me a d4 plus 22? Okay, so it's 23, which is... I mean, it's good.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so from those 2 successes, the party has managed to convince the Sending Spire crew to go from indifferent to friendly. I see your point. It is certainly a thing that could turn into a bigger issue should be left behind. Now, here's the thing. We currently have a lot of our plate going on as it is. We could spend some time looking into our own resources, but we'll have to either delay or reschedule some of the requests of the other teams. We need to make absolutely sure that this is a matter worth looking into. Okay, final phase. Actually get them on your side. Who's doing it? Mid. And that's Sinetis as this thing.
Uh-oh, that's not good.
Oh god.
What do I do? I just got back. Now you're actually trying to... Okay, the Ascending Spires are busy. There's paparazzi, there's sponsorships, there's trade deals being agreed with. You have convinced them that this might be worth looking into. Now you just need to actually get them on your side and perhaps find a workaround that actually lets them help you while still being able to do their job. They're convinced that you do have a point. They are seeing your side of the story. Now it's just the matter of working a bargain or working a compromise between actually completing the requests of what the entire school and teams have been requesting of Spires, and while helping you in your thing. Saying it change anything? It actually does, yeah. It's a passive thing that I've taken into account, yeah. Essentially, the DC is lowered for midnight.
That's nice.
Because he's actually an employee here. You could use stuff that might help with it. If you have a spell that can help, an ability that might be able to help with that, just letting it open for people to be freely able to use their abilities and such. I used Action Surge to speak twice as fast. Nah, that won't work. Fighters are just for fighting.
Yeah, not made for talking. No. That 7 charisma says that as well.
Well, thankfully, you being there offers enough help anyway.
Yeah, just standing there, staring off into the distance. Yeah.
Okay. Hi, still typing, so yeah. Let's see. Party's done well so far. Very well, actually. I love this theme. I can't say the title of it because, yeah, fuck. But this is one of my favorite themes from the game. This is just exploration music. And I thought it fits. But I won't say why because, once again, spoilers. I know it's very busy here, but please think about this might turn into something even bigger. I'm new to this job and I don't know very much about Spires, so having the both of you help us will be very helpful. Okay. One final... Okay, Sinetis, do you do anything that might help other than just being there for midnight?
I sit there and nod along with what he's saying.
Nod
Humma,
along.
humma. He just goes humma,
So
humma.
just a basic help action then.
I could give you an inspiration if she goes bad, so I do still have that.
Sure, in this case, I would allow it. Using Sinetis' inspiration instead. Okay, if we are going that route, I think we all know. Roll me one final persuasion check to get the sending spires on your side with advantage because of Sinetis. If we really need to, okay.
Oh, no, you don't need my inspiration.
So I think every
Nice.
single roll has broken a 20. Has it? I think it has. Yup.
Yeah.
And of course, and the DC was already lowered too, so... Okay. Party actually does have some speaking skills. As... Midnight. Great job nodding. best member of the team.
Thank you.
Moral support.
Yeah.
As... 20 and 2 23s. Yeah, that is very good. Congrats, as Byron does say that
No.
you're right. You may be a new recruit, but that does not change the fact your points are valid and your claims are solid enough. We still need to look into the validity of these. Perhaps a physical inspection of the stone, if you would allow us to see if it is truly part of the signal defect of that item, or and you are looking to get something out of this as well. From what I can tell, it doesn't seem to be any malevolent reasoning. You simply wish for the benefit of the entire school, which is admirable. I can grant you that. Fine then. We could spend some time right now looking into the archives and see if there were any energy spikes or dips in the sendings in the spires themselves, but they would take the time that me and Heather here already have. Don't think just the two of us alone can get this done in the afternoon without compromising the requests of the rest of the student body, unless you are willing to part some of your time for the day to aid with this research, essentially. We can do that. And well, it does involve needing the rest of the party there, as for now it's currently just Heather, Byron, and a couple other no names stationed right now, so what we're asking for a full depth dive would take a bit of time if it was just them. Does the party join along? No names? Look, there is a fuck ton of students in this school. I'm not... Yeah.
Yep.
Let's go. So, research montage? Yes.
Research montage.
Okay then. As the party... Okay, so everyone participates?
I guess so.
Yep. As the party participates and looks into the archives, trying to see if there were any rogue patterns to be detected from the spires, as Byron and Heather both grabbed the transcript of records, the messages being transmitted, from which spire was sent into whom, but not exactly the contents of the message, as some of them were requested to be private. Some of the public ones you go over. There's one about a local silk ball member confessing his love to a person in the opposite college. Yada yada, a lot of the same stuff. There's some public announcements about grades, some students that need to go to the detention bog, and I guess just everybody roll me a group investigation check. Everyone rolls once. And Mina, by Byron's command, is just here chronicling all of this. Where it essentially, Gyan is pulling the weight. Is Gyan gonna be better at Midnight's job? Friendship. $26. Okay, just everyone. Never mind. And student, I mean, the group. It is a group check. I am accounting everyone. Yeah, if you actually do wish to continue to boost it. In group check mechanics. 20. Just okay. Oh, okay. 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 Nobody talk again right now. Everyone just send their results. No other messages attached. 17, 26, 20, 19, 7, and 6. Well, thankfully, 4 out of 6 is enough. As the party spends a bit of time, probably like an hour, maybe a bit less, Mina studies along, notes everything for Byron in exchange for getting the free pass of the star to the front page. Mina is very much cheeky right now at getting a favor from Byron, almost as if these two have some sort of rivalry going on between them. The journalism club and the radio station have a rivalry. And well, as the party goes to investigate and look about, indeed, okay, that is 4 out of 6, which is a very good result. Minimum needed was 3 people passing the check, but with 4, you get some more juicy stuff. All right then. As the party gathers back on what it is that they have found, Byron reports back to the rest of the party that seems your suspicions were partly correct. There have been some anomalies in the transmission of the Spires recently. Subtle, but with your insight, we were able to locate some of them. There is indeed a record of descending spell attempted to be cast through Silverpool campus. We presume that is. Do you actually let them, like, fiddle with the stone, Murdock? Byron assured us only just for checking its frequencies and everything, yeah. The stone itself doesn't seem to be malfunctional at all. It's clearly working. Although, it does kind of look to you, Murdock. I do apologize that if you are planning on using it. It's essentially he is saying you that to test that the stone is working and record its own. It had to use the charge of sending in it if that was fine. That's fine. Yeah, because that actually leads to the conclusion of it is indeed as if there was a small moment of delay and during the same time as when that well, he'll call it the amalgam, just it's more convenient to call it that. There was a brief moment of interference coming from seemingly as the message was being transported to the Silvercool campus itself, as if transmission was just delayed for a split minute. It was barely enough time to be recognizable. Lasted not a full minute according to our records here. We couldn't, without any of your pretenses, we could have just recorded it as a minor anomaly, but it is indeed existing. The timing matches your reports. It seems to have been the record at the time is being transported to Central Campus. You're sending stone to Rosie Murdock, or at least passing through it. We have ordered the interference to be somewhere involving Central Campus, since it was transported through that frequency tower. It is present. that it existed. I would like to thank you all for putting this rumor to the truth, as you, the light of your insight happens to reveal perhaps one fault in Spires that we may have not seen before. While I am a prideful man, I am not one to ignore my mistakes. I apologize for not taking this into account sooner. Oh, what is this fault you're talking about? It's a buffer, from what we could tell. The spires themselves transport among some various antennae throughout the various campuses. Most of them are sent from here through Silvercool campus and relayed through, what's it called? A breaker? What? I know electronics terms, just a central antenna at central campus that distributes the messages along the same paths where the bridges run across to transport them to the other campuses, basically, and that they seemingly essentially trace back a lot of the messages running through and running some. I don't know how to translate electronics terms into magical stones, but essentially there was some buffer on Silvercool campus and Central that delayed that message, and that it only lasted for about a minute, but the coincidence of the timing is strange now that you pointed it out, as it was the entire minute that the amalgam showed up. Otherwise, they might have ruled it just as a random hiccup in the system, but it does coincide with the timing. And he does mention that it is not the fault of Spires. We have conducted some basic diagnostics and the Spires are running fine. It is some sort of interference that we might have gotten through the process. The towers themselves run based on signals being transmitted through the various antennae and the Spires themselves. Anything that could interfere needs to be able to interfere with either the ley lines connecting the spires to each other or has some innate control over psionic magic and divinate. It could be somewhere on Central Campus or Silvercool himself. The duration was barely long enough to identify anything specific. It could take some time to truly narrow down the cases of potential suspects, if any, even. Perhaps a weather storm, a local snarl gone haywire. It could start anywhere, but for now, we have been made aware of the issue. Could Amalgamate's magical sensing have anything to do with this? Well, I do think that the magical sensing thing might have influence with it. It seems a bit too far-fetched, in my opinion, to think that that thing alone could interfere with a signal being transmitted through entire campus. Maybe it was a gravity for magic in the area, and that's why, but I don't know, it's just gut feeling within me that it might not have been the only one. Anyways, thanks for your insight. We are definitely going to look into this further. For now, our schedule's a bit too tight. Too tight to probe further at the moment. For you, Lee, I will allow this front page story you wish to transmit. What is it? We can organize that now and save us a bit of time. Oh, that's great then. Happy to be of business to you, Goldmane. It's the cases of missing items reported among the Mage Tower participants. Those rumors again. What basis do you even have in them? Well, reported cases always specifically mention as a man has totaled to 5 now. The targets seem to always be wielders of magical items, particularly those which could be used in either everyday life of the student it was taken from, or something that could be theorized to be helpful in Mage Tower. I read that. I was hoping we could get an announcement throughout campus warning the rest of the teams to be on guard and not to rat any or not rat anyone out, engage with one another and let proper authorities and faculty deal with this. Should any that could certainly pose an issue. Mage Tower event is built on trust and relationships. Fine then, we can transmit that signal. Just give me the transcript you wish. We'll organize a time to read it out. Gladly then. And he looks at the party. Thanks for this. Dealing with multiple issues at once is not favorable. Should we get this done and the situation with Spires sorted out, we'll be able to defeat two birds with one stone. I did say I would help, Sin. You. Hare. I'll look over here, Midnight. Looks to you. You've done well. I think, as current chief of Spires, I'll put in a word to get your voice. Not scratching someone's workplace has its benefits. Yo, thank you very much. And as they say thank you, feel free to just use this moment to talk to each other or roleplay for a bit as my food is here. And short pause then. Talk to each other whenever you wish, or just take a break yourselves. Oh, that went smoothly. It actually really did. That was probably the best case scenario that could have happened. Wow, not trashing someone's workplace actually has benefits. Okay, now I'll go to nothing for a bit. BRB. Just whisper that so they don't hear. Okay, is the party back? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Recording still here? Or not TT. Huh? Alright, and as the sending Spires analyzation concludes, Byron just says that they will look into it now and it might take a bit of time just to see what happens. And Mina looks to you, Gyan, and just says that, well, I think I'm gonna be staying behind. I have a transcript to write. But everything is you're all doing. All's fair in Mage Tower, but you better make it to the finals. Good luck with that. Hope those have some help. Oh, you have no idea. She is gonna whisper to you. Remember when I told you you weren't the only one? Oh. You know what? Jan will hug her to assert dominance. Byron pretends to not have eyes. Same, Byron, same. Well, everyone sees this now. So about asserting dominance, whispers as he lets go. Well, you're getting the hang of it. You're getting the hang of it quick. She, she walks up and still keeps that professionalism you know Mina to always accept, but now you know the information of yeah. I'm just please refrain from flirting in my workplace. So about that intimacy you mentioned. Too late. Does Gyan just up and come out with it? Insert Maria scene. I wish I could ban you from visiting the Silverclaw campus. Too bad you can't. Manifest sunglasses. Feel free to talk or just start heading out then. Okay, let's take the battering somewhere else then. You'll get one too. Probably. Pat pat. Sinetis there. I don't want one. Sure. And now everyone gets the realization that 50% of the party isn't single anymore. Right, let's just go, please. It's starting to become a minority in here, Midnight. The population is dwindling. Anyways. I'll get one too, eventually. Maybe sooner rather than later. Me and Midnight are the only survivors. This is like Jenny all over again, wrong. That's okay. You don't count. Anyways, as the party starts heading down, let's see again. You know, everyone roll me another charisma check. Oh god, uh-oh. The crowd is still there. Oh wow. Oh wow. I am just gonna quietly, yeah. Ah, you love to see it. Coffee up. My bad for carrying all this. Everyone sees the crowd just silent. It's Sinetis. What did you expect? And let me just double check something. Okay, Sinetis, let's not put you in paparazzi next time. As everyone just kind of like sees and looks at the crowd as you all exit for a bit, a lot of them seem to like stare at you as it was very much obvious that you all heading in kind of delayed whatever it is they're doing. The line is seemingly probably twice as long now as when you first entered it, as Mina was right that Ascending Spires has a lot of demand currently, and as you're all kind of like trying to now without Mina's help, now you kind of just have to kind of like surf the crowd, try not to bump into each other too much. Some people are staring at the giant green robot. Some people are looking down and giving some space to the undead fox. You know what? Are you doing something? And well, I'll wild shape into a cat to avoid collision. You know what? Sure. Just hope nobody steps on you. But yeah, I guess roll me acrobatics as a cat. Oh, okay, that's a much easier answer then. Then you don't need to. Can Marlet roll charisma too? Sure. The familiars roll charisma. And Marlet. Yeah, the familiars are just gonna rely on all of you to be their talkers. Anyways, I was about to say, as you're all kind of surfing the crowd now, since Mina's without you all, it's a bit harder to get across the crowd and people are bumping into each other. Yeah, everyone seems to be taken at least with a bit of respect, but Sinetis, you could swear that the daggers that were staring at you are just multiplying even more now. Oh, the familiars will higher than Sinetis. The crowd does not like Sinetis right now. Even Marlet, who rolled a 1. I mean, yeah. Anyways, as you were all passing by here, a couple of people bump into each other, and as the crowd is colliding with each other, I guess Sinetis and Murdock roll me athletics, as people are just kind of like bumping into each other, trying to pass along. You could swear you two get well, like 1 or 2 shoves that were very much not an accident. Oh my god! All the luck went to the negotiation. All the luck went to the negotiation, and Sinetis stole it all back. This is hilarious. I'm trying to narrate it, but when you roll stuff like a 0 and a 26 or whatever, I need a breather just from seeing these rolls.
You rolled a -1, then proceeded to roll a nat 20.
I wish I had a map prepared for this, but this is hilarious. This is all just happening in the imagination because it's just getting out of the tower. But yeah, there's a crowd and...
You know what, I'll give Murdock my inspiration.
Before that does happen, everyone sees Murdock disappear into the sea of faces. Like, what? Oh god. And drop down. Sinetis, since you decided to roll then 20, or you can roll me perception for Murdock.
Oh,
this is gonna be... What is it?
So this is how drowning feels like. Decent. Think you can spot that familiar green skin somewhere, just a bit like a good 15 feet off from all of you.
I'm gonna just grab Murdock.
As he this time span of like 4 minutes. As it grab Murdock, you could swear you're like, we'll make perception Murdock then, since while you were on the ground. Oh my god!
Bro, what?
I don't want to update
Again?
I'm sorry! I didn't mean to.
I am trying to narrate things, but this chat is so bipolar with its dice rolls right now.
Oh my
What
fucking
even
god.
is-
Shadow want to update that message.
I just can we take like 10 seconds to just process and breathe?
Oh my god.
So we had a -1, 2 zeros, a nat 20, and now a nat 1 in like 5 minutes.
Ray, your sense of humor never change.
Mistress Fate.
I love this.
I was about to say, Murdock, you could have tried to get a glimpse of who. Like at this point, you knew somebody intentionally shoved you in Sinetis, but now you tried to spot them and you disappeared. They disappeared out of sight.
You know what? Fuck it. Take my inspiration. Look for that bastard.
Rated dice clowns. Sure, I'm doing that right now.
Reroll that perception to see if you can find him.
Do I
Oh,
lose the
no.
sunglasses from the shove? Oh, I possibly, yeah. It was a 0, yes.
Oh god.
I don't know how I would be.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
D20 plus D100.
Roll the fireball center on yourself.
Oh no.
Do it, I fucking dare you.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh, it's a 2 as well.
Oh, that's a good one. Oh,
Let me
yeah.
check.
Come on, kill these fuckers.
Oh boy.
If anyone gets it, I'm in
My
close
God.
where are
range.
Let
the
me
other
grab
songs,
Murdock.
guys?
I'll try to get through Murdock, who is now like a bit like 10 feet away from you. Is mid-sport plays. Okay, let me check. Oh my god, it's that roll.
Oh, I like
Wait,
the
let me
sound
just
of
let me just take some time to process this.
that. Oh,
Let me-
please do something.
Let me do some reading. When I said don't jinx it.
Prepare
Okay.
sheep water.
Murdock, roll me a d10.
Uh-oh.
3. Alright then. Okay, as Sinetis, by the time... Okay. Unless, yeah, is it? By the time you reach Murdock Sinetis, you can see Murdock tripping the fuck out.
Oh no!
Wait.
And then roll me... Her eyes are literally swirling rainbow right now. She is not moving. She is just sitting,
Oh no.
lying down, snow angel on the ground. Roll
Oh,
me another
no.
d10.
Oh my god.
8. Let me check.
Oh no.
Oh god!
Uh-oh. Oh no, what is... Uh-oh.
Can I?
Murdock, roll me an unarmed strike against Sinetis.
Oh,
Uh-oh.
Because the roll we just got
oh my!
is that Murdock.
No way! Shit.
Oh
Does
my
that-
god.
Does that do like 1 damage then? Wait, what's your strike? What's your unarmed strike damage? Is it -1? -1?
Does 0 damage?
Does 0 damage!
So this doesn't even flinch. He just looks down.
Because Murdock is confused for 1 minute, as if affected by confusion.
Oh no.
Oh my god.
The crowd sees Murdock trying to punch Sinetis, and succeeding, but not being hurt.
Yeah,
Another D10.
Oh god, another one.
We're doing this for the whole minute. 4.
Can I
And-
just
Can
pick
I-
Murdock up
Can I
and
help
throw him on my
Sinetis try to
shoulder?
like stop
and
her?
Murdock's back to tripping balls.
Okay, yeah, while that's happening, I'm gonna just pick up
Go,
Murdock and
go,
throw
go,
him
pick
on
her
my
up before the
shoulder.
Go,
paparazzi sees
go.
even more of this.
That's what I'm gonna do. Yeah, let's get out of here.
As you drag Murdock away, okay, you could have dragged her away from the crowd then, and roll me
Yeah.
another D10. God, this...
Wait.
I want part of this. 9.
Oh god.
Okay, for 6 seconds, Murdock, you can react normally. 6 entire seconds, go. What the fuck is happening? I assume you put on the shades. Yes. Okay, somebody... I can allow that to have been...
Well, I got 6 seconds to explain to you. You're tripping ass right now.
Okay, and before the shades get put on, one last D10. 9.
9.
Oh, okay, it's fine.
Okay.
That was the same roll.
You're good.
And now you're all just... let me shift this back then.
This whole time, Sinetis' face hasn't changed. He's still just he's just deadpan. He's annoyed.
Let me just do this for a bit. No, what you're saying, but pat. And that may switch us back to just regular. Eventually, you all can get yourself a distance away from the crowd now and just near a little quiet space. And everybody puts Murdock down on the bench.
So, how you feeling?
Do not take off my fucking shades.
Noted.
Noted.
Can I
Am I
glue
still
them
on
onto
Mid's
your
shoulder?
face?
I guess so, yeah.
You know what I want to do? You know those sling things that you put on
Oh
glasses?
yeah, with the glasses, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm tempted to give.
I'll just
Murdock-
make Murdock look like an old lady.
Yes, that's the point.
Or those glasses that are basically headbands, so they never get off her face.
Okay, so note to self, the party has admirers and also, yeah. One of those.
Honestly,
It's just-
I'm not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing.
I mean, you've made it? Question mark. I mean, if you're far enough in the high enough in the social ladder where you get paid, or I think that means you made it. Mostly good. And you do realize that Murdock was like down for like a good 10 seconds on the ground. You just try to rush her out of there. You're not even sure if you got everything.
As a cat, I'll just gesture to Murdock about gesture to all of her. This is, I don't know how should I interpret, like, check your things. Maybe use her tail as a pointer.
Check yourself. I'm gonna do that. I guess just roll, or would that be investigation with advantage because it's yourself?
Also, I am now on Midnight's head.
As you kind of like check about what, okay, my homework is still there, good. My money is, okay, safe, nobody took my wallet. My glasses, definitely intact. Hat, still fresh. Everything mostly seems to be there. Your coat is there, your bag is there. You feel a bit lighter, probably because you were knocked out until you were, and then you... No, that's not because you were knocked out. You check your bag again and rummage through it.
Uh-oh.
Well, all of your books seem to be there, except one.
Oh no.
Kind of your most important one. Your spell book is gone.
Oh no!
Fuck!
I mean, if you want, I could look for it? Question mark. I don't know how that would work though.
Motherfucker, fucking bitch!
I'm assuming
Arleigh, roll me another perception yourself.
Okay.
I'll give you advantage because of the height. As if you need it.
Come on, come on.
Well, that's an
Oh
18.
my god.
What you notice is Murdock's not the only one traveling light.
Uh-oh.
Oh
Uh-oh.
boy, who?
Where did Sinetis put his bag of holding again?
You! Okay, I didn't notice this. Okay, wait a minute.
I'm gonna drop that and fiercely just scratch on wherever Sinetis would put that bag.
I am going to fucking kill that person!
Oh. Sinetis just looks back towards the spire, summons Arcing Brand, and starts heading in that direction.
Oh god.
I'll
you see
follow-
Sinetis rush through your
I'll
workplace
follow
with a sword.
Sinetis, but then I'll jump on his hand just to say, don't hold that sword while you're there.
Gyan will put himself in front of
I am
Sinetis.
going back! Oh god.
Calm down, we can go to Lost and Found.
You think they're gonna put it in the fucking Lost and Found?
I mean, I can just be Akka right now in case we need to go.
Let's go.
Yeah, I'll stay on Sinetis'
Calm
hand
down,
until he
this is the
sheathes that
only way I
sword.
can cast spells! I mean, I guess for reference, Murdock has an entire month to only use the spell she already prepared for the day. After that month is gone,
You still have your knowledge of your
oh,
spells.
Murdock, want to enjoy being a sorcerer for a few days? Maybe more? Yeah. Oh god.
I mean, I don't think we really had much in the bag of holding, but that's still something.
It's
we
still the
might
bag of
need.
holding.
Yeah, that's something we might fucking need. Yeah, Sinetis, he just sheathes Arcing Brand, but he's still heading in that direction. So the sword is visible, but he's just not holding it.
Tonight, Sinetis is running around your campus wielding a giant
I am
sword.
staying on your shoulder.
I'm carrying my dagger. We have to go back.
Maybe it's a good thing I turn into a cat so I won't lose a book.
Not just any book, literally what makes the wizard class work.
Yeah.
We have to go back.
Well, let me just put stolen on the bag of holding.
Owlin. Wait, remember what Mina said. Don't do something stupid.
My reputation.
What
is
do you
something
think? I was fucking out!
Yeah, I don't think I noticed. I was facing away from Murdock.
Did people even tell Sinetis that he's also missing something?
I mean,
Sinetis, please do not
Um,
ruin a reputation.
I mean, I keep the bag of holding on my waist, so that'd be something I might notice.
I guess you can roll the insight with Arleigh then.
Okay.
I guess advantage since Arleigh is technically helping you.
What was it? Insight?
Yeah, I can give you advantage because Arleigh is technically helping you.
oh,
And that can probably be enough.
Yeah.
Ah, shit!
okay, question. Can I recognize Murdock's book by... Let me just see this thing again.
Smell?
Yeah.
That cats have good smell. You
Yeah, cats have clean
Probably.
smell.
You are a good distance away. like a 5-minute walk away from where you were, at least.
We can guess where we lost it.
I mean, once we're there, I
You
can
only
try
noticed it
sniffing for it.
now.
Yeah.
Once we're there, I can try sniffing for it. Cat.
I mean, at the one good side of Witherbloom is you can always smell what their stuff is.
Yeah, that's...
Murdock got a stinky spell book.
I mean, Murdock. I don't think Murdock even has a good sense of smell.
Yeah, that was established when she rolled. You have an excellent sense of smell, and her room smelled like shit.
He does not. Okay. What the fuck does the party do?
Go
back.
Yes.
Go, 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 go. Does everyone just come running?
Yeah. That's a dumb question.
Can Cat Arleigh sniff it out? You can and try all the way from here?
Let's start
That's gonna be a
once
long
we're
shot.
there, like at the Silver Pool.
Yeah, not here. Yeah. First of all, you all go back.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, as you all go back, let me just make a couple edits to the map real quick as we have gone from haha funny encounter. Oh shit, the wizard isn't a wizard anymore.
If we can't find it, you have a month to write down your spell.
You have a month to rewrite all of your spells, all of them costing money.
Yeah. Oof. I mean, you could just... Yeah. Yeah, never
Let me
mind.
switch things up. It'll take the party a good few minutes to run back again, half as much if you're running, so you can have a bit of conversation as I'm moving.
How many spells did Murdock even have?
Yes.
Oh, fuck.
Rosie's Bond Boon! Murdock gets there before everyone else.
Expeditious retreat.
You're actually doing it?
Yeah, why not?
Okay, Murdock and Sinetis both arrive in around the same time. I have a total of 22
Do
spells.
I technically also be there? Because I'm on Sinetis' shoulder.
Yeah.
Yep, yeah. Okay, let me just do something real quick as I'm moving stuff around. But yeah, everyone can have a free moment of conversation before everything happens.
So, how you feel?
How you feeling?
How much do spell books cost?
Not a lot, but it's the spells that...
Yeah.
I'll just start.
I wonder.
I'll just start dropping
The
down
fun
to
part
the
about
floor.
it isn't a normal spellbook either. It's a magic. It's a. What? That was a fucking gift too.
So I'm guessing the person who took it is not going to get off with a "Oh, I'm sorry, I took your book." Am I right?
Fuck no.
Yeah, I thought so.
Casually starts finding a scent. Okay, you can all have a bit of conversation first before the others arrive. As I'm finishing up. Okay, I'm gonna be ready in about 10 seconds. Oh wait, wrong campus.
You got you got a chaotic neutral wizard. Yeah, someone's getting hurt.
I'll have another dead body.
Actually, a chaotic neutral wizard who's itching to test out a certain acid spell. So yeah.
Please don't do anything stupid.
And is gonna have a friend.
Depends on what level. Yep. The worst thing that can happen to a wizard is a destroyed spellbook.
Yeah. That's why if I end up multi-classing Sinetis into wizard, I already know what I'm gonna do. I don't know if I will yet. Half that if the spell is necromancy, if I remember correctly. So 25, 50.
How much how okay, while I'm finishing up organizing your tokens, let's calculate the value of Murdock's spellbook. Okay, there we go. Okay, so before everyone else arrives, there are a couple minutes where Murdock and Sinetis can mess around and try and find who the fuck done it. Who done it? What is Murdock's? What is Murdock's net worth? 1,200 GP.
Yeah, that's a lot. And then all the time it's going to require to write down every single spell.
I mean, on the bright side, you keep your cantrips. Yay! Yay!
Yay!
Yay!
Yay!
Your cantrips are fully memorized, so, yay!
Woohoo!
Great. Okay, so I can shape water.
Hey, you can splash people in combat now.
Okay, so you all go back to Silverquill to the entrance of the Spires and see a bit of the crowd starting to disperse. The line is still there, but as you kind of go here, you see a couple of familiar faces. A lot of them being your Silverquill peers, but as you are here, you all have a couple moments to look around before the others arrive. Now to find that fucker.
Yeah.
Hey, fuckers!
Can I? Here's a
People,
question for you, Violet.
people start looking at you too.
I'll just face
I'm
palm
just,
as a cat.
I'm holding arcing, like I'm leaning it on my shoulder.
Oh god.
But I'm also like, I have booming blades, so the fucking blade is just shimmering.
Oh my...
Roll me intimidation
Are
with
you-
advantage. Roll me. Okay, sure. I can allow this to be a strength-based intimidation.
Oh. Oh yeah, that's nice.
D20 plus your strength mod plus if you're proficient in it. Intimidation. I can also give you advantage. Oh, so people are raising their eyebrows like, okay, this dead person is just shouting, hey fucker, some asshole stole my spellbook and I want that shit back. Sinetis is pulling out a sword and starting to brandish it with magic. At this point, everyone else has arrived. To see a crowd just starting... Come the fuck here, we almost hurt you. It isn't working, because Sinetis. This is technically like Lava's dream! Everyone catches up to see Murdock and Sinetis committing terrorism. Sinetis... You got a lot of eyes on you. That's at least working.
Okay,
spell
do
book.
I...
A magic bag. Hand it over.
See what you see? The answer is probably yes.
I'll run up to Shivadri. with it just...
Arleigh
with just
hops off you
just
and
a
just...
desperate
yeah.
like, tug
As
on her
Shiva-
thing.
As Jafadri is walking up closer to the voices she recognizes, you just walk up to her and oh, hello there. Oh, Arleigh?
Frantically nods and just tugs on her thing.
Alright then, it's an emergency, or you drag her to the two?
Yeah.
You know what? I'm gonna do this then.
Oh no.
Audrey, can you help us? Hey Murdock, nice and nice. Welcome to campus. Before that, he kind of looks around to see all the people staring. I can, but what is it you need, and why are you two shouting?
Theft.
Murdock, stop shouting and calm down. Some bitch stole my spellbook. Glares. Murdock, this is only going to make it worse. Stay calm and we find it. Fucking... Okay. I'm calm. Is something I hear about a spellbook. Shivadri now meets up with the rest of you, still among like a crowd of students. Good. Stolen items? Can I roll out to sniff the book while they're doing this? Sure. We can do this now. As people are calming down and still looking at what the fuck is happening here. How smelly is this book? Pretty smelly.
Yeah.
They got pushed earlier and some of their stuff is missing. Yeah, my fucking spell book, which basically has my entire existence in it. Okay, Arleigh is starting to stick out.
Don't mind me, just sniffing out something.
I'm a follow Arleigh.
People are staring at you, Sinetis.
You think Sinetis gives a fuck?
Everyone still sees that people are looking and like whispering amongst each other, like, is that Team Polygram? What are they doing here? What's this about? Is that a sword? Stay here. Stay here. I'll go.
He'll nod.
Gyan follows her. Ready?
Oh!
Nice.
Okay.
A fox and a cat was sniffing out something.
I'll follow Arleigh too. Okay, so who the fuck is handling the crowd? Everyone, don't worry. My friend here is just a little drunk right now. Don't mind us. I would say roll up persuasion with disadvantage, but you're a silver cool, so just normal.
You're good at these.
Decent. Go dumbass hunting. I can't even get drunk. Get better lies. Okay, so let's divide this up. Who's going on smelling duty?
I mean,
It's Arleigh, Freddy, Gyan, and Celeste. The rest are handling the crowd, PR team, Polychrome PR team.
That's midnight.
Oh god, Sinetis is part of it.
Oh, that's not the dude who's brandishing a fucking sparking sword.
Yeah, they still see that, by the way. You can summon your sword, but you can't put it away.
Yeah.
At least I think that's how it works, yeah.
Actually, I don't know if I could just throw the bitch into a dimension or some shit.
I think you can only summon it to you.
Weapon bond. You learn to create lower. Once bond with himself. You can't be disarmed of that weapon unless you're incapacitated. Same plane of existence. Summon the weapons bond. Cause help into your hand. It doesn't say anything about me being.
Yeah, so you can't put it away into the pocket dimension. You can just call it to you, and
I mean,
now you're walking around with a giant greatsword.
do a demon slayer and just stick it in your belt or something.
I mean, he probably has a
even
speed
carry
for
it.
it.
Yeah, probably, but you're still carrying a big sword.
It's still
It's a great sword. Like, look, a long sword I can let pass. People walk around with that like a defensive item, but a great sword?
that's not gonna go unnoticed.
Okay, so while party is on sniffing duty and people are calming down, let's okay, one is sniffing party, second is PR team. PR team first then. Okay, PR team, what are you doing? We'll resolve the perception thing in a bit.
Today is just looking around.
People are staring at you like, Team Polychrome? What are they doing? Is this some kind of stunt? Is this their way of getting their name out? I thought they couldn't drop any lower. He's part of the dueling club and he was practicing earlier. Deception.
That one's not bad, actually.
Yeah, it actually isn't.
Ooh.
Yeah.
And the dueling club. Oh, I heard about that. I think I heard something about them trying to recruit new members. I think it's a bit desperate, though. Wait, it is interesting. You can give him that.
Midnight just gave me the chance to recruit new people.
It's free real estate.
Hey, listen, we're here. We might as well.
I'm gonna slap you. Put away your sword.
I mean, I could put it away, but it'll still be visible. It's not like I can just throw
It's
it.
better than brandishing it around.
Yeah, he'll sheath it.
Okay. People are still staring at it, but it's
Yeah.
better that you're not threatening people it'll
Listen,
be used on.
People, if someone walks around with a great sword, you don't assume that, oh, he's just gonna knock me out. That's not something you assume.
You were with Murdock, shouting to the entire crowd, casting a spell that they can visibly see and they know because they're mages.
Booming blade.
Like, they are just not gonna know what it does. It's starting to run Twitter.
Sinetis
People are
sees
still
opportunity.
looking around, and Shivaji's kind of like, I would welcome you all to our campus.
Yeah,
but
that's what I
think this
was.
is,
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
I was going to welcome you all to heading in our campus, but I think we have some other things to deal with. What is it you need? I want to help not just because it's all of you, but because I don't want this to put a stain on Silverquill. No offense. As everyone does kind of feel like Shivaji's tone is much different when she's on campus because, well, it's Silverquill. She's associating with you. Speaking of the dueling club, you guys must have heard that they're trying to recruit people. Since he is a member there, you guys can tell him if you want to join. At this point, Midnight, I will count this as a performance.
Why just me? Aren't you?
Go.
Do you have any friendship die?
Can I give him help?
How do you
I
help
mean-
them?
Advertise with him.
I don't know. I not long again.
Action surge, knock. Action surge,
Quick,
buff
flex
him
your
up.
muscles.
Hey, I don't have anything that could buff. No.
I could count action surge, I guess.
I mean, yeah, why not?
Just being an athlete right now.
I just flex.
You just flex. Okay, you can add a D4 to that, or just a regular help then, just advantage then. Never mind. The D4 was if you're adding something on top.
Oh,
Okay. Okay, Murdock, apology letter. People are gathering up in renewed interest. At first they were confused, now they're intrigued. Sounds like every bedroom conversation ever what?
oh my god.
First time.
Meanwhile, okay, back over here. Oh god, I forgot. Cat Arleigh is tinier than Freddy, even as so Arleigh still somehow manages to keep it.
Are they righteous?
Arleigh, I choose you. Bum 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 bum.
Oh my god.
It is a Pokemon battle.
I mean,
It looks like one.
it kind of does.
Okay, while you're all here, I added Arleigh to initiative. No, not the time. Not the time.
As a cat, yes.
Oh wait, initiative?
Arleigh uses tackle.
A snap to grid is what I'm trying to. I'm just still laughing. Pokemon battle. As you're all
I can
looking
only
around
do one
and...
damage per round.
First of all, Arleigh and Freddy, you both find your way as Gyan and Celeste are following up near to where you, first of all, Murdock first fell, trying to smell for a smelly book. It's a bit difficult, but with a bit of time, you all managed to trace it back here. But as soon as you get back here, you four, well, you three plus Freddy, meet back up with the line and are just getting like a bunch of stares. A couple of which from people you recognize.
Okay, since I'm a cat, I'll just
Alright.
seemingly just walk around there. You can't suss out a
Rubina,
cat.
oh. Hey boss! What are you doing here and what's... Just looking down to the animals. What's with the petting zoo? Oh hey look, it's a toy cat. We're taking them for a walk. Are animals supposed to be half-rotten, undead? Yes. Freddy snarls. The Wither Bloom special. They believe that. Anyways, what are you doing here? There's quite a commotion. Don't you think this is too wild of a stunt to get your mage tower name out there? I know you're participating, but just personal advice, I think there might be better ways to go about this. We'll do something better for that. Oh no, just looking for something. We just take these pets for a walk. Yeah.
Arleigh, every
Ugh.
time you say
Yeah.
pet, Arleigh will just cringe.
Both of you roll me persuasion checks. One of you can be given advantage by Arleigh. I assume I know which one. Celeste, take the advantage.
I almost said pest instead of pet.
They are confused, but they're... You know, this isn't the wildest thing you've all talked about. Over. So what are you two doing? Getting the show banned and some press coverage. Getting my word out. The entrepreneurial guild. Makes a smile, talk about Arleigh does Arleigh things. Yeah,
Yeah.
their tracking will need to take some time, so you kind of have to fill in the air. Show band, I'm trying to get some... Have you seen anyone suspicious lately? Okay. Show band, I'm trying to get some connections established. If we get to play for the game, for... God, everything has made me laugh too hard. If we were to play to the Battle of Strixhaven, it would be quite an elevated... It would elevate the club to quite a status. Hopefully, we'll get it over those... You just feel the frustration in Rubina's face. Lorehold rookies. Suspicious. Suspicious. Anything. If I'm to be frank, you two walking around saying that you're taking your pets out for a walk near the line where the spires are being used for transmission of messages is seemingly the most suspicious thing I've seen today. Entrepreneurship Club. I want to create a platform for other artists to sell their things. Touché. I guess Okay, you two roll me insight on the crowd, and no help this time. Insight. Oh no!
Oh my fucking god.
Fuck you, Ray!
Celeste, yet again, being clueless.
Can I use a group friendship? I mean, you have it. You don't have to, yeah. Up to you. No. Fred, fuck you. You actually use you.
Oh,
I'm assuming an 18 is enough, so...
I mean,
It's not
better.
It's not combined.
Oh.
You don't combine the rolls. 18 is better than 17. Okay. Beloved. Pocket.
Come on, come on. Oh my.
Oh my god.
Lorraine's a bit tired out still. Fucking yes, I mean
Yeah.
Yeah.
so, I need to take a break. This has been a great session. Okay, I'm back. I've needed to take a breath multiple times throughout this session. You know
Hey,
what?
listen, we're only gonna play once this week, we might as well make it good.
Yeah, fair. I agree. You know what? Well, first of all, the people are just staring at you the entire line. I don't know. What? Almost as if, well, Rubina and Grayson have gotten their answers, but the rest of the crowd is just staring at you all. Well, you're essentially just buying time for Arleigh and Freddy, but the rest of them are just kind of like, you need to do something to save your face fast. Arleigh still needs like a bit more time, but you kind of Celeste fucked. Yeah. You need to save face. I'll play a song. I guess. Well, it's a good thing Celeste was the one here. Okay, I have an idea. Wait. Okay. What if we got Rubina and called it a show band thingy? Oh, sure. He wants press, they get attention. Do you actually talk to her about that? Roll me persuasion with advantage then, Celeste. Even Gyan or call the Laurel peeps. Yo, she's intrigued. You're asking me to risk a lot. Follow the bands. Need to know if I can trust you on this. Got it. We could even So for the entrepreneurship club, if we really want. Yes, but it's going to be good publicity for the show band. Hmm. I'll see what Rubina here can do, and we'll see if we can make some arrangements. We won't even ask for payment. How about it? Fine then. This line's gonna not move anywhere. Grayson, save me my spot. Fine. Better make this quick. Quick and... Arleigh, you need like a few more, like a minute more while these people are buying you time.
Oh boy.
Come on, save Polychrome's reputation. A problem only created because some of you started it, but anyways.
If no one stole my shit, this wouldn't happen.
How do we do this?
Hmm.
I don't know!
No idea.
Wait. Hank!
Okay, what
Well,
is
I
it?
love it. Just say it! You are taking this amount of time in game as well.
See,
When you give your party a problem they can't just punch their way through. Guess what I have prepared?
What are you gonna use it on?
Double enlarge, it doesn't stack on the same person. It can be on multiple people, but yeah. No. Yeah. Yeah. On Rubina and Celeste. And they jam. They could. That's stupid. Just do it. Come on, Arleigh needs just a bit more time.
a free concert might help the reputation.
Yeah, go for it. Okay. Gyan steps back. I'm searching for a song. Quick.
Celeste, Hey Celeste. What about the Given Session song? That's the most easiest one.
Ah,
So now they're also stealing Diaz's thing. Nah.
I don't know if Shadow gets what I mean, but yeah.
This is Shadow's revenge. This is Shadow's revenge on Diaz.
And no, I don't think so. This basically.
This is dumb, but it's the only time I can play this song. Is Celeste finally gonna have a positive reputation with Rubina? Find out on the next episode of Nah. Okay, yeah, play that. Okay, use the bot. Let's get this done. Okay, now let's do this. Okay, do we double enlarge? Yes! Okay, whoa!
Giant
As the
lemons.
show band just breaks into an impromptu performance right now. Oh. Gyan right now. What the fuck are they? As Arleigh and Freddy break off from this and just start sniffing the track. Arleigh, you think you've got a scent. Freddy points his snout somewhere, and these two are just jamming it out right now. Gyan must be really looking right now. Gyan uses Fireball to attract more attention. Okay, okay, Celeste, just real quick, roll me performance with advantage plus a 2d4.
Though my mage is jamming to the music.
Go, 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 go!
Ooh!
Oh my god! As Celeste and Rubina are just jamming the fuck out right now. You just see Arleigh, you caught a scent. You're following the track. Come on.
Let's go.
Freddy goes.
I don't know
Freddy
if I
goes
can
ahead of
speak
you.
to Freddy, but let's go.
You kind of have to signal to Gyan for a bit. They got it.
Is Freddy a beast? I don't think so.
I don't think so.
Yeah, so I can't talk to Freddy.
No clue.
Get wrecked, Diaz. Gyan runs over while this is happening. Okay, you managed to escape that one. And Gyan has to follow. Celeste and Rubina are still out here just jamming it out. Murdock, as you are finishing. Yeah, Freddy is a fade. Give me a second as I check on the crowd. Murdock, as you see Freddy run about to here, you can see him pointing his snout back over to the direction of the bridge. Arleigh following closely behind, signaling Sinetis and Midnight, we got something. I'm going!
Same.
Go! Good luck. Shavadri waves to all of you. And as the song finishes up, Gyan, you kind of have to break off with Celeste. Okay, somebody has to end this concert. And like, Rubina goes to you, Celeste. Don't worry, I got this. You do your thing then. You made the show band proud.
Oh.
And come on. And as these two are doing it. Thanks, boss. Gyan fist bumps Celeste. The party runs back towards the bridge as seemingly this culprit of yours has fast feet. Okay, we... Fist bumps back.
Everyone just sees like a cat and a fox just running.
Well, that was an event. As the party goes back over to wherever the trail leads, the party mostly follows behind as Freddy and Arleigh kind of lead the way all the way back to the bridge. A couple students are kind of just looking to see this entire group of students chasing about back over to the Archway Commons as you all land around northern side of it. Just for let me see here. Eventually, all of you going back to where it was, and okay, now Freddy and Arleigh would be here, and how long does your Weltry class right now, Arleigh?
It should be since it's level 5.
And we haven't gone back here in a while.
Level.
Yeah,
Okay,
so it's
so
about,
enough.
yeah,
So
2
enough.
hours.
Just checking. No, we haven't gone back here in a while. Oh, this map.
It's been
Oh,
a
hey,
while.
it's where you first met Lorene. All the memories. As you all come back here, Arleigh and Freddy kinda okay. The set is is running cold by now, but you two can roll me another set of sniffing perceptions.
Oh boy. Come on, come on, come on, come on.
Oh god.
Oh.
Thankfully we have an Arleigh.
Don't foxes have keen smell?
I think it's just hearing.
Oh.
Well, that was intense. What's up next? And well, as you kind of like turn about, look, the smell runs cold, Arleigh. It's kind as Freddy has now just been lost. Freddy has broken off in another direction. Everyone sees Arleigh circling the fountain, and there's nothing really here until just try to look around this entire place. It's big, and there are people still walking in and about, just not gonna load tokens for every single map. And as you kind of like circle back into the party, like you got it, but you swear you've got it, but your training has told you that it should be here, but you have the trail runs cold, Arleigh. You think you've got it. You're like, I'm pretty sure this is where it leads. You're sure, but you're just here now. I'll go into the fucking pond. Oh. Everyone just sees Murdock go for a dive.
I'll look at the others and use my tail to gesture, like, to the whole area.
We'll look around the fountain to search for the book. Sure. Everyone, I guess, roll me a group investigation check then.
What the fuck is that?
Equals 3.
Oh wow, I rolled good on investigation.
Everyone, well, besides Midnight, everyone rolled pretty good.
Eh. 13. Just retype it then. $17, 24, 21. Okay, then. As everyone is just kind of like looking around, the water fountain, maybe it was hidden in the grass, so Gyan checks there. Midnight breaks off from the rest of the group for a bit to check like these hedge bushes, try to look around them. There's some first years passing by, just kind of look at him and like, second years sure are weird. As Venom hops into the maze and goes searching it about. Freddy is just here sitting and continuing to sniff. Let me go. Stuff. Celeste is actually doing decent. Celeste is also doing the same as Gyan and hanging around the fountain, checking if it's like underneath the stone. Stone. Sometimes looking at the statue itself, like you doubt it's hidden there, but it was a guess. And then what's Sinetis? 17 is actually pretty decent. Like you check and aha, you found the book, and it's a stone book held by the statue. Shit.
Oh my. No,
And
it's
as
ugly.
Murdock swims about the lake, and it's actually fitting because as you kind of look around Murdock, it takes a bit of time to get everything done, like a solid good 5 to 10 minutes to get things done. But Murdock, as you continue spinning around the water, you notice a small little thing you never noticed about the statue or this central area you never really paid attention to before because, well, who decides to swim in the statue? And, well, it's a fountain, so it makes sense. There's a way for the water to drain. And you think back to Arleigh lost the scent, and it's somewhere here. You don't have a good sense of smell, but Maybe that's how. Search there! As you kind of look here to see the... First of all, right now you are kind of... It's something. You personally know how to swim before, and it looks like the hole is big enough to fit like a small person in there. And kind of like look around, I guess. Roll me another investigation with advantage this time. Just see if there might be an entrance.
Arleigh can become fish. Yeah.
Okay, as you kind of like look around the pond statue, the fountain of the statue, try to see if there's a way in other than that tiny little space. You see that beneath the robe of the statue, there's kind of a small, like, it's camouflage because the statue is built out of stone, but you swear there's a door here, like it's locked from the outside and you don't see any hinges and it doesn't seem to have been opened in quite some time. It's probably away from the inside. And while the others are still searching around here, Arleigh also hops onto the fountain and sees what Murdock is seeing. Everyone, come here! Huh? Venom pops his head out of the bush. Now, midnight, you can see Venom with Squirrel. You get that. Blech. Venom drops it and it just runs away. Anyways. How else will you hear me? Okay. Everyone comes back to Murdock, who is now just staring up the ass of the statue. You knew Murdock had taste, but you weren't sure. Oh.
Oh my god.
Oh, so that's what you're into. What? Nothing. Sits. What would Miss Lang think about this? What did you find? A dummy thick ass.
Oh my god, it can be a quipper.
Oh god, the fish.
Blood frenzy.
It's here somewhere. There's a door here in a small space. As Murdock does point out, Arleigh, as you circle about, see that Murdock is right that there's a small hatch underneath the robe of the statue, but no way to open it from this side.
Oh my
Quipper,
god, hi.
the fish. But as you kind of do look about, you see that in the border of the fountain, there's some... Well, it's a fountain, so there's a way for the water to drain in. If there's a way for the water to come into the fountain, that water is coming from somewhere, and it has to connect. So Murdock is going with that theory, and since the door can't be opened from the outside, at least not without some prying open. I swear this is not to be an ass joke. Well,
The drain goes in?
Oh my
Inwards to
god.
the statue?
Okay.
Yep, down.
There's nothing
Okay.
I could say
Should
that
I
would make that
should I
sound
be a
better.
crab and crawl my way there? Unless Murdock has a different idea.
I mean, first of all, do you break wild shape to talk to people?
Yeah.
Fucking dying. And as Arleigh goes back and zoop, Arleigh is just sitting at the fountain right now. You could communicate.
Alright, so what's the plan?
I can't really have a different idea. I don't have my spells. Well, you can still cast the spells you had prepared for the day. It's just that, yeah, spellbook.
I can try and go in there, and she points to the drain.
Yeah. I'm ready to go inside the ass. Oh my god. Dread it, run from it. Thanos references are still everywhere. Do that, please.
I don't know if that's too much of a good idea.
Well, you
know
don't
what the
even know
fuck's
how the
down
door
there.
is locked.
I say,
I
yeah.
mean, unless we have any other choice.
Bust it open.
I mean, must be another way. I'm trying to say it. I'm trying to talk without making it sound so hard.
Are there first years? Yes.
It must. Listen,
This is
it must
this is
be-
this is the Archway Commons. The Biblioplex is literally a 1 minute walk away from here. People see
Okay.
you.
Murdock, just tell me if you want it, so I'll do it quickly. Under the.
This is just where the trail leads, yeah. Or it ends.
There must be some way they can keep an eye on.
I
the
already
pipe.
did, yes!
Yeah, with Murdock's thing, Arleigh will jump into the water, and then you don't see Arleigh
Become
anymore.
a
Just
fish?
a crab swimming in the water.
Wait.
Crab.
Crabby crab.
You will wear a Batman suit. Dude, everyone sees Midnight come out of the bush, now fully costumed. Where did he keep that? Better not to ask.
Oh,
Not
look,
up his
it's
ass.
this man.
Or he's sending Arleigh alone.
Yeah, same. That's why I said she shouldn't go alone.
Well, too late.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I just saw this. I mean, I can wait until you guys actually give me the go. I just turned into a crab because
Reduce.
Murdock said so.
I don't know if reduce would work. Murdock's what?
Lasts a
6
minute,
foot tall? Yeah, and if she, and if she goes full size in those pipes, it's gonna burn. Ah!
I don't want to be seen with you in it, so I'm wearing my very epic disguise.
That's just gonna. That's just. All that's gonna do is drag more eyes to us, Midnight.
Okay, so other than the drain, there's nothing that I can see going in the statue.
Okay.
From the statue, yes.
How? You said there's a door.
It's closed off from the outside. At least there's no hinges or anything you can see or way to open it.
Is there
Okay.
a crack in it? Small enough.
Mm.
I just realized what I said.
Oberonson is kicking. I do have a spare sword that I could try to pry it open with. It might break the sword, but
They're like a manhole somewhere. Finally, someone asked it!
yeah.
That's what
I was
waiting
getting
for.
to that, but no! I was
The
saying-
trail only ended at the statue. That's all. Yeah.
Jesus. See, no one thought of it until you said it!
I swear to fucking god.
Oh my fucking god.
Okay,
Yes,
Murdock, let's just
fine.
go.
Okay,
Perception for a manhole.
can I help?
Sure.
I'll roll
Nice.
I'll roll as well, I guess.
No, Arleigh, you're
Oh, okay.
you're already here.
Okay, never mind.
You're already doing your thing here.
Oh my fucking god!
No,
Oh
nope.
my god.
Okay.
Okay, at
Okay,
least
that's
Celeste.
it.
Party.
I rolled another 17.
It's a couple, yes.
Okay, I'll go to one, and I'll use my sword, the non-magic one. I don't know why I still have it in
Oh,
my
yeah.
inventory. I don't know why
Only
the fuck you're carrying it.
I don't know. I was focused on the ass.
Okay, what am I rolling?
Strength check, but people can't see you. Busting open a manhole.
Wait, it's a plus.
Busting makes me feel
Athletic.
strength,
Athletic.
just strength.
Okay, it's a strength of 12 then. I'll add a group die to that. Let's see.
People can't see you doing this.
It's. Yeah, I know. So
No, 15 is enough to break it open.
Okay, nice.
This is how I felt when the DH party wants to climb a barbed wire fence with the door. Yep. Once again, the BBEG, a fucking door. I'm gonna walk. First of all, okay, how the fuck are you gonna convince the students that this is a totally janitorial work? Yes. I am vengeance. Midnight opens cape. Fairy fire to make it mid glow.
Is okay. I'm gonna look down. I was gonna say, yeah. I'm just gonna look down. Is there anything down there? It's probably a ladder.
Yeah. Which worries you.
Yeah.
Or in the shadows.
I have no feet. Ladders don't work for me.
Really fun.
Okay.
Sinetis is gonna point at the hole and says, "All two-legged folk, you probably the best option."
And subhumans from. Okay, BRB right now is.
Okay.
Okay. So as you're doing this,
I'll follow Murdock.
I would. Let me double check something. BRB. I think. Yep. Yep. Called it. Midnight. I would have said roll performance with advantage, but a crowd walks up near you all and just boos you.
Oh.
Wanna guess which colors they're wearing?
Prismari.
Yep.
I called it! Fuck yeah!
Just normal then.
Yes, it finally got used.
It cancelled out the disadvantage.
Hey.
Okay, still good. It would have been advantage without the bond being. But yeah, Midnight creates enough of a distraction for you to pry open the manhole and potentially get someone down.
I'd say Marlet, Celeste, and Murdock. I don't trust this. Actually, you know what? I have torches. I'm gonna light a torch and throw it down there. How far down does this bitch go?
It takes like 2.5 seconds.
Okay, that's not that bad.
It is not who I am underneath, but what I do that defines me. Guitar riff.
So, yeah, dropping down is gonna hurt. Never mind.
I think it's bad. I don't
You-
know.
I am vengeance. I am the knight. I am Batman. I'll go down. Okay. Well, that was an unnecessary amount of time speculating how to get in an ass. One hole to another.
So,
I
who's
kick
going
ass.
down? We know Murdock's going down.
Guess I'll
Celeste
follow
and
Murdock.
Midnight. I mean, I can come. Oh my! I can come down the hole if you guys want, but it's gonna hurt.
How are you gonna get back up as well?
I have no clue. I hate this. I hate it so much. I want to die.
I mean, we can send Murdock down there. I mean,
Yeah,
but then
Murdock-
again,
Well, it's a good option.
When nobody took Featherfall.
Damn.
I know.
Yeah, how long is the drop?
Is it dark down there? Yes, and you can see. Like, probably a good 20 feet down.
Oh yeah, I'm not dropping down. Fuck that noise.
I make a stair with ropes. Yeah, that could have been used. That makes things much easier.
I mean, I guess.
I mean, it gives you 2 things to hold on to.
Yeah, true.
Okay, with that being said, nobody has to worry about slipping in. Everyone can just go down the hole smoothly.
The problem is
BRB.
not having regular people feet.
Can I be on Murdock's hat?
Yep. In the hole we go. Yep, I was gonna have you all roll athletics to see who slips and falls, but thankfully, performance of creation saves that. Down we go. And I'm switch maps.
The only session I actually use both my wild shapes.
Freya usually only has one, because she usually wastes her wild shape on some stupid shit.
Don't mind this choice of music track.
I mean, to be fair, Arleigh doesn't wild shape that much.
Yeah. True. This sounds familiar.
Oh,
Oh no. BRB. As I take a break from all of that.
it's Octopath.
Ah, that's why.
Yeah. It plays on a lot of the indoor themes, but I'll leave the screen on this, and I'm gonna be right back.
Oh god.
You gotta not let your dog do that. Oh yeah, speaking
I mean, that happens on my house as well.
of,
Bruno.
I don't know why. Yeah, I mean, you have a shit ton of pets. Or
I mean, the
like, eight
cats
cat.
have a litter box. Bruno,
Yeah.
however,
Yeah, little pupper. He don't know no better. I mean, at one point, I had like 5 dogs, so there was always shit on the floor. Yeah, you gotta teach them.
I've been trying to. It always ends up with my arm becoming a chew toy.
How old is Bruno? Is he still teething?
He's like almost 5 months old, I think.
Oh, yeah, he's probably still teething at least a little bit.
Yeah, still teething. I am always, whenever Bruno breaks his collar, because he is so fucking strong, I don't know how, I'm always on the collar duty because I'm not afraid to get my hand chewed on.
Shit, it comes with having a puppy. You gotta be used to having fucking arms munched on.
I mean, my arms get chewed on and scratched on by cats and dogs. I'm pretty much the only one who's
Okay, I'm
handling the
back.
animals in this house.
Is the shit handler back?
don't
Anyways, I might as well use this time to calm the fuck down because holy shit.
This session has been
Arleigh is still a crab.
Yes.
crab way. If
Probably.
we get into combat, I dare you to stay in crab shape and just punch him to death.
Pinch
I-
people to death.
I'd revert either way if I get hit.
Yeah, you have what, 1 HP as a crab?
2 HP. I have blind sight.
Oh. Hey, that's useful.
Crabulon.
It's gonna take me like the amount of HP they have per round to down someone because I only do 1 damage per round.
Hey,
Crab does
listen.
bludgeoning? Question mark?
Huh?
The small crab
Pinching?
does
I wouldn't
bludgeoning
call that-
damage.
Yeah, I wouldn't call pinching bludgeoning.
I'd say it can be different depending on how you angle it.
Yeah, I feel that.
Pinch.
Smash him with the
They don't
pincer.
pinch him, they punch him with the pincer.
That'd be piercing.
I guess we're
Claws are sharp.
while we are down here. It is a dark sim. From this point, it is dimly lit, so those without dark vision are a bit.
I did throw a torch down here. Is this still lit or did it go?
Oh yeah,
all the way
then
down?
okay, then it's fairly lit, and you can see
Okay, nice.
with your torch lit
I'll
up.
use-
That's colored water.
Ah.
Dancing lights. Okay, everybody's lighting it up.
Yeah,
Yummy.
Why not? I'll use control flames to make it brighter.
Okay, people can see now. Or the pendants you got in session 1.
Oh, hi, Spires.
I keep forgetting those exist. It's still
Also that.
Yeah.
Even I know that's disgusting. Sewer episodes. You can't have a campaign without them. Well, I'll send my dancing lights further down. There are multiple ways from what you can see. There seems to be a way to your southwest, and there seems to be a crumbled ruin to your north. You send it like north? You can't get an angle on southwest yet.
Oh,
North first.
I'll
As you go
use-
further
I'll
north,
do
you
that.
see a long
I'll
crumbled
use
hallway
control
of
flame.
a lot of the same thing. It's very seemingly crumbling, like as if anyone misstep in a potentially giant stone might fall on your head and let you wallow in this water for the rest of your on life. And since
it's-
midnight is back, you can see over here that there seems to be a way to the southwest, and it's currently up to the party to decide where to go.
The other way, one-
Danger falling hole, or just walk down a flight of stairs.
I'd say
Walk
the
down.
stairs. Yeah.
Stairs.
Listen,
I have to make a
as
token.
much as Ralu
Okay,
made
what's the
it.
party position right now?
the fighter in the front.
Fighter in- don't you know you never split the party? Clerics in the back, keep the fighters hailing party. Wizard in the middle. I'll go second. Haha, the wizard. Wizard in the fucking middle. Murdock is just a discount sorcerer right now.
I'd say Marlet in the back. We don't have a cleric, so Marlet would take the cleric.
We follow the holy words. Gyan and Marlet in the back. And while familiars can be floating and doing their shit.
Where's Crab Lay at?
Yep, as you all go here with your pennants and lights, you can see that. Oh yeah, that's pleasant.
Hmm.
Oh god, poor
Oh,
Arleigh
no.
senses.
Yep.
I just thought of something gross.
Fanta.
Murdock can swim in that.
Yes, technically.
I mean, I'm a crab, but I
Look, I tried to find a map that wasn't piss yellow, but this was the best I got. At least for what I wanted. So we're dealing with this now.
Does
Oh my god.
wow.
Is that dancing lights, I guess?
the dancing lights? What is that?
Don't blame me, blame this.
Fuck you, Tailman.
It's a great map, thank you, but why is the water piss yellow?
Unless the intention
mean,
was it's gold.
I mean, we don't know for sure.
Desert water.
We don't know for sure.
Why don't you take us a big old whiff and see if it is actually piss?
Okay, before we do that, I guess. Sinetis and Midnight, you two roll me perception checks for being the leaders.
Oh.
Let's see what you a whizzer. Oh, actually
fuck
good.
me.
Wow.
Sinetis,
Our
you
luck
kind of
has been
like
switched.
take a look forward. You see multiple ways out. You see there seems to be a way all the way up there that splits into multiple routes again. There seems to be another way to go all the way further left. And there's this big giant flow of water. And it's a bit cramped right now, and people kind of have to just say piss. Yeah. Yeah. People kind of have to watch their step to make sure that you actually all have enough space to walk around.
Yeah, I'll go. I'll go all the way up.
Okay, as you take the lead up out here, does the party just follow single line or let someone move forward ahead of the rest? Follow single file then. Single file. Arleigh can hop on Celeste's shoulder then.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
And so can Freddy. And where's the taken line? Gone. I killed them.
Oh no. Oh my fucking god.
Oh my god.
Wow.
Okay, but as soon as you kind of get here, the floors are a bit slippery as you pass by this corner. Everyone passing by, roll me a very easy dexterity saving throw.
Oh no.
I swear to God, if I get thrown off, other than Arleigh, I guess.
Oh no, Gyan! A 15.
The DC is 8.
Oh.
Wait!
Rip Gyan.
Friendship? By the power of friendship! No, Midnight refuses. They have to allow you.
Whose friendship
If you
flag do
roll
you
anything
have?
less than a 4, you're fucked.
Nope. The group one! Everyone say no!
I'm a crab.
Oh,
I
I don't know if you have any. I hate you. If I had a nickel for every time Gyan fell in water.
I don't think cleansing stone even removes smell.
Is it literally only Gyan?
I think so. Everyone rolled higher than an 8.
I guess Marlet too.
Oh, pissy Marlet. Oh no.
Marlet is fine. Zip! And as you are.
Is it? Oh,
You only get up to your ankle, and like you can only get up to like your ankle and your entire left hand, but it's still that's
oh no, he has wet pissy socks now.
oh god. Could I shape water?
I mean, there's water in piss, isn't there?
Yeah, I suppose. The smell is still there.
Change the transparency question mark?
You could use shape water to make it
spend 5
look
whole
like
minutes
water.
water bending piss.
Oh my god!
Deck save
Oh my god!
against Murdock's DC.
Oh, no, that.
No.
What does Murdock have? 20 in. Your DC must be insane.
DC 15.
Oh.
Oh god. And Gyan, well, that changed. All that talk about Piss Pants Midnight has certainly gone back to you, as karma is a bitch.
You know what? I'll do the same thing I did to Arleigh, but for Gyan, I'll just have fire slowly go around and dry him off.
Yep, and now everyone smells
gonna
burnt
be-
piss.
Oh. Well, at least you're dry. New pissy boy in town.
Well, there's multiple ways you can go now, as the Sinetis still continue all the way up.
Yeah.
As you go up, Okay, this is, for context, this elevated spot is like, fuck y'all.
Poor
Midnight.
Gyan.
Gyan goes back up the ladder
Gyan just leaves.
and be depressed. That happened again.
Both your bald characters getting depression. So sad.
Now, Sinetis heads up here.
Yeah, once I get there, I'm gonna look around.
As you kind of look around, you see that there seem to be multiple ways. This right path seems to go back to that broken area you were all just in. That's seemingly where it.
So if we
led.
just went that way.
It would have been a
Gyan
bit
may not-
difficult.
Yeah.
It's still like crumbled stone that you have to walk past.
I wonder how hard that would have been for me. I have no clue.
And well, up here you can see a path that goes even further up. And up left,
Can I check?
roll me a perception check with disadvantage this time, as there's a bit of fog covering it.
Oh no, piss fog. That's about
8.
right.
I can't really get to see anything up here unless I can let
I could do
Midnight
that.
and Murdock try as well.
Yeah. You guys try it. You guys are better than me.
Nope. It's still up.
Yeah,
Nope. Unless you have true sight, there is no seeing through that fog. I don't think that even helped because it's visibly just obscured.
Okay.
And some of you could.
Nothing.
There's just an area covered in fog to the left,
Oh, that's not good.
and a
I'm
whole
gonna check the
area of
integrity of that grate right in front of me. Is that bitch
investigation, I guess.
Okay. I'm decent at this. Never mind.
It's fine. It's a grate. Can I send my dancing lights towards the fog? Sure. As you send your dancing lights, how far can you make it go? 120. Oh, enough then. As you send your dancing light through the fog, you see it slowly get engulfed in the mist as light is still visible, but it is going through. Now everyone can roll me another perception check.
This is normal?
Yep, just normal this time. It's sound. Ah!
A 10. Celeste, you see everything.
Okay, so most people seem to hear it. A bit of like, from what you can hear, there's almost kind of like an eep, and as you hear multiple seemingly scuttlings of small, short-limbed things walking around at the side of the dancing lights, and some
Uh-oh.
sound of wood, and seemingly doors closing.
What the fuck? Okay, well, I guess. So that was off to the left, right?
Yep.
Okay, I guess I'll. There's the front that's over that way.
Oh,
We can go
other
back
grate.
down.
Everyone go back down for a bit. Give me some space,
Yeah.
please. Thank you.
Reverse.
Thank you very much.
Beep.
Beep, beep.
Okay, now I'm investigate this grave.
Sure.
I don't trust these shits. Yeah, it's still a 2. It doesn't change.
It seems fine. It's probably not if you stay on it and like hop up and down, but should be fine.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I'll go across.
It's certainly not comfortable. Your scales slithering through this.
That doesn't look comfortable.
But Sinetis makes it. And he's heavily armored, so... Somehow these grates are probably stronger than those Witherbloom bridges you all crossed. Yeah, and has PTSD. And while you make it to the other side, you can go
Fighting
down or
ball.
you can go further up through another grate. You're leading the party, so go.
Yeah, I guess I'll go down.
Okay, so I assume people just follow?
Yeah.
Okay, the Sinetis heads down. This time you see another thing actually, as
Ooh.
there's a bit of fog also leaking through this tiny hole.
Ah. Oh. I was like, the fog isn't just coming from one place.
Seems to be in the entire left area.
Okay, can I use control flames to like just detach a little like ember from my torch and just send
yeah.
it down that way?
Sure. And I guess roll me. I guess that will be an Arcana check then.
Okay. It's also 2. 11. Not the worst.
Okay, what's your aim? Just trying to make it visible?
Yeah.
The one time I unprepared create or destroy water.
Oh no.
As you kind of like send it there, you just see a bit of like there is wood, a structure seemingly. Just the wall is what you see.
Oh. That's... Huh. So, you can look back to the rest of the party. You guys want to walk down another narrow way that only one of us we can only go in a line, or?
Sure, whatever gets me my spell book back.
Okay. Yeah, I guess.
I thought you said hello.
Oh, I'll go down that way.
Okay. Once again, it's a slippery corner. Another
Yeah,
deck save from everyone that tries to pass, other than Arleigh and Freddy and Venom.
rolled exactly an 8.
Yeah. Okay, Murdock is enough. It's a very easy deck save, just trying to see if the funny happens.
Gyan refuses to get dunked in piss again.
Only once. And Marlon, I guess. Okay, everyone passes its time. As you look here, Sinetis, you can see, man, you just love narrow corridors.
Yeah. They're so
As
fun.
you peek around here and see Sinetis, it's a
You
bit
know,
more. Just roll me a normal perception then. The fog is still here, but. Well, you can see a bit more. From what you can see, there's a bit of like ruined huts, like as if something was either living here or this is a very cruel staff room.
Are people fucking living down here? He just say that to himself, but it is loud enough for the others to hear.
Midnight can see part of it, but Murdock is a bit blocked right now. Everyone else is only just having to go on what they're saying.
I guess I'll move up so the others can come in.
Okay. At this point is when I would like the party to roll stealth checks.
Oh no.
Heavy armor,
I guess
heavy
it
and medium
is
armor wearers.
Well, this is gonna be good.
Oh.
Oh. Oh my fucking god! Oh my god! Ah! Everyone's fucked! Okay, let me roll mine. Why did I roll better than everyone? What the fuck? Oh,
I suppose that offsets it.
Okay. Hey, still.
Okay.
Why the fuck did I roll better than everyone else who's not wearing fucking armor?
It's
I
still a
hate the dice.
majority fail, though.
Yeah. Though it doesn't even
Nope, I can't hear you,
fucking
Snow.
matter.
Okay, let's wait for Snow.
No, he can't hear you. When Sinetis finally
You ever
learns
run
how
your
to be
party through
someone
the piss dungeon?
Ah, yes, the piss dungeon. You know, who knows? Maybe I will in the future one. I'll give you guys a piss dungeon.
Wow, is this working now?
Okay, there we go. Yeah.
Okay.
What were you
I
there
just
saying?
you
had
go.
to move my
Welcome
mic's
back.
arm.
I'm gonna get skilled at level 8 SMA.
I might. Oh yeah, Raleigh's excited about that. Raleigh likes the
Okay.
sewers.
Are you saying anything, Snow, before we head forward?
No,
Is
I
this
was just
also the one time you didn't prepare Pass Without a Trace?
yes, yep,
Of course it is.
of course. My intuition always betrays me.
Well, technically, you could have actually waited until the next day for this Battle of Murdock.
Yeah.
Plus, who knows where that book will go after
Like how
another
the
day.
time we always roll stealth checks, I am somehow not even there, technically.
Okay,
True.
as the rest of you try and walk forward, everyone just hears clank, clink, 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 clunk, clunk. Fucking hell.
When Sinetis looks at all of you guys and says, "Why the fuck are you so loud?"
And then everyone just hears, after the clang, everyone just hears a bell ring as ting, 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 ting. And the fog seemingly thickened for a bit until you were all blinded for a moment. Everyone roll me acrobatics to try and see if you get your footing while being blinded for a moment.
Oh no. Can I just choose to not move?
Acrobatics.
Yeah, acrobatics.
Ah!
Oh. Yeah, Gyan just says, "Fuck you guys."
Okay, most people are passing. Okay. Well, as the fog seemingly just extends over you for all but a brief moment, there's this moment of uncertainty where you don't know what's gonna pop out of it. Everyone just kind of, in that moment of surprise, tries to bear their footing so that they don't get knocked around and such, and after which the fog clears up. Everyone can see a little piss sewer village.
Yeah, definitely there are people living down here.
You all just...
Can I move to sit on Sinetis' shoulder?
Okay. Well, that's something. As everyone just hears cling, 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 the sound of scuttling once again sounds as seemingly multiple things start opening their doors. And do you all just walk forward, or do you just stay in this cramped hallway?
I'll move forward.
Okay, let's just make everyone fit in here. And as everyone moves forward, let me get their theme. As students,
Huh?
Huh?
as scuttling out from outside of the doors, everyone sees what seemingly look like a bunch of not too small size. They're still like medium-sized creatures, but like not slimy either. Just smooth, like blackish brown skin with three elongated fingers, a couple of monstrous-looking feet, with spiny, barbed black hide. And what's strangest thing about most of you, what most of you all see is all of them, as they're walking around, one big thing stands out to you all, and that's the big glowing green eye on all of their heads, singular. As everyone sees a village full of these people.
What?
Hi, creepers.
All of you hear a bunch of laughter, a bunch of like milling. Visitors, prepare the feast. Everyone, roll me fucking Arcana checks.
Okay. Oh god, a 20.
Anyone with a 2 or more relationship with Cadoris positive can add an extra D4.
Oh, nice.
Well, I think I just have a 1.
Ooh, that's a 4.
I think that's everyone actually. I think everyone got to at least 2 with him after the last thing.
Oh. Nice.
Okay, everyone just redo their things.
22.
Okay, well, most of you, Arleigh being the one to spend time with Cadoris most of all, during one day where you were practicing alongside the Fine Art Society, you overheard Cadoris talking about a lot of his like favorite, like weird out of this world creatures. One of them, you remember in particular, to be a creature, an aberration specifically, with one glowing eye that seems to be able to peer into the deepest depths of your mind. To most of you who rolled, I guess, above probably a 13 or 14, recognize... visitors. We don't get a lot of you around. Come, like, make yourself welcome. Everyone who rolled what I said recognizes a Nothic.
Oh.
A Nothic.
Oh.
Nothic. I see Yatsu already knows who they are, what they are.
I'll stay as a crab for now.
Yep, what Sid said. Oh, I certainly do. Come. You might want to find a bridge or something.
Yeah.
Skulls about. Visitors. Seemingly goes on that same repeat of words.
Let's go the other way.
Do you all wrap around?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course you decide to head in through here. Well,
I asked. Everyone said, "Yeah, let's go that way."
Guess who has to make those rolls again? Well, it would just be rude to just turn back.
We'll come back around.
They
anyway.
kinda. Hi.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh my.
And let me actually grab their art for a second just to send you off.
Well, it ain't like we're just outright thieving. We'll just come around the other way because, well. Well, it did say find a bridge.
That beautiful creature. Okay, so wait. Does Sinetis have the boat?
I do have the boat!
I was waiting on that.
Oh, yeah.
This boat!
I have
Are you
some,
gonna fold out the foldable boat?
Yeah, he's gonna tell everyone to... Nah, never mind. He'll just do it there. Yeah, he'll say "fuck you guys" and drink.
Do you ferry
and
people
the boat
along
will go.
Charon style with a piss boat?
I guess.
Okay, you unfold the boat, and it's honestly probably long enough to not even be used as a boat, just as a bridge.
Oh, well, it'll do.
Okay, and now you're worried, because that does not look like metal grates. That looks like a patched together wood.
Oh, yeah, I don't like that.
Who goes first?
Yeah, once everyone's across, I'll go last.
I'll go last. Could this be the time to use my other language? I'll
Murdock
just
is
take off
definitely
my
the
armor.
Your piss-covered armor.
I'll go first, yeah. Murdock has barely any strength, so Murdock makes it fine. Also being a dead body.
Yeah.
I'll go right behind Murdock. I'll go next. Roll me a very easy acrobatics.
Oh,
Are you changing that? Friendship die. If you really want, I can also let your Harengon thing count, since your D4 Harengon, if you wanted to use that instead, since it's a more specific case, but I can allow that since it makes sense. If you want to use that instead of friendship. Okay, I'll use that. Hop! Okay, no need, that'll auto pass it. Okay, that's risky, but it works. And Murdock, Celeste, and Midnight get led here. Everyone else? Okay, Gyan, you pass. Up.
Marlet?
Marlet. Oh no.
Oh boy.
Marlet does not have the concept of friendship. And Marlet dips like ankle deep and just kind of like doesn't care.
Yeah, it's a robot. Once that's done, I'm gonna refold the boat and just go around.
Okay, you roll me your own.
Yeah.
I acrobatics then, since this time you're aware of it. Oh. Okay, using the 20s on those, I guess. And everyone just kind of sees, oh, there was a way around here, and kind of like you have to go through a hut, like a tiny one, or go all the way around.
Three nat 20s on deck shit.
Do you go through the tiny hut with another bridge, or just go take the long way?
Yeah, the long way. Probably.
Alright. As the rest of the party is just kind of like being here like, come, visitors, come. They seemingly from what you can tell, they understand a bit of common, but from what seems like only like those specific words, as if they've been taught. Their speech seemingly is repeated, like they are saying the same things over and over again, as if those are the only words they know. And then, as one turns to the other, does anyone have to actually speak? Yup, undercommon. Visitors, This one speaks in undercommon. Yup, they speak undercommon. I do. Yes, visitors. I haven't gotten any in a while. At least not the common ones. And everyone just hears Murdock speak in the same language that these creatures are speaking in. As wow, we finally actually get to use different languages. Pop off? Question mark. Sinetis and is Arleigh still with Sinetis?
Yeah, is Arleigh enduring this journey with me?
Check. You go as a crab alone.
I mean, I'm with Sinetis right there. I'm just following wherever he goes.
One eventually, like from the ceiling, like you don't even expect it, like just crawling down from the ceiling. Like, come, visitors. They are keeping quite literally their eye on you. We're searching for a book of mine. Oh, search. We have many things. This is all in undercommon by now, since they realize one of you speaks. Not here though, not all of them. Come. And more of them kind of lead you over up here. Welcome. And well, now everyone knows that Murdock speaks undercommon. Everyone, follow me. As they are all seemingly leading you all here to the back, and just all of them now are not just, there's seemingly like at least like 5 of them, at least from what you can tell. All of them are chit-chatting with each other like, visitors, prepare gifts, ask questions later. And they all seemingly just wanting you all to follow here to where I guess there's... I'm worried.
Same.
Fair point. They all seemingly gather around this little floating building with a broken table and beds in it. They're all just sitting down, rather patiently waiting for you all to get in. That's a nice place you got here. Ooh, freshly renovated, yes. I'll bring my dancing tree sentinel back. To you or back away? Oh, fancy lights. Mages, students. I'll go in then. As soon as one of you goes in, they just kind of like, yay! Just kind of like just start dancing and cheering. Back to me. And to everyone else, other than Murdock, who understand them, they are very eerie indeed. Okay, that's kind of cute. I go into. And it's already very cramped. You can tell that this village was built for them. They're still medium-sized creatures, but they're definitely shorter than you.
Are they Arleigh-sized or smaller?
A bit smaller. And well, only Celeste and Murdock, or does the rest follow? Follow. Follow. Most of you
Slowly
are
but
not
surely
comfortable.
I'll follow.
Most of you are not comfortable with this. As you follow
No.
Gyan, one of them kind of looks to Marlet, and is seemingly just putting its eye, just observing Marlet. Not student. And you, Murdock, can understand that they're kind of like just observing Marlet, like they aren't used to non-living creatures. He belongs to us. Don't worry. Speaking one says, "Don't worry, don't worry, don't worry, don't worry." No worries. I love them. Sinetis, the rest of them are just staring at you. Following. Oh,
Yeah.
big one, bring food. Big one, bring food.
I'll hide inside Sinetis' armor. like the thing,
Not
like the
food.
thing in his collar thingy.
I mean,
Okay, and as you all kind of go in here, and it's a very
technically,
cramped space right now. All of you kind of have to stand up and kind of kneel a bit to just fit comfortably. But it's at this point where you can all see them like through the windows, like one wrapping around you all. Visitors, welcome. And it's this one starts talking to Murdock as the one who can understand. You're searching for what? I am uncomfortable. As they are, you can see all of them just seemingly like rummaging around these crates and their houses. And as they kind of like go back to all of you through the windows, you can see them like throwing to all of you like dead rats, rotten meat, like pissy clothes, like to Murdock, who can tell it's kind of their way of showing hospitality. Venom, don't grab that. But well, they aren't accustomed to social norms, as you can tell. They're throwing like random shit at you, thinking that it pleases you. As from what you can tell, Murdock, they are genuinely excited about you all being here. But who knows? It's kind of strange to trust that face when it's this.
I mean, they're cute in their own way. They're scary way.
Spellbook. Stolen. Predicament indeed. Stolen spellbook. Spellbook
In
stolen.
the bag.
Book spells stolen.
Tell them about the bag.
Most of this isn't undercommon. Yeah. What were they talking about? You think friends can help? Yes, I do. Ooh, tell friends how to help. Wait, did Mingy just tell me we're naming our new car Celeste? Anyways. I was just being sent messages about what we're naming our new car, and Mingy was like, Celeste. I don't think she even knows.
I mean, my dad named our car with combining mine and my sister's name.
Anyways, back to the session. You know this place, right? I can tell you how it looks like, and maybe you can help search. Ooh, friends help search. Friends help search. Friend, very good search. Yeah, I also didn't know that people name cars, Sid.
A lot of people name their gadgets.
I was just... I don't.
I don't, but yeah, my dad does name his car.
Thanks, friends. Huh. Friends. Friends. We friends. We friends. Very, very good friends. To everyone else, they're now just speaking gibberish. Understanding that one of you speaks Undercommon, they're all just starting to speak it now. Friends, helpful search. But friends want things too. Friend give gifts. Friend take gifts too. Sure, what do you want? And as you just say that, they all seemingly chant excitedly, and then almost eerily sit down in the exact same position with their arms and legs almost as if they're waiting for something to be given, until you realize it's through these windows that they're all keeping their eyes on you quite literally. Friends want secrets. Secrets to be told. As everyone once more roll me another Arcana check.
Secrets, huh? 5.
Midnight, Celeste, Murdock, I can allow that.
Sinetis is more focused on keeping them from trying to snatch our money.
Arleigh, a bit as well, you've heard. Gyan, everyone other than Sinetis kind of gets a shiver down their spine when Murdock says they want secrets, as to most of you who have studied probably Gothic and magical physiologies, know that they are creatures of weird insight. For one thing, that eye isn't just decoration, it is very much a magical component, as you now, to everyone except Sinetis, realize that these creatures do have true sight.
Oh.
Which means they see through any illusion you make. Also, that eye not only gives them just a big little decoration that they can shove up your face, it is very eerily capable of peering into your mind and revealing facts or secrets that you are hiding. They are asking to allow them to look into your minds.
They're asking for lore.
Yup. They're lords.
They're just llama's
minions.
Yeah.
Friend can help, only if secret given. Fine. Oh, and they all start cheering again. They just start walking around, and through the windows you can see that they are very much just excited, like jumping up and about.
So...
Does Murdock explain?
Did something good happen?
Everyone at least gets the feeling that they are pleased.
Yeah. You didn't promise them, like, our blood or anything, did you?
They want our secrets.
What? They want us to sit around a campfire and tell stories about our past?
Sure, let's just say it's that. Are they paparazzi? I suppose.
That, I have no problem giving them secrets.
They like knowledge, yes. And it's
Like
almost, from what you can feel, like it's almost as if they're kind of entertainment starved. They seemingly have enough food and living accommodations to sustain their lives down here, but from what it seems like, you're all essentially if you put people like without access to the internet for 50 years and drop the latest iPhone near them with 5G internet as well, That's them right now.
I like how Sinetis knew what they were, but not what they were about. I find that kind of funny.
Okay,
So,
they're just waiting.
so how do we do this? They don't seem to speak too much common, so I doubt they will really understand if we just...
Sinetis, as you say
Okay.
that, the one behind you's eyes start glowing, and do you resist? Just please tell anyone.
You know what? Why not? Let's not resist.
Okay. Sinetis, tell me one embarrassing fact about your character. Make
Okay.
it up right now, or something you've thought of. Just a secret that Sinetis would not dare
you
tell
know what?
anyone.
When he was younger, he once begged the maids to let him wear one of the outfits.
You just hear this. You just hear the one behind Sinetis just start laughing and start cackling. Big man like wear dress.
Oh my god.
Everyone heard that. And the one next to you, Murdock, starts vigorously nodding. Everyone hears that.
His face doesn't change, but you can actually no, he's facing away from you. You wouldn't notice.
Good. You really promise? This is very important. Nod. They're all just seemingly tapping about excitedly. I'll let them look. Okay, we'll save Murdock's one for last. But for now, sure, let's go with Midnight. Thankfully, Arleigh is currently in wild shape and they cannot tell the difference.
Nice.
Midnight, do you resist? Or do you let them peer? No, I guess. Midnight, tell me one embarrassing or incriminating fact about your character that he would not tell anyone. The pissant.
We
They
all
wanna
knew
dive-
about.
They want to dive deeper than that.
Oh god, I thought about mine just randomly. I was like, you know what? Why not? Let's try that. Just something stupid, complete bullshit. Like Midnight tried pink dye once when he was young, and was stuck with pink fur for like 2 months.
Something that is essentially, yeah. This is also part character building. What's one embarrassing secret your character will never tell anyone? This is also just part of me wanting to help let you develop your character by putting them into a situation like this. I am prepared should you all decide to go murder hobo and just go kill these guys, but, well, let's see. No, I am
yes.
prepared.
I don't think there's really any reason for us to do that.
They're just cute little
Yeah,
guys.
cute little bit.
Midnight accidentally rips someone's clothes. They are a woman.
Oh my.
No.
And
Midnight got
continuing off
himself
of that,
an
the Nothic also knows that you asked your parents, why do women have butts on their chest?
Oh my god.
And essentially the Nothic translates it into until eventually everyone can get that. And they once again just start laughing hysterically and throwing more of those like dead rats and stuff at you all through the windows. Yes, Gyan, because this one stares into you. Do you resist? Nope. Good. Tell me one embarrassing fact about Gyan that he would not tell anyone. Oh no. What does the Gnostic learn? Okay. I am scared for when we get to Celeste.
We got all this lighthearted stuff, and we get to Celeste, we just get sad more. Oh, this is a long one.
Back in his village, there was a school everyone attended. However, it wasn't very well made, and one time when maidens was happening, Gyan was in school and wanted to go to the bathroom, but the staff had taken down the bathroom signs thinking no one was there.
No.
Gyan away. And
Another anime incident.
everyone also gets an earful of that situation. He ran.
Yeah.
They all just start cackling and giggling amongst themselves, thinking that it is absolutely hilarious. Okay, and PRPSI. Okay, and as it goes to Celeste, do you resist? Kinda. I guess roll me deception. Ten.
Oof.
What's their? Okay, let's see. Too bad.
Yeah.
Celeste. What is one very embarrassing secret Celeste would never tell anyone? Oh no. They know about what happened the past week.
Oh
Oh. They start whispering amongst themselves, and one moment where everyone kind of has to look away a bit, they start making very explicit hand gestures towards each other.
Oh my god.
And we skip that. But yeah, well. Oh god!
What the fuck did you do that week?
Well, that's up to Celeste to say. Probably not here.
Oh my god.
No! Okay, there. And they seem to stop doing what they're doing as they all turn their gazes on Murdock. Nobody say. Murdock. The last one peers into you. This one is seemingly chuckling. A lot more as the suspense is seemingly building up. As the gaze of its eye is just shining and sparkling, piercing through what seems like through Murdock's very being, as it's using its weird insight to get a supernatural sense of what lies in the mind. Of this little wizard. You know, when they said gather around the campfire and tell everyone your backstories to bond, this wasn't what we expected. I just realized.
Oh.
And yeah, they know, like, specific details as well. So the reason she never takes off her hat is because she has a hole in her head. So this is extremely embarrassing to her, so the hat stays on.
Oh no.
Like, okay, let me actually let me see if this picks up. Okay, we're back to regular detection, and they all, well, essentially, oh, it did pick up. Nice.
Yeah, it did.
It did.
And they
Enough of
all
it,
just
like,
start
between
chuckling
that.
amongst themselves. And they chuckle amongst themselves. Friend tells secrets. Friend help. Friend tells secrets. We help. We help. Friend help. Secrets. And they all start chuckling amongst each other, and they all seemingly start rummaging about in their little packs and stuff. Everyone a brief moment where they can talk to each other for if they even want to.
I'm so damn tempted.
I'm just face palming right now. That all became public knowledge. I want to go home. So what the fuck did you say?
Sinetis just looks at her and whispers, "You know, it would be unfair if you were the only one who didn't."
They had no idea. And I can never look at Celeste the same way. Fingers crossed.
Fine. Okay, let me.
Well, that was exciting. Sinetis, do you want to dress?
Nah, that was a long ass time ago.
I wanna die. All this for a fucking book.
I mean, it wasn't
In the
really
bag.
that bad.
The bag is just
Oh, yeah,
secondary.
you guys
at this point.
forgot about the fucking bag.
Celeste, yeah. Well, you got off easy. Being
Arleigh,
able to turn
you-
into an animal has never been so useful.
So I just looks at Arleigh. If you turn back, I'll make you muffins. Let me get back.
I'm gonna do the forehead thing.
You might even flick me off of Sinetis with that.
No, it's the Sinetis. And well, yeah. I want to continue talking to each other, or do you just sit in silence until the Nothics are done? Don't say anything. How did you get a hole in your head? Oh right, you're dead. Murdock is extremely self-conscious about that head hole. You gotta love optional social encounters. In exchange for not needing to murder, we get this.
Right.
Looks away. at the cost of everyone's pride.
Sinetis is still looking away from you all. Oh, and you can see his face in Arleigh.
Well, this is a different kind of team building exercise. Correct. I don't know the details, but yes. Snap. And while as they gather back around again, friends. If friends want a book, take this to King. As this one walks up to Murdock. King? King? King, big king. Really big king.
You are.
And it's holding out what's seemingly a bag of dripping oil to you, Murdock.
No.
We're supposed to take this to their king.
If we had our other bag, we could put that bag in that bag and we wouldn't have to worry about getting
It is a
oil.
very drippy, like, oily bag. He's big, apparently. That's all I know. King up there. Points to this direction and the upward direction. We open door. They just start scuttering about, talking about opening some door. Which, now that you look back or remember Sinetis, you did see a big, like, dropped great door here as they go into their own holes, and that's really kind of you. Thanks. And just start messing about until everyone hears some whirring and mechanical ticks as they are seemingly raising a gate that not a lot of people spot was there. And take this to King, and I guess As you look at it, Murdock, roll me, I guess, Arcana. Okay, you take a look at this sticky black bag of oil and grease, and you kind of like see that it is something you kind of recognize, that is something that you know that is a sort of magical item, as some adventurers tend to carry these around for getting out of quite literal type situations. They gave you an oil of slipperiness.
Ooh.
And that, if you want to look at it temporarily, you know what it does. They say take that to King.
Oh.
And while everyone hears a large... Yep. How does he look like? And then kind of like, oh, look like? Just the Nothic seemingly kind of like goes all the way down with their like feet and like they just lower their entire body onto the ground as if they're like crouching and just start like wiggling their arms around. Big.
Oh, that's adorable.
Like, imagine a Slav squat, they're just waving their hands about.
Oh, I
We're
would
going to
kill for
Burger
some
King,
Burger
let's
King right
go!
now.
King has been... I don't like Burger King. King has been quite... just kind of like thinking like what the word is. Quite... Like, King has been quite angry recently. Angry? Why is that? Visitors. Not kind visitors. I see. What happened to them, if I ask? Don't know. All you know is that Black Hood figure talked to us, that talked to King, then never come back. Then King angry and asked us to bring things. Interesting. Thank you. Everyone else just gets a whole mouthful of gibberish. Visitor like to talk. Like, talk. And then we did. And then they gone. Talk? About what? If the king not serve, fire, burn. We'll go talk to your king. Good luck. And and they just start scurrying about, happily prancing that they got what they wanted. Thanks. And the gate is open, and you can see these two ones that went in through the narrow pipes to go open and just start to go back and just seemingly go in a room and start chitter-chattering about what secrets they just delved from all of you, and it's now kind of like just a local meeting of secret keepers. And all the party success? Question mark?
Woohoo! Yay!
Yay! We won! Don't tell anyone about what you saw.
So that's what you spent the whole week there doing.
Oh, 7. Crab 7. Arleigh got off easy.
I'm
Maybe
so
too
tempted
embarrassed
to
tell
like.
her. I don't think I physically care. I personally don't care about any of your secrets. Let's just go meet their king. And I guess just asking everyone, do you all have an hour, maybe more, to potentially finish up this mission?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because, yep, we won't have Friday sessions, so we can either go... I did say we were going long. Okay, then. You're still bringing your dancing lights, Sentinel? Nah, bye, Sentinel. Okay. And as the party walks back out of the village again, this time with the new knowledge of what they are to do, let me change the music and let me BRB for a moment. As that is the Nothic encounter finished, using the
Nice.
social route. You could have just walked in and killed them, but I thought a different option was fun.
I mean, we had no real reason to just walk in there and
Exactly.
fucking murder them. They seemed friendly at first, so yeah.
Define...
Friendly, I don't know.
They tend to be, from what everyone knows, they tend to be more on the evil side. But, who knows, maybe these ones are...
Yeah.
They're definitely mischievous. And more akin to, yeah. Anyways, let me BRB. Party knows where they are to go next.
Who died? Why is Sid in the other VC?
Sid's in VC2. Oh yeah, Snow. We have TLG tomorrow, or?
Either tomorrow or Friday.
Ooh.
I'm still looking for stat
No.
blocks. Because
Makes sense.
I could not yesterday because holy shit, assignments.
I'm both excited and paranoid as fuck to run Shadow of the Town.
I mean, you'll be fine. It's... I was like that when I ran Anomam.
Yeah, you did a damn good job.
Okay, I'm back.
I think. Oh, welcome back.
You'll get the hang of it once you actually start it, so...
Maybe.
Is Yahtzee still going? Yeah. Well, that was a cursed encounter. Also, let me reorder. I assume we're keeping the same positions as last time.
Yeah, unless the wizard wants to take the front.
Arleigh still keeping crab form.
Yeah.
Back. Okay, is everyone back?
Yeah.
Hi. As the party goes forward, let me turn up the air conditioning a bit since it's a bit too cold. As the party continues to walk forward after that enlightening experience. Wait, where's I think I left Freddy? There is Freddy. Party moves forward after that. We can call it an enlightening experience for most of you. And as the rest of them go forward, as soon as you see that there seems to be a corner that you all turn and multiple places to go, you assume that the high route is probably the best way. As Midnight follows behind, next with Murdock, then Celeste, then Gyan and Marlet. And as soon as you all enter here, okay, still keeping party formation?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hop, 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 hop. You see yet another grate and another area which seems to lead back into the ruined, crumbled tunnel you all saw before that maybe you could have went through, who knows? Maybe we could have skipped that whole encounter. At a risk, but, well, it's over now. As you all get back here. Before all of that, let me switch something up as everyone can see the rushing of water seemingly react to your presence, as in an echoing voice all throughout this little tunnel you found yourself there. Who goes there?
No,
grab a thing.
There's a troll under the bridge.
Are you the king? And as you do say that, you see one of these pop out. As from the sewage water, everyone just sees a rather big sewage-colored tentacle. Just a singular tentacle, no even creature, as it's seemingly made up of the sewage itself, rise from the water. And let me do this. Ah. Stop it. As this giant thing just pops out.
Oh.
Oh.
It's seemingly speaking to you, although from what you can tell, it's almost ethereal or mentally.
I recognize that.
I used the art because it fit. Are you the king? Yep. And who enters my domain? As from what it feels like, as the tentacle is slithering about and doing all of this, it's everything that's being relayed, or initially sounds like it's just echoing through the walls, until most of you kind of realize there is no echo, because it's in your minds. just a few people searching for a lost book.
Hmm. Treasure seekers.
As literally everyone other than Celeste roll me intelligence checks.
Damn.
Don't know why.
Oh god. Just flat out intelligence? That's a
Yep. Murdock and Sinetis. The pieces start to fit together to you. Garbage lair, stinky everywhere. Short stature thing with wavy appendages that likes to surround itself in waste.
Wait.
You have a feeling you know who the king is or what.
Yep.
Limited psionics. Tentacle thing controlled by, from what you can tell to be mental commands is new, but yeah.
That makes sense.
Then come. But first, pass my trial.
As the tentacle goes back down the water again.
Provide some entertainment for the garbage king.
Well then. Thing is, Murdock, you got a feeling you know what this king is.
Yeah.
And it's not pleasant. It's safe.
Okay, nice. I'll
Yep.
go across.
It's very pleasant. What do you mean?
Sinetis paid attention.
We're told about it. You were hoping you never got to see one. Well, most of you anyway. But well, fate is fickle. As you see a long, narrow hallway. I guess from your direction, so I guess roll me perception.
Oh
I
my.
need to ask.
Yeah. Oh,
Oh,
it's actually decent. Oh, that's more than decent, but yeah.
it is suspiciously clean. There is no debris here. Almost as if it was washed away.
That's suspicious. Can I look for anything out of place besides it being unnaturally clean?
Sure, roll me perception. Or I guess
Yeah.
investigation. Either works. This time it can be the other.
I have better perception. What the fuck?
Quarterstaff? Where?
I use my inspiration.
Just drop it down. Like poke the area. Nothing seems to happen.
Okay, a 12. I do have one more group
Okay,
there, but I'll save that.
Nope, can't really see anything with a 12.
Okay. I'll warily go down.
Go down.
I'll put...
With Arleigh with you?
Yeah, I was gonna say I'll put Arleigh down.
Put Arleigh on Midnight Shoulder as well. As the party goes down, everyone sees this long, narrow hallway. Nothing seems to happen yet. Oh, what are you doing there? Sometimes I just leave behind random testing tokens for measuring and such.
I was wondering
It
why.
wouldn't be out of character for Squeakers to be down here, though.
I mean,
I just sometimes leave like random tokens for like I do stuff like measuring a map size, and I guess that's one thing I forgot.
Yeah, I feel that. I feel that now because I actually know what map tools is like.
Yeah.
Okay. I guess we shall proceed.
Does the party follow behind?
Yes.
Okay, as the party carefully follows close behind.
Yeah, carefully though.
As you all get to about here and see what fuck is happening, Sinetis, roll me another perception then, just to see the layout of the lay of the land.
I don't know why, but I was waiting for you to say roll another great investigation.
You see that there seems to be a long, narrow hallway here, about like 80 feet across, with a lot of, again, suspiciously clean walkways, and with just a glimmer in that pile of crates you can see, almost as if there's... Oh, something's there. Almost. Your loot senses are tingling, that's what I'm implying.
Yeah. I'll slowly approach it.
Okay. Does the party follow behind, or just
greed.
the latest?
Yeah, it's greedy stuff. I'm not. You guys following?
Yes. Follow.
I'll stop like 15 feet away from it.
Well, as you place your tail down here, everyone hears another resounding laugh as... Then the trial shall begin. As the door here grates shuts, and the tentacle goes up behind all of you. And from what you can see, multiple slits and holes open from the sides as... Well, the king did say he wanted some good entertainment. Roll initiative. As... Let me get a thing.
Oh, that's a 7.
Fucking 7. I'm in the front, but yet oh no, Celeste, you rolled just as bad as me. Nice. You know how half the team rolled dog shit, the other half
That's a lot
rolled
of
really good.
tens.
Actually, only 2 of you fuckers rolled good. So Arleigh has the same dex as me.
Wait, did
Listen, I'm
Freddy and
distracted.
Murdock have the same? Freddy and Murdock have the same initiative? Damn.
As it is the trial of the Garbage King. This is not a combat encounter. It's a trap gauntlet.
No, that's just as bad.
There is nothing to smack. There is only point A to point B.
I mean, I could smack
do
the wall
this.
with my sword, but it won't do anything.
Okay. Gyan, what's your initiative? As let me actually pull out a fucking book to read.
Ooh.
10. Uh-huh. Okay, so you go
I think all my perception bad luck went
Midnight?
to my initiative.
Venom and Mid are also 10. Is that well, who goes first? Venom and Mid first? Okay. Then Sinetis.
7.
7, great.
Yeah, tasty. As I said, my perception bad luck went to my initiative.
Murdock. Murdock and Freddy 20. Oh, wow, did they really actually? Wow. They really actually rolled the same for both sets of familiars. Then for Celeste, 8. Great. Just like these zero greats.
Yes.
And Arleigh,
17.
17. Right in between. As welcome to the OTUG's, well, I think it's obvious by now, so I can say it.
Yeah.
The OTUG's Lairs Challenge.
I felt smart when I figured it out. I was like, oh, it's one of those.
That's good. Because, well, time for something we haven't actually used a lot. Dungeon traps.
Oh,
As from what it seems like, this corridor opens a lot of its holes. As from the side of it, so you can see waves of sewage seemingly leap through holes and as if it's a gauntlet of sewage flying about. Sharp-pointed glass, broken table legs, everything seems to fly through and from these trap holes.
Well, that's fucking charming.
Freddy, at this point, can we even trust the familiars to make this? I will tell you that if you keep your familiar, like, shielded within you, you can avoid them being, yeah. Okay, I'll shield them then. Then Freddy essentially will go on... Okay, Freddy will essentially go on Murdock's turn, which, speaking of which, Murdock, you have the great pleasure of being the first to test out this very, interesting entertainment trial. Okay, I'll move to the top left of Sinetis. Okay, moving through allies, I can count that as 20 feet of movement. Is mid within 10 feet of me? Yep. As it also seems to, I mean, just for clarification, it's also active all the way from here, and oh yeah, I forgot the tentacle. Let me grab that. Would friendly count as the other creature for Thunderstep? I suppose so. Just to get away from the others. And then Thunderstep to the end. How far can you move with it? 90 feet. So yep, you can reach all the way at the end of here as everyone just hears a loud boom as Murdock thundersteps out through the entire hallway, seemingly leaving behind a trail of shattered stone and falling sewage. And end. Okay, as you do end your turn here, you can see that there seems to be a bit of treasure almost obviously left behind by this king to entice you into grabbing it. As over here you can see a set of glowing potions which are kept underneath boxes and rummage, which it's very obviously made so that you are able to grab it, but buried deep enough that it would cost your whole action to loot it. You can see a glowing potion inside. And as you end your turn there... Okay, let's see here. Okay, you are in the space... You're ending your turn still within the same hallway as soaring sewage, but you still do count as within it. So let's see if you can avoid this. As a fountain of sewage seems to fly from one hole to another as they seemingly snake about almost as if in a web-like pattern. Let's see here, what is its roll to hit? Yep, it is Snap. For a 15 to hit. I think... Did you actually ever prepare mage armor? I shield that. Okay, and as you shield that, you just see a flying lump of sewage seemingly almost try to slash away at Murdock, but now shielded. Okay. Let's see here. Okay, that is Murdock. And soaring sewage turn. As you are all still left behind here, you see the tentacle behind you slowly creeping in. Okay, time for them. Let's see, each creature. Oh, great. All of you. As flying about through the wall, just trying to slash away at all of you. Sewage flies almost as if flying blades. To Sinetis, the first one is... Oh wow, that's a great start. First one is a 22.
Shield.
Change that, of course. Are you also shielding Arleigh? Keeping Arleigh inside?
Yeah, why not?
Okay. Wild shape, so useful. Just hide behind the big lunk. Okay, and next one will... I assume Midnight you're doing the same for Venom. Yes, okay, shield the familiars. And Arleigh. Too bad about Warlock though. To Midnight, that will be a nat 1. And as it does bounce out off of Sinetis and flies towards you, Midnight, it seemingly acrobatically out of the way you dodge, but as it moves to Celeste, it is keeping its speed. As the more it misses, the more powerful it goes for the next try.
No.
It's time to see here this time.
Shit thrown at us, poor Celeste.
That is a 13 this time.
Hey.
That misses somehow, which makes the hit on Gyan even more likely
Oh, no.
as it continues to accelerate.
This is so fucking dumb.
Oh wow, it is rolling really shit, pun intended. For Gyan, that is an 11 to hit. So no. Which makes the one on Marlet a plus 11.
Oh my fucking god.
And that is a 29. Okay, let's see here.
Marlet gets covered in doo-doo.
There are a very... Okay, so that is that. How much it missed? It missed thrice. Holy shit. Can you even mock the shitty water? It is not a creature. Let's just, you know what, since I'm not gonna roll a lot of dice for that. To Marlet, please take 29 slashing damage.
Oh, that's some sharp shit!
Yup. It continued to accelerate the more it missed.
Is Marlet dead?
I think on 2.
Oh my god.
Okay, well that is soaring sewage.
Hmm.
The more you wait around for it, and the more you dodge it, the stronger it just gets to hit the next one. Arleigh, unless you want to break out of your wild shape, you can just hitch a ride on Sinetis.
Yeah, if you just hide in my armor, you should be good.
I guess hide, while you're just continuing to go there. Water geysers don't trigger until one of you. As Murdock, you take a peek here and see more loot rooms. And
Ooh, nice.
geysers of shit and piss seemingly pop up from the floor and drop from the ceiling, as this part seems to be more like flying blades. This one seems to be falling and rising pillars of water.
It's not.
If you want to know where the fuck I got this trap dungeon, blame Xanathars.
Oh my god.
Midnight. You have to get through all of this.
Oh no.
I guess I'll go to Murdock. And as you try and go up, that's... Okay, 30 feet of movement. Dashing. Yes. 60. Want to add more to it. Hop for another 15. Letting you reach with 75. Okay. Have anything else? Nope, that's my turn. You still end your turn in the soaring sewage area, so here comes another. This time it's a 21 to hit. Okay. Well, if you can't do anything about that, that is, oh my god, 14 slashing damage. Well, that is certainly, a yay factor. Venom, I assume, just hides under you. Oh yeah, and also, I forgot what the geysers would also roll to hit Murdock, and it misses. Which means that if it would have broke Murdock, yep. Okay. It just misses. I'm just gonna let that pass for now. Nice, and Venom just hides underneath you. Gyan, Marlot is looking really bad. What the fuck did this garbage king design? I guess just for free, I can allow you to also roll me Arcana. Just to get a lay of what the fuck is happening. Well, you can tell that these flying dumps of sewage seem to not be controlled mechanically, but more of almost psionically, as they are flying in erratic patterns that do not seem natural with their velocity. This king, this garbage king, which everyone theorizes is probably an Otyug, has some powerful psionics if he's controlling all of this. Your turn. It is also an option to just try and, like, figure out what the fuck is happening here. Or just book it all the way to the other side. Is the grate under us stable? Looks like it. As you have a feeling, you know why this place was suspiciously clean. Also, this thing is chasing behind you. Okay, I'm gonna go there. Moving through Celeste, that's... Sure, you have the athlete feat. I can let you pass by just this once. Okay, I'm gonna go there. Do you move all the way? Oh, just on the grate then. Alright then. Can I see ahead of Murdock? Somehow, yes. Barely, just a bit. Can I vortex warp myself? Let me double check. Vortex warp. Another creature. Nope, only other creatures, not yourself. You can help someone out at the cost of yourself. Okay, Marlot. Okay. Let me see here. Read Vortex Warp. Yep, you can teleport Marlot up to anywhere within 90 feet that you can see. So you teleport Marlot to the other side then? Above Murdock. Yep. And as Marlot does go there, it's seemingly safe in this little patch. Have Marlot grab the loot. Do it. Do it. Wait, what? I'm just saying that Marlot is in range of grabbing the loot. Loot! At the cost of his action. Oh nah, he repairs. Well, no loot for another day. Or wow, that was shit. For 7 healing. That was Marlot's bonus. Marlot does still have his entire movement. You could send Marlot to the loot piles. Loot. Is the above area safe? From what you can see, no. It's a longer route, but seemingly this king has put in loot for you to grab. Nah, he'll stay here. Alright, and it is a safe spot. Yeah, it is a safe spot here, but who knows for how long. You still have a bit of movement. That was 10 feet, you have 20 more. Marlock took the fucking brunt of that. I guess I'll just move to 20 then. Okay, and as you move here, I don't think you can do anything else, can you? Nope. Well, as you end your turn there, the flying sewage seems to come out of the pipe and slash away at you, or attempt to at least. For this time, an 18 to hit, as it missed Murdock, and is faster now. Shield. Okay then. As you shield that, protecting yourself and resetting the speed, it goes back to another pipe and that thing's gonna get annoying. And okay. Celeste. Okay. Seeing all of this happen, there is the option of just run. Or you perhaps could see if you can try to mess with what the fuck is happening here. Haste doubles all movement, yep, and gives you an extra hasted action. Haste. Though the worry is, if Celeste does break concentration, if Celeste ever breaks concentration, you waste a turn. It's a risk. But let's see if it's worth it. Were you hasting Sinetis? Okay, as we haste up the fighter. All right, here we go. Let's see if we can pass this challenge. That was your action. Okay, then boots of speed, bonus action, double walking speed, and run. You have 60, so you can walk all the way through up here. Unless you have anything you can give. Yeah. That'll end your turn there then. Okay, and well, the flying sewage seems to fly out once again. So tries to go for Celeste, this time for an 18 to hit. Okay, let's shield that. Everyone has shield. Keep that concentration up. Sinetis, your turn. Shield breaks. You were hasted.
Yeah, okay, well.
Oh,
I guess Sinetis is gonna look to wherever the hell Arleigh is and just say, hold on.
Hold on tight.
He's gonna go. Go speed.
Okay, you have currently 60-foot base movement speed, which lets you go through Celeste for 55.
Then I can dash.
You could dash, as you kind of have to go by here. If you want, you can action surge, grab the loot.
I have a hasted action, right?
Yep. Can that hasted action be used to... Okay, wait. You can use your hasted action to dash, and then your regular action to grab.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Okay. As you use your hasted action to dash for another 60, this time with a bit of added...
No, yeah. I'm
Okay. You would have, since this is... Okay, you would need to sacrifice 15 feet of movement because of your party members being there, counting as difficult terrain. This would be... I think you have up to 45 then? Yeah. You have up to 45 feet of movement, but you can choose to go through here, where it seems that the Garbage King has left some loot for you to grab, or just continue on the path.
I'll go over there. Wait,
okay.
Can I roll to see if there's actually any traps in that area, the one with the loot?
The whole hallway is a trap.
Ah, the whole thing, okay.
Yep, everything.
Oh yeah, I'll just go to the loot. No, I guess I'll snatch it.
Okay, as you use your action to, first of all, you roll your action to snatch it. Roll me. Since you are hasted, I can let you do either athletics or sleight of hand with advantage to grab it.
+6 or +1. I'll go with 6.
Okay, you grab this vile potion thing. No time to look at it right now. And you end your turn here, trying to grab the rest.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, and as you do end your turn here, let me double check. Yep. Surprisingly, this hallway does... Actually... Wait.
Uh-oh.
This hallway is difficult terrain as it's slightly flooded now. So you would end your turn here instead.
So that means I wouldn't have been able to grab it, or?
No, you could. It was this.
Oh, it was that one. It wasn't the one up there. Okay.
Yeah.
You
can break up your movement.
Yep. Yeah, I'll just end there. Why not?
And as you end your turn there, the tentacle from behind seems to start moving. And just blocking the path back. Freddy, I assume, is still hiding with Murdock. Sinetis has grabbed whatever the fuck was left there. Okay, Murdock. It seems like it's safe for now, but you have no idea when this thing will act up again. Also, shield's gone. Okay, so I'll go to the safe area for now. And I'll cast Mage Armor. Alright, fair enough. And okay, doesn't seem to trigger on here for now. Although, as soaring sewage once again comes around, Celeste and Gyan still keep their shields, but currently in the line of fire is Midnight, Celeste, and Gyan. One first towards Midnight. For you is gonna be a 13th hit, flies right past you, accelerating faster. Second one is to Celeste, gonna be a 25 to hit, as it's just speeding on. That hits. You are taking one for the team. As you could swear this. Although as the turn had passed, seems these flying sewage blades are getting predictable. You feel like running might not be the only option, but then again, you're so close. Let's see here. For the one that's flying towards you, this time I can actually roll just basic dice. Oh wow, that is quite shit. 3 slashing damage. That is very shit. And you do have to roll for haste. Come on. Literally shit. Okay, haste is still up. And as it also flies up towards Gyan, keeping your shield still up. That is a 15. I assume no, as it gets faster again. Nope. Arleigh, I assume are you still hiding with Sinetis? I like how everyone's dying out here, and then there's Arleigh just crab. You could break Wild Shape and assist your friends, but that will put you in the line as well. Can I look around for any more shiny stuff? I suppose so. Okay. As you do look about, there's seemingly this time, as you kind of try and view and see, there's seemingly one gleaming shiny chest here, and another here as well. Wait, let me double check actually where I put them. Am I right? Yup, I am right. There's seemingly 2 here. But you can also see rising and falling pillars of sewage. I could break Wild Shape. Yup. You can end up helping your party, but in exchange putting yourself in the line of fire as well.
I say hide.
Alright then. I'll just hide for now. As you're hiding there right now, the waste geysers start falling and rising from the floor. Sinetis, you are in it. So as you are here, please roll me. Let's see here, a dexterity saving throw. Do you have advantage on these? Because haste? Don't remember. With advantage, so you do. Oh. Well, about that. group. No. Oh, that is unfortunate because you just get bathed in a pillar of sewage as falling right on top of you is the equivalent of Jesus fucking near max roll. 17 bludgeoning damage. That was pretty high fucking roll. As you get dealt 17 bludgeoning damage, but that is not the end, because as you get piled down with a fountain of sewage from up above, you fall prone. Oh, that's great. Yup. And well, midnight is your turn. Does this area have dim light? I can say so, yes. Okay, Arleigh, I'm gonna do what you do. I think that would mean Venom has to run and hide someone, but he does go right after you, so... Yup. That would leave a single turn where Venom is exposed. Unless you actually... No, you can just walk forward and do it. Up forward, so long as you don't leave Venom in this hallway. Yeah, I'll do that. Yeah, so you need to get a bit forward. Okay, that will be 25 feet of movement. Okay. Bat time. As midnight polymorphs into a bat. And zip, zip. That's just small, not tiny. And Venom temporarily gets let loose. That was 25 feet off your movement. How much does the bat have? $60, right? Okay. Fly. Oh, only 30 feet actually. So you can move 5 feet farther. That. Oh god, that might not actually last that long. I thought it was 60. Depends. You need to pass. Can I just hide in Sinetis' thing? I suppose so. Though I think Sinetis right now is a bit occupied with Arleigh, I'd say you would probably have to choose someone else.
Sinetis is turned into a fucking taxi. I mean, there's probably some place in his armor you can fucking
I think,
sneak
okay, just
into.
for the purposes of this, one person can carry one familiar. You could... you could do Marlet. Okay, I will hide with Marlet. Alright then. That's it. And well, Venom has to go somewhere, but kinda doesn't have a lot of options right now. I suppose Venom can hold an action to book the Celeste taxi. Unless you want Venom to go looting. Yep, hide with Celeste. Yep, I can let that. Time to book a ride with the Celeste taxi. Alright then. Everyone gets a taxi. And well, Gyan. Shield is gone. Bonus action, Expeditious Retreat. Whee! 30 feet normal. Dash, dash, dash. I'm gonna step on the gas. As you try to fly forwards, this time with another 30. Letting you cut here. Dash again. Yeah. And as you dash through here, you pass by Marlet for a second. And well, and you end your turn here. Alright then. As you end your turn there. Celeste, it would be your turn. Shield is gone. Dash. Boots of Speed. As you pass by here for 35 feet of your movement, Venom hitches a ride. And, okay, that is 35. This is... Okay, that's 35. This is 40. This is 40. This is 50. And you can move into the sewage for 60 and okay, yeah, you can move one more square for 60 since you have Boots of Speed. And then action dash. Need to keep track of who has which speed. It is currently difficult terrain, so you have currently I think 70 more feet of movement left. Wanna just dash all the way? Yeah. Okay, as you top. Okay, you have essentially 35 because this place is slightly flooded with difficult terrain. Okay, then. Yeah, that's fine. And Sinetis, you are prone, which means you need to spend a whole 30 feet of your movement standing up.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Imagine needing to spend more than 5 feet of movement. That was 30 feet off your movement. This is difficult terrain. Although from what you can tell, these high spots don't seem to be, as it's only slightly flooded. Athlete, the best feat. I think Sid might be glad I suggested it.
Okay, Mr. Athlete, you can get the loot then.
You can get the loot.
I'll dash. I still have
Just straight right?
Right? Yeah.
Straight right then. Yep, you still have regular 30 with your base movement.
Okay, yeah. I'll move, and then I'll dash.
Well, it would just be 15 because of difficult terrain.
Yeah. I can cast it. No, I don't want to wait for spell slot. I'll dash again.
Okay, dashing again for another... Okay, this time for 30, since you have haste, I'm clicking on Arleigh. Okay, Yep, for a 30, since you have haste.
Okay. And did I already dash? I dashed right there. What the
Yep.
fuck was that?
Yep.
Brain!
You have your hasted action.
Yeah, I'll do that. My brain just shut off.
Dash
That was
again?
scary. Yeah.
Okay, and let me just think right now. Alright. Is it raining with snow?
Uh-oh.
Oh god.
Oh, fuck.
Are we gonna have to leave on a cliffhanger?
Damn. Well,
Back up tower,
Oh,
we can
no.
manage. So you dash?
yeah.
Okay, so that would be 20 feet of difficult terrain, but after this point, it's free.
Nice.
So you have another 40, I think.
Yeah, well, I guess. Yeah, I'll move. I didn't do a bonus action. Nah, I only have 33. It's not too bad.
Okay. Do you end your turn here?
I do have action surge. Yeah, I'll action surge.
Dash again?
Yeah.
Okay, that would leave you with another 60, which you can see. Okay, now here is the thing. You can see that there are crates on the opposite side. You do not know if there's loot there.
Well, I've already said I'll leave the loot to the athlete. So, yeah, I'll just zoom.
SMH.
You think Sinetis cares about loot?
As you try to go.
You only took
As you
that
try to
one because
go
you
here.
guys said to take it.
You can feel it. You are so close. But as soon as you are barely at the back, you can just hear the voice speak into your head. Why don't you entertain me some more? Roll a wisdom save.
Ooh, that's cool. Oh, this isn't.
The
Man,
wisdom save or the photo?
fuck. Okay, is this scaredness? Or
Yup,
is that
it is. It is fear.
I have the pest plushie?
You need to hold it, I think.
Okay, is that an item interaction or?
I think that would be a full action, which
Wait,
guess
yeah.
who used action surge?
Oh yeah, or legs as an action. Yeah, that's an action. Okay, I'll just roll it. I
When
have
you remember,
nothing.
you actually have that.
Yeah, I have 2 of those. 12.
Oh. And guess who gets to be forced back all the way?
All the way. That's bullshit.
Not all the way, but up to what your movement can carry. And guess who has boosted movement?
So what? 60? It's not bad.
Yup, 60 feet all the way back.
Okay. I'm fine with that. It's 60.
And you cannot move any closer.
Eh. That's a bitch, but that's also.
And from what you can tell, you are being pushed back. You are currently frightened. Yay.
Yeah, that's nice. Yeah, I'll second wind. Actually, no, wait, no, that's just my turn. Fuck it, I won't.
Okay, tentacles. Tentacle again. Which it will just continue moving, and from what it seems like. Okay, this safe spot is no longer safe. Should one wish to stay here, it seems like it's readying itself to whip you farther. So, you want to grab the loot? The loot is your booty. Freddy.
I mean, technically,
I assume
Gyan has
still
2
hiding,
chances
so
to
Murdock.
grab it because of Marley. Oh?
Gyan ain't picking up shit. Fuck, okay.
What about Marlet? Is Marlet picking up shit? That was fucking weird. Is that not? I think you will, yeah.
He's a greedy bitch. Hmm. You can very much feel like that these are very intentionally placed in obvious to see locations because this king wishes to see how you react.
We got one potion. I think that's enough.
Out of 4 potentially.
Yeah,
Up to you.
yeah, those are you guys. I think one potion is more than enough, but if you guys want to go and snatch shit,
You don't have enough time to know what it is yet.
yeah.
You just grabbed it and run.
A potion of owlbear taming. That's what I hope.
I'll
it
move
is.
30 feet to the right. And, well, guess who has swim speed?
Yeah!
It is relevant once again!
Yeah, but...
Fuck you all, landwalkers. Unless, does Murdock just swim in the sewage now? Because there's no avoiding it anymore, you have to
Yeah.
walk through it.
I mean, Murdock doesn't have a fucking sense of smell, so... Sinetis just doesn't really give a fuck. But...
Yeah, thunder step again. From this point? Alright.
Oh, nice.
From this point then? Yeah. Okay, then as you thunder step from this point, how far can you teleport? 90. I'd say you can... You kinda can't see where Sinetis is, but... from your point of view... never mind, you can go, like, here. Nice. And Sinetis, you see Murdock land here with the Freddy taxi, and then as you end your turn there, you feel the voice speaking to you as well.
God.
Yep, it does that every single time.
Well,
With save.
I have 2 plushies, so...
Have to give it a round, yeah.
Yeah.
Guess who's proficient in wisdom saves? A fucking wizard.
Nice.
Will it be enough, though? I'll give myself advantage. Oh, here we go.
Roll double nat ones, I fucking dare you.
Okay, it's enough. You resist it. Okay, you feel the call to go back and extend this entertainment, but you say no. You see that there might be a couple of loot barrels at the end of the hallway, but that'll require you to take the long route. I think that's your turn then, right? Yeah? Yeah, well, soaring sewage would go if there was anyone still left in its halls. Which is no one, other than the tentacle, which does not get affected. Arleigh, do you break out of your wild shape to help Sinetis, or do you just continue being a crab?
I say stay crab.
Wild shape is now the most useful feature.
As a druid, I can confirm.
I mean, you're playing a moon,
Yeah.
so
Moon really.
that's a skewed perspective.
Listen, I just bite things, man. It's not. It ain't like. Arleigh actually. uses
Arleigh is the
things.
one person who's gonna get out of this unscathed.
Yeah. I think it'd be harder for her to get shit out because of the feathers. I don't know how feathers work, but that's a lot of feathers.
Yeah, high chance I can't fly here. Yeah, looks at the falling and toppling pillars of water.
I just say stay with me. That's up to you. Oh yeah, question. It says
Wait.
I can only use these once. I can't use the toy again in this way until you finish a long rest. Because I have two, can I use it twice, or...?
I guess so. The question is, did you put them in the bag?
No, I think he was just carrying them. Probably, did he?
Did you? Are you walking around with...
I have no recollection of him putting them in the bag. And he's had one the whole time since last year, so I'm assuming he just kept it in his
carrying
bag.
it always, all the time.
Hey, listen, you don't know when not being able to be scared will be useful, so... Shit, carrying one makes sense.
I can let you have one. Sure.
Yeah, I would say he probably would put one in the bag, holding.
Walking around with two plushies all the time is a bit on the fanatical side now. Right wild shape now, but
so I only got one.
Hide. Well, here's... Okay. Here's the thing, Arleigh. Technically, you count as a creature able to be frightened.
You have
with save.
You're good at these. You have like what, a plus fucking 62 million in wisdom save? Oh my god.
Inso? Inspo?
The beloved.
What kind of what in the government organization? DM Inspo.
Here to
Use
steal
it
on the
then.
bread. Roll worst.
Okay, that is enough. Nice.
Does this thing know Arleigh's like an actual person, or did it just try to scare a crab because it could?
The voice affects all creatures in their turn.
So it pretty much
It's indiscriminate.
It just I feel bad for the random ass like mice and shit that come walking by here.
That's the thing. Do they?
Oh,
That gate was locked.
true. I mean,
Does Freddy roll? Freddy ended his turn before he got here.
rats are like slippery bastards, so maybe they could get in somewhere.
Yeah, Freddy ended his turn before Murdock moved, which is why. Okay, well, you resist the frightening. And the geysers, which... Good news and bad news. Good news, this place isn't difficult terrain. Bad news, it's still reached by the geysers.
Oh god.
Okay, so... Okay, and at this point, since the tentacle is also here, this place is safe for now, but, Celeste, Sinetis, Murdock, time for some deck saves.
Oh, dex saves, just I get advantage. That's nice. Oh. Oh, I dodged the 3.
Is that a triple pass?
Is it? Is its DC fucking batshit crazy?
19, 20, 21. Well,
Oh, I like that.
who knows, but that is enough for all of you to pass.
Hey, nice.
The bad news is, it still does half.
Ugh.
Okay, let's see here. Or half of... That is 12 half to 6 bludgeoning for all of you. Celeste, con save on haste.
Six. 27.
Okay,
Oh.
haste is up. Good.
Nice.
Okay, that is quite pleasant. Midnight. Do you take just hide under Marlet, or do you just fly? I'ma hop on Gyan instead and hide with him.
Arleigh, you're gonna have a line for the cleansing stone after this. Though it probably won't get rid of the smell. Ooh.
Hello, Llama.
Hello.
They are running through the sewers.
I don't know if smelling like shit without shit on you is better or having shit.
Llama, they called you a Nothic.
Because he is a Nothic. A little lore goblin.
Venom still hides with Celeste too. Okay then. I guess it would be Gyan. Loot as crab. How dexterous do you think a crab is with a full crate?
Probably not at all. I mean, you can become a giant crab. Actually, you have no more wild shape. Never mind.
Vortex warp Marlet as far as physically possible. Okay, so first I would assume you have to walk up for 10 feet of movement, and then what's up? That's
Why the fuck is Marley getting vortex warped?
Have you seen his HP?
Yeah, but he's expendable. You can always build.
He's
a new
expendable. Whoop.
Can't build a
Marvelous.
new Celeste though. Now can you?
Who will carry him?
You. He's your robot.
Okay, well, that's Marlet gone. Okay. Yeah, my robot, I Vortex Warp. Okay, dash. Up you have... Hello, difficult terrain. You spent 10... okay, you spent 5 to just walk here. You have 25 left, which would mean you have a total of 10 feet of movement. Expeditious, okay. So you get 10 here and 15 farther, because expeditious, you're catching up and goodbye loot.
Just we got one thing because it was on the way.
Okay, and that is your turn?
Watch this be like
Okay, that's my
Miss
turn.
Lang's. Watch this be a Miss Lang's ring situation again, where because we didn't get it, the other dude will.
Man. Voice of Fear. Let me just double check here. As the voice seemingly... I guess since you three are here, Sinetis with disadvantage, but Arleigh and Murdock, both of you can roll me perception checks.
Alright. Oh, I wonder how bad a Sinetis. Oh my fucking god. That's advantage. I want this.
Mid.
I
Oh my
still rolled better. Oh, not better. I rolled the same.
Well,
That makes
Arleigh, you spot that as this is all happening, you can kind of see that the voice is echoing through something that you can see. It's coming from the lanterns.
Kill the lanterns! I don't have ranged spells.
But while that is happening, though, it does still trigger, causing the rune to force you all to once more, other than Sinetis, everyone other than Sinetis roll me Wiz save, unless Gyan, is Marlock immune to fear? Crab noises points to lanterns. I would say that is I would say someone has to roll to interpret that.
I will. Would it be animal handling?
Conditions, charmed. I guess Marlet can feel fear.
Oh my god. What would I even roll to interpret what Arleigh's saying?
That's so metal.
Insight?
With save, yes.
You're good at those.
Including Freddy. Yeah. I mean, who else is...
Okay.
Okay, Arleigh, you move here.
I could constrict, but then that'll move my...
Yep, and that would break crab form.
Yeah. And it's only 20 feet. And Marlet's right there, so...
Arleigh, you are frightened. Unless you want to do something about it.
I say go ahead and use it.
Well, not. Let me check. Add anything to change that, or do you think that's enough? Is mid there? Nope.
You have group
Too
dice?
far.
So I think you do. You should have like 2 of them. Gives you a D4.
Group dice is tracked individually.
Yeah, so you should have them.
You don't ask the rest of the group, you ask yourself. Group dice is still just for you.
Yeah.
It's just
I've
they can
used
be
that
used
bitch.
using any... God damn it.
Listen, how did I understand that? I'm the fucking stupid one.
Group dice is just that you don't need to run with the limit of having that specific person there.
Yes.
It's still individually tracked.
People.
Up too late to go back and restore those now.
I love you guys. You have 2 of them. How am I remembering this better than you guys? I'm supposed to be the one with the doo-doo shit butter memory.
3, actually.
3? Oh yeah, you have 3 now, yeah, because we got another one from something.
Did you use them before?
I remember vividly being the first one to use it.
It was never shared.
Last session.
It was shared in the fact that you can use it so long as one of you is there. Well, if you think you've used it, we'll count it as having been used. That is... I'll just be honest
all
now.
3 of your dice during the Alon fight. You have 3 of them.
If you don't remember when you used it,
Oh.
we'll count it as having been used. This is not my job.
This is amazing. I think I used all of mine. I have no more.
We won't actually be getting a lot more until they're actually used up.
Yeah. Okay, right.
Okay.
Hey,
The
nice.
hilarious part is that it was already enough.
Hey, nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with being sure.
Okay, so you aren't frightened. You weren't going to be in the first place. But hey, the power of friendship.
Yeah.
I think Marlet passed and only Freddy really failed then. Okay. And well, I'll just say that... Just to be honest, if you think you used it, just count them as used. That is Yeah. Celeste. Time to hitch a ride. I'm gonna go back to that treasure closest to me. Okay. That is 40 feet, which leaves you with 20, which is actually enough to grab it. And you can roll me either sleight of hand or athletics.
Okay. It doesn't say the pest thing is an action. I read it wrong. It said you can remove it as an action.
Well, you aren't equipping it right now.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying.
Well, that is enough as you grab a second one.
Me reading shit wrong again.
Okay, never mind then. I think you had like...
Okay, so that's how it works.
Okay. That was... How much? Let me double check. This was 40. So you had 20 feet more. So you would end your turn here. Water Dancer's Charm. Okay, it doubles, so you can get 10 feet further. Yeah, that's good. And okay, we'll know what that was later.
Nice, we got two of them bitches. Okay.
Sinetis, you are currently afraid and
scared.
you cannot move any further unless you do something, which is
I'm gonna use
do something about the fear, or just use your action to try and reroll the save.
I'll just use the pest, but it's up to you because it doesn't say if it's an action or not. It says the toy can be used to fight off.
It doesn't say because it's just a base rule that using a magic item is an action.
Oh, okay.
That's why it doesn't say. That's just common with everyone. Everything.
I use that to end the frighten.
Does it automatically do it?
Yeah, it says when you make a saving throw to avoid or end the frighten condition on yourself. Oh, I can give myself advantage. It doesn't outright end it.
Okay, then you have advantage on your save.
Okay, nice. Boop. That was wrong.
That is
garbage.
Okay.
You know, I could just do it like this. Why do I still roll it like that? I could just do that.
Oh my god.
Gyan, you're not nowhere near me. Never mind.
Oh. Are we leaving this on a cliffhanger then? Once we get past?
I still do have... I still have my hasted action.
I don't think you can use your hasted action.
Okay, that's what.
Break free. It specifies what you can use it for. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Let me look at haste. Let me pull that up. I should actually be looking at that.
Yeah. So you can't use it to reroll your save. Yeah. I guess you can attack.
Huh? Would I be attacking?
I don't know.
I mean,
maybe.
Arleigh pointed to the
oh yeah. I guess roll me insight.
Yeah, I never did that. Oh, I'm fucking. I keep rolling 13s.
That's enough.
Okay.
Lanterns do something, and you kind of see them glowing.
Okay, am I able to move near the lantern?
Nope. Frightened.
I do still have. Do I have a crossbow? Did I give it?
You tell me.
No, I do. It's in my inventory, but it's not in my actions. Shield? Yeah, that's. I need a hand to crossbow because. Yeah, I don't like this. Can I just throw my sword at it?
It would be an improvised weapon somehow.
You know what? I'll throw the crossbow.
I'll throw the crossbow?
Yeah, what do I roll for that? Is it still dex? It's still shitty?
Yup, it is.
Yeah, nice. Let me eat the crossbow. It's a +1.
At disadvantage because you're frightened.
Oh yeah, tasty. Delicious.
I mean, what else are we gonna use this hasted action for? Oh my god!
Fuck you!
Let me check.
Shut up.
It knocks it on the side, but but it doesn't seem to do anything.
Okay. I was about to say, can I booming blade at that? That's not how that works.
Nope.
Okay, well, we never use the fucking thing anyway. Does it break? Does the crossbow break?
Roll me a D100 then.
Okay. That's a D1000. Wait.
No, that's just 1,000.
Oh, that's just 1000. Okay, there you go.
It's somehow safe.
Oh, nice. Well,
You have a feeling like just straight hitting the lamps isn't doing a lot.
okay.
And you can feel that it is magical, so probably not something brute force can just stop.
Well, at least I found that out.
Hope you
was-
found that out.
Yeah, I would've just kept on smacking them until something happened. Well, I think that was everything. I used my action to try to end the thing. I used my hasted action to throw the fucking crossbow.
Tastes
I-
nuts.
I don't have my action. No, I can't move any further.
Nope, I think, yeah.
Yeah, I think
Just
that's all I
taking
got.
gravity as well. Tentacle moves. Tell the others about the lantern, I can let you do that for free.
Yeah, I would've. I guess I would've.
Tentacle falls behind here, and it seems like, you might have time to grab the other loot, but it seems like this tentacle is busy just keeping you forward. And, well, Freddy is frightened and can try to break free of it again. Oh, somehow he does. That was his action though, which means that no dashing, but I think he can just reach you again.
Huh? Ooh, that's feet. That's feet.
Going
that's
back
neat.
to me. Okay.
So I can use it again because I didn't succeed. Huh. Besides, before
Okay.
one gets 1/8 to save succeeds, you can't use this toy again in that way until you finish the long rest. Okay.
And ending turn. Yeah. Well, as Freddy ends his turn, he's still in the range, so another was safe. And we're back to square one.
Oh my fucking god.
Okay, those lanterns are starting to get annoying.
Yes.
And you have a feeling that since Freddy is right there, unless you do something about it, water is gonna come crashing down.
Uh-oh, poor Freddy. Pick him up and throw him.
I suppose you could pick him up and force move him. Nah, just let Freddy die again.
I can't give you the 10 gold this time because I'm in debt.
I'll just call them back as an action. Yup. Okay then. As Freddy gets zooped into a demi-plane. And then I'll move to the right. Okay, to try and see... Loot, here I come. And well, Daddle's all the way there at least. And the ending your turn there. And well, second verse, same as the first. The lantern runes still try to speak to you, and you resist it. The promise of loot is just too strong. And well, soaring sewage, nothing is in there anymore. Arleigh! He could run ahead. You could leave Sinetis behind and run ahead.
Yeah, you could.
Well, we can either leave Gyan to be controlled by someone else, or
I don't know how a crab. I mean, you could try if you shillelagh on wild shape.
I don't. You can't shillelagh because bonus action is disengaging
fuck.
from wild
Well, you
shape.
could just smack it regularly.
When you have nothing to do with your action.
Yeah, I'd say do that.
I guess we're ending on a cliffhanger.
A shitty cliffhanger. Like, quite literally, there's shit everywhere.
And hit myself with the lantern.
What?
That is some M shit.
It is.
I don't think the lantern. I think the opposite will happen of you being pulled to the lantern. It's hooked to the wall.
Yeah. I mean, you could just abandon me. Don't worry, I'll die here alone.
Anyways, do you break? Do you break
I
first?
could break it.
Yeah. Well, those Nothics certainly made us learn a lot about each other.
It's
And as
always
you
the
break-
most innocent ones that are into the most kinky shit.
And zoop. And as you break wild shape, you regain back your flying speed. And do you just bonk it?
I just imagine Sinetis throw her like a Pokeball.
Pokeball.
Arleigh, I choose you.
Okay, then roll to head a fucking lantern.
Oh my
Okay. Well, that would hit if I didn't already imply that hitting it does nothing.
god.
I just said it.
You should look for a switch or something.
There are multiple points where Sinetis could have cut you off.
True. I just wanted to watch.
You have 10 more feet of movement if it really matters. Or 15, actually. You have a flying of 30.
I mean, you could try ripping it out of the wall with pure force, but I doubt you'll be able to do it.
Yeah, I'll move further. Moving further, you can see that the end is there. Do you leave your friends behind?
Let me die alone. I'm just gonna drown in this shit.
If you go 15 feet further, you have escaped. But you're leaving everyone else behind. Up to you. Now, Arleigh won't do that.
I mean, you could just stand there and wait for us. I love how being considered one of the strongest members in this party is having the strength of a normal person. I love that so much.
You do that?
Arleigh had what, 10 strength?
Just waiting. Okay then, so you end your turn free from this gauntlet. I'll stay with them. Ending your turn here does mean you get to roll against the fear again. But you aren't sure if there's any going back after.
I say,
passing.
wait just outside of the gauntlet. So you could still be within calling range
It
if
would
shit
be-
goes bad.
Yeah, it's still here. This is the endpoint. Stand here and you would still be affected by the fear. So this would be the most farthest point you can get.
Or just
15 can get you here and out of it, but here it will still be in it.
oh, someone's cooking something.
Well, I'll go that far then. At the end
Standing
of your
in the
turn,
place.
you roll me another whiz save.
You're good at these. Oh
Well.
my god.
Seems Lady Luck was not on your side.
Well,
No changing it. Nada?
I don't think we got anything.
Nah. Well, you are forced all the way back. Oh, hey, Sinetis. Bye, Sinetis.
I mean, I could just pick you up again and probably bring you with me if I succeed. I don't
Nope,
know.
not when she's that big anymore.
Oh, I love ways.
I mean, you would be... We'll get to it on your turn then.
Yeah.
Okay, and the fun part about it is Sinetis is just out of the water geysers. Arleigh isn't.
Oh no! no! Well, say hello to Stinky Feathers.
Okay, Murdock, Arleigh, Marlet, Gyan, Celeste. Time for a group
Everyone but me. Oh, I feel horrible.
and Midnight. Time for
Oh,
a group
Midnight.
deck.
Okay, I feel like-
Time for a group deck save. Well.
Okay.
Ending.
Oof.
Midnight doesn't have to because Gyan's shielding him.
Damn.
Okay, which is who? Okay, retype that in text. An actual. I'm keeping track of a lot of stuff here as well.
Actually,
Gyan
you
is
can take
3,
it.
Marlet is 15.
I was gonna say you should have put it the other way, but actually no, it makes sense to go with it that way.
Okay, so everyone else retype their things. 21, 20, 21. Is it literally only Gyan?
Gyan yet again.
Gyan takes 11 bludgeoning damage. Everyone else takes 6. And Celeste, roll me your final.
Marlet's still alive. Actually, Marley succeeded. Actually, no, he still took half.
Okay, you're still passing. Everyone else takes 6. Marlet is still somehow making this.
Nice.
Oh, Arleigh is finally hurt.
Uh-oh. Stinky Feathers.
Oh, hey, heroism temp HP.
How long did... Wait, the temp is...
Temp HP doesn't go away until a long rest.
Yeah.
And that was unpleasant. And okay, on your turn, Sid, what do you want Gyan to do, just in case if you really need to leave right now? I think it's possible for the party to get this by the end of the next turn.
Yeah. Unless I
What's
fucking fail.
Gyan's game plan? Because it would be Midnight right now if Midnight wants to break free from Gyan. Just dash, dash, dash. Well, trust Gyan with someone then.
Oh god, this is gonna go horribly.
Mid and Venom just stay there. Yatsu. Hog. Well, speaking of Gyan, it is Gyan's turn right now. Do you need to go right now, or... I'll stay for a bit. Alright then, well, it is your move. Okay, dash action. Okay, so you would move 15 because of difficult terrain, but as soon as you get here with your dash, you are free from the difficult terrain. And as you get here, do you use your expeditious retreat again as well? Could have used your expeditious retreat first and then save your action for this. I'll allow that. I'll just get Marlot to dash for my bonus. Oh yeah. Well, I guess Marlot isn't feared, yeah? So I guess, yeah, he can just move forward. There. 80 feet, dash. Okay. Marlot can go all the way. Do you send Marlot all the way? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, and as Marlot goes past all of you, saying one last piece, he is out.
Nice.
The first one to finish is Marlot. I mean, he did get Vortex Warp like twice.
Yeah.
And, well, speaking of which, it is the Voice of Fear's turn. And, okay, being forced back costs you your reaction. Who still has the reaction here? If you got forced back already. If you got pushed back on the last turn, on your other turns, it would have been costly reaction. Who still has the reaction, because only they would get affected. I have it. Well, anyone who still has the reaction left, then you, Murdock, get to roll me. Yep. Since it's their last turn. Okay, you resist it.
I don't think I
so
will.
Arleigh wouldn't need to. Sinetis, did you get could push back?
I don't think so.
Then you can. Then you have to roll it again.
Nice. Here, right?
Yep.
Okay, then I get. It's nice.
Or did
so...
you?
I have no idea.
Your turn hasn't passed yet. I think you're still here. I'd say you would have probably already used it since your turn hasn't passed yet again.
Okay, so I don't need
Okay,
to?
so only Murdock.
Okay.
Murdock succeeded. Celeste. I'm gonna go back for the other loot too.
Oh
my god. How much is that? You can have Hup. Okay, so this would be 15 feet. 15 feet of your movement is gone. Passing by here would require 50 more feet. So 15 plus 50, that is 65 feet of movement. It would be 65 feet of movement to get there. That will require my dash. Don't do it. Just run.
I left the job to Gyan, and Gyan said no. It's no longer your responsibility. You just ran.
I'll just go. Then you would have to spend 60 feet trying to dash.
You got 2, that's good.
Or 60 feet because of difficult terrain.
And I'm guessing Murdock.
In your normal movement. 60 feet difficult terrain because of your normal movement. You can use... Okay, with your... Yep, you can use with your dash another 60, which would lead you to be able to move 55 feet more. Here then. Because going through Gyan is difficult terrain. And as you end your turn here, you roll me the whiz save as the aura of fear is continuing to emanate from these lanterns. Oh. Anything to change that? That is... Yep. Okay, that was enough. And now. Okay, and as you end your turn there, Sinetis.
Okay. About picking up Arleigh. What is that?
It would probably be a full action. Your movement would your movement boosted would be gone.
Yeah, because I have to use my action to try to end the fear, then another action to pick up Arleigh, and then this is difficult terrain, correct?
Yep.
Yeah, so that I'm giving it 15 feet.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna end the fear.
It could. Yep.
Am I no longer feared?
Yep, you are no longer feared.
Nice. Dilemmas, though.
That was your action.
Can I give this retreat to someone else?
Action surge. Try to. Yeah. What?
I used action surge already.
Oh, you already did.
I want to see. Can I use this on someone else? Nope, it's only self. Never mind. Okay. I'll go. I'm sorry.
Okay, so you have hasted movement, which is 60, I think.
Yeah.
So you would be able to get out.
I'll wait just inside the safe zone.
Okay, as you go here, you see that a curtain of water seemingly falls behind you and Marlet, obscuring your vision.
Oh.
Now it's just time to trust that the rest of your party can make it.
Yeah, that's my turn.
Okay, tentacle time. And we'll just continue to drag here, blocking off the rest of this area. Well, as...
Yeah, you can. You can
True.
give someone else if you want.
Is it worth it spending another third level slot?
Probably not. You guys are gonna get in there by next turn.
Tentacle is gonna stay there. Freddy is not here anymore. Murdock. I'm gonna move to the loot. As soon as you get by here, okay, Murdock, you have two options. You see that one of the lanterns is right near you, potentially in range for you to tamper with it and perhaps help your allies. Or the loot.
Oh,
Both is an action.
You already know what Murdock's going for. Yep.
Loot. Roll me athletics or a sleight of hand to try and rummage through it fast enough. Oh.
Well.
Karma.
Yeah.
You don't feel your hands fast enough or strong enough to sort through this
Yet again.
box of stuff.
Karma comes back and smacks us in the face. For you guys, I say no.
The dice does not like cheaters or greeters.
No.
And it wasn't a word, but it rhymed. Rest of my move to go up. Well, that was a lost cause.
It was. You could have just went the other way and got there faster.
And well, this way did provide access to the lantern faster, but yeah.
Nothing but the lantern happened.
And well, as you end your turn still here, roll me another whiz save.
I hope you get feared.
Oh no! Wow, the dice really does not like read. Because beep 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 all the way back here.
I feel somewhat responsible for that.
This is why I went up, and you are feared.
They got feared, alright.
That was karma. When will you learn that your actions have consequences? Soaring sewage does not trigger anymore, no one's there. Arleigh, as an action, you can try to roll the whiz save again. Or you can continue to stay frightened and help someone else with your action, whatever you can do with it. Do you have a use for your action? I don't. I think we just implied that Arleigh has 2 actions and 5 bonus actions. Oh no, as this trap encounter is running by, how's it feeling other than death?
Good.
I wanted to try something different.
It's feeling good. My head is all droopy though, because I'm tired.
Yeah, which is why we are definitely ending it here, because there's either diplomacy talk with the king, or beat the shit up. That is a fail.
I can see people being pissed about this and trying to whoop his ass, but others trying to talk.
That is a fail. Any bonus actions? You can't see past that curtain of water.
You don't know I'm alive. I could be dead. Yeah. What was it? Oil of slipperiness? What the fuck is he gonna do with that? Isn't all oil slip? Why did it say all like that? All
it can
oil
be
slippery?
to do different things, yeah.
Oh. He's garbage man.
You can use it to cast grease, or...
Ooh.
You can use it to cast grease, or put it on yourself after 10 minutes and essentially gain the freedom of movement spell.
Ooh.
And oil yourself up to be, I think, just either advantage or unable to be grappled or restrained.
So I just lube myself up and you can no longer grab me.
True.
That's fancy.
I'll just end. Well. Okay, Waste Geysers. Gyan, Celeste, Arleigh, Murdock. Murdock passes. Gyan fails. Oh god. That is a very bad time to fail.
The shit just loves Gyan.
Okay, everyone retype your rolls unless you're doing something about it. 2. Wow, that is... Well, let's see. So, not too bad this time, honestly. For Gyan and Arleigh, that would be 8 bludgeoning damage. But that's not the bad part. The other 2 will just take 4.
I could. Nah, I'm not even gonna say it.
And, well, the bad part comes with Gyan and Arleigh being knocked prone, and Gyan look what's right behind your ass.
Yeah, and get
And
ready for a
midnight,
spanking.
it's either help or run.
I say, run.
You
Leave
can
me.
just break concentration on polymorph. Because it is your turn. You either run or stay behind and help. You could help Gyan up as your action. I can let that. But you'll have to break polymorph, which can just be for free. Yeah, Gyan does go before this, and he can stand up by himself, which is honestly, yeah, 5 feet. I'll stay with Gyan. Okay, then, if you're just staying and Venom is staying, then it would be Gyan, which athlete feat is the best fucking feat ever. Yup. 5 feet of movement to stand up. Wow, look at all you losers needing to waste 15 to 30 feet standing up. Get up and dash. So you would have 25 left. 25 left. As your action, you can dash forward for... Yep, they just let you stand there for the moment for another 25. Okay, and you dash again. All the way. You're moving through Celeste. Essentially, you would be occupying the same square right now, but yeah. Dash again. Alright then. Oh god, you are just barely enough. Well, barely not enough. As if that's the end of your turn, you have to roll the whiz save. Okay, you make it. But, well, that does not... It does... The fact that it is the fear turn... Everyone who didn't get pushed back earlier has to roll the whiz save again. I think it's just everyone now since no one's back anymore. Oh, you pass. Gyan passes. Dice are turning around. Yep, was that both of you? You already used your reaction to get moved behind, so I don't think you get affected. Arleigh, I think, did you already use yours? Keep track if you used your reaction. Did you already get pushed back?
I just realized I left my crossbow.
Yep. This turn. Last round, but not this one. What I'm asking is your reaction, not if you got moved. If you still have it. Yeah, I do. Then you have to roll me again. Being pushed back... Wait. No, you did get pushed back, which means you did use your reaction. Being pushed back uses your reaction, that's what I'm saying, so you didn't even need to. Well, you passed anyway. Well, as that is... Okay, it's looking close. All of you are near the end. Sinetis and Murdock already went ahead. Celeste. Kinetic jaunt. Okay, breaking concentration on haste. Sinetis, you feel the concentration break. You aren't sure if it's because Celeste got it broken from being hurt, or if she willingly did it. But either way, you can't really react.
Yeah.
Or if she died, that also works.
Oh no, she's dead. Fuck. Well, time to make new friends.
Go all the way to the right. Okay, just how much do you have, Shadow, right now? Just how much? 80 feet. Okay. Let's see here. Okay. You can occupy. You can. That's just normal movement then? Yeah, just regular movement. If you do, you can use your action to sleight of hand or athletics. See if there's loot in this one. Well. That is a 13. You open the crate, and it just barely, with the power of friendship and not monetization, and money. You open the crate to see nothing.
That's what you fucking get! Ah!
The king has some sense of humor. I'm with Retro on this one.
This is the second time this has happened. First time we damn near died. Now this time we're covered in shit.
I think you can get all the way here.
No more loot.
Other than an action to dash forward, yeah. Which does mean that you get to... Murdock, is it though? Well, it would have costed you... It costed you your action, which you could have used to escape right now, because you need to roll me another whiz save. Well...
it didn't cost you anything though, did it? Huh? It didn't cost you anything.
How much movement do you have right now? Poetic justice. 80 feet. Well,
Well, that's nice. Oh my god!
Well, this turned from possible to... Oh, that's, she's gonna die. I
Yep.
can go for that other loot now.
Oh my god, can you though?
Sinetis, whether or not Celeste died or not.
Okay, question. Is the water curtain clean water or is it still shit water?
It's still shit water. You have to
Okay,
go
never
back in. Also, you can't really do anything right now. Lethargy.
Yeah, true. You know what? I'll light a torch and use it to make shadow.
You can't even do that. You can't do
Damn it!
anything.
Oh, I don't have an action because of fucking... You lose
Yep.
haste? Yeah.
The consequences of failing haste. Well,
Yeah,
breaking it.
okay, never mind. I'll just sit there and bang my head against the wall.
And well... You can't even do that. You can't consciously move your body.
I can't even hurt myself. This is
Yep.
bullshit.
You can't move
I'll just sit down then.
that. You can do that, but not willingly.
Oh my god.
And well, let me.
Okay,
just thing.
I'll do nothing.
Oh my god. And this one just. Actually, I don't think it can even fit anymore. Actually, no, it can. It's a tentacle. What am I saying? It can squeeze through. It's not a big ass beast. It's a tentacle. It can move through. And it'll just... That phase 1 lethargy. As it moves here, It'll just provide some quality entertainment by trying to shove you prone, Celeste. Athletics or acrobatics. Anything to change that, or are you betting that this thing rolled shit? Who's close to me? It would be Arleigh and Murdock, I suppose. Well, good news is it rolled shit. Okay. One last time. Freddy is gone. Murdock. Well, that... Celeste looked like she rummaged through it and then just gave up. If only... Murdock needs to pass the whiz save first. Nobody has tampered with the lantern so far, so it's just staying there. Should I take advantage? Holy, did we actually... Wow, we actually got through to 2-hour extended version. Yeah. We reached the end of the 2-hour extended version. That's a new achievement. Should I take advantage? You feel that the wild magic is still coursing through you. You have no idea what happens if you stack them. It's still waiting to trigger until you use it, which is worrying. But... for science... Oh! You do it. Now you need to just hope that you don't fail the one on the end of your turn. Up I go. Okay. Now the question is, can you do it a third time? Unless you have any way to move or bonus action do something. Oh no. Friendship, come on, come on, come on. You did it. Okay, and just for keeping track of wild magic thing, I'll just put that in your DMs, Yatsu, just to... I guess we're probably gonna end this. And, well, soaring stewage is not happening. Arleigh, you can roll me a whiz save again. Okay, your fear is broken, but you are currently prone. Which means you'll need 15 movement to stand up. I would say Arleigh probably should be preparing kinetic jaunts sometimes, but then again, that's another bonus action. I'ma stand. Up. 15 feet. Yeah, you're a Prismari. You can learn it as a Prismari student. Oh wait, you don't actually have the background, so you need to actually search for someone. Yeah. When the Prismari student doesn't actually immediately have it. Yeah, because you didn't choose the background. Instead, you got the beastly hearing and seeing. You have Celeste, so. Can I teach her? Yes. You have 15 more feet of movement and your action. I think you could make it out this turn. She's within range. 45. Yeah. Heal and run. The chaotic good version of hit and run. Oh my, what? I was 11 HP back to Celeste. Then go. You have 15 feet more. That's you're going through a wall like that. 15 feet more. And okay, there you have two choices, Arleigh. You are right next to one of the lanterns, so you could attempt to disable it somehow, or just dash. Just run. Because Celeste is still all the way there. And frightened. You have no idea if Celeste can make it out of this. Gyan could probably do it. I mean, yep. Up to
I
you.
like how we're leaving everything to Gyan. I left him to looting duty. He said no. Does that mean he's gonna say no on lantern duty too?
Alright then, I'ma go. And Arleigh passes by the fountain of water
Welcome
and escapes this.
to Sanctuary.
Okay, and well, it would be the Waste Geyser's turn, which means only one person. Celeste, deck save. You make it, so you don't get knocked prone. Taking, wow, fucking minimum 2 bludgeoning damage. Remember when Marla took 29? Oh no, well, Kinetic Jaunt is gone. All this for a book. Yeah. And well, I mean, to be fair, it's a wizard's book. A book. The book. And the bag of hold, but nobody apparently cares about that.
I do.
The most important book. Midnight. You could break off from Gyan right now, or help with lantern duty. I'll dismiss Venom and get the fuck out of here. Zup. Venom joins the Shadow Realm. And, well, goodbye, Gyan. And Midnight is out. Bye, I guess. Venom is gone. Gyan. tamper with the thingy. As you kind of look to see what is happening or what this thing is gonna do, try to understand how this thing is transmitting that signal. And then it clicks. Alright then, before Arcana check then. As it kinda... As you tinker with it and think like, how the fuck is this thing sending with signals and interfering with everyone? It clicks to you. Gyan, where are you all underneath right now? Oh. Gyan has a bit of a breakthrough. Yeah. Ass crack. That wasn't where I was going, but alright. Anyways, as you tinker with it, you disable one of them. And as you do, okay. You'll love to see it when nobody prepared Dispel Magic. And up here we go. Let me check. Yep. And as you do disable it, Gyan, you see the rushing of water rushing faster. There was a countermeasure placed. Celeste is in even more danger. One of three. Do you stay behind? Or do you save yourself? Man, it would be really unpleasant for Celeste to die here. Because I am saying, it is a possibility. Die with the embarrassment. You see two more lanterns. Both of them farther from the entrance. Not the entrance, the exit. Save yourself, or risk it all to save a friend. I'll do right, you do left. Yep, I am planning on ending this right as the tentacles turn passes. Meaning that Celeste has one chance to get out of it. I'll move the rest of my movement to the other one. How much is the rest? And we'll bonus dash. Like 20, I think. Yeah, you can make it. Okay, there. Now, the question is, Voice of Fear will trigger twice. You need to pass both whiz saves to remain in this position. Other side. Right, one do you do left? Oh. Other side then. Okay then. That'll be 20. Yup, you have enough. Okay. Now you just need to pass the fear save. Again. Celeste, Murdock, or group. And well, it would be enough. Yep. Okay. We are in intense mode again, because there is a possibility of death should this thing grapple you, Celeste. And keep you pinned here. Well, Voice of Fear. Celeste... actually, no, not Celeste. I think she's just out of it. So just Midnight and the Murdock. With saves. Yeah, Celeste is actually just barely out of it. Murdock passes. Gyan. Anything to change that? Just enough. Now, Celeste, your move. Run. You feel like this thing has had enough of waiting. It will attack of opportunity you unless you do something about it. I don't think so anymore. I think you're free now. Or are you? Wait, did you ever break free of it? I might have just removed your state. I moved back on my turn, so I guess, yeah, you still probably have it, just removed it alongside the haste. Okay. That would be an action to try and break free. Oh no. That is the worst time you could have rolled that. What do I have? A bonus action for Bardic Inspiration. Anything else you can do with a bonus action. The only thing I can see right now is Bardic to Gyan. Well, Celeste's turn just passed, so she would still gain her reaction again. Yes, Bardic to Gyan then. Yeah. Gyan, you receive a Bardic Inspiration for staying behind. And prepare your reaction to Silvery Barbs. Yep. Prepare your reaction. Yep. Sinetis, you are back again. They aren't coming back. They aren't coming through.
Okay. Yeah, he'll go out.
Murdock, you see Sinetis heading back in.
The others not make it yet.
You still have a chance to go back. That was just 10 feet of your movement.
Yeah. Gyan from there?
You can see Gyan from there, yeah?
Okay, I guess.
Or at least hear him.
Okay, I guess I'll yell for Gyan. Celeste, okay!
Ah.
Hmm.
A little scared right now. Is this actually the longest session we've had?
Probably.
Well, we won't be playing for another week, so...
It's fitting. Oh god, it's been a while since we had one of those.
Longest was 9.
So, this one, the one in front of me is already disabled,
Yep,
right?
you can see that the light is already dimmed.
Okay. And
And you can also see that the water is seemingly jutting out faster. The more you tamper with it, the stronger it becomes.
Okay. This is still difficult terrain.
Nope, it
So
is
even... Oh, it's not? Okay, nice. I don't have haste anymore. I still have expeditious retreat, which could
Or
come in handy.
even if it isn't, I might have just gotten that wrong then.
Oh.
Either way, we can just let that go.
Okay, so it's no longer difficult. Okay, you know what? I'll
Water is
fucking-
randomly changing.
Okay, I'll
20 feet of movement.
yeah, I'll expeditious retreat myself. So that's my
Okay,
last
where?
spell slot, and I'll start heading back down.
To where Gyan is or to where Murdock is going to go?
Gyan.
Okay. So you would have 20 feet of movement. And another 30, which would give that to be 55, I think. I think you can attempt... I think you can attempt to disable this one.
Okay. Is Sid still here? Yeah. You want me to give you the help action, or do you want me to try it myself?
The geysers do go before Gyan again.
Help would take longer, but I have a +7, yeah. True. So I do it? I mean... Okay, I guess I can
Gyan
try.
does also go before the voice of fear. So he could reach the
So
other
yeah,
one before needing to roll against fear again.
True. I only have a +2 to Arcana, so... It's a bit more of a gamble. Okay. Because we'd still get 2 chances out of it. 14? I do still have a Gyan friendship dice.
If you use it, it'll be enough.
Okay. Nice.
Okay. 2 out of 3. The water is rushing even faster.
Okay. And I don't think I have anything else. Oh yeah, I already used Expeditious as a bonus action. I used my action for that, and I moved. Yeah, I don't have anything else.
Okay.
That's it.
Well, one last attack roll. And let's see here. It'll try to just restrain you right now, Celeste. Though it has waited long enough for where it's actually planning on attacking now. Now let's see. You can avoid it. I assume we're barbsing that.
Yeah, I think you should. Either barbs or shield.
Barbs would be more of a gamble, but you can give someone inspiration, or not inspiration, advantage. Yeah.
Yeah.
Shield will just, I think, negate that, but barbs can give someone else advantage on whatever they roll next. But it's not guaranteed to succeed. Well, it's not guaranteed to miss you, and it's not guaranteed that the person rolling with advantage will succeed either, yeah.
Yeah.
I'll go with shield. Okay. As I assume that fully blocks it with shield. Yep, yeah. Okay, and with that, we leave on this perilous encounter. Next week, on Strixhaven, a curriculum of chaos, we continue
next week
on getting Celeste the fuck out and potentially dealing with this garbage king.
Yeah, I think we're just gonna kill the bastard now. Maybe not.
Do you even have enough to do so?
I have no clue. I could hit
Next
things.
time. But for now,
Bye, fuckers.
is the end
I think.
of this encounter.
Listen,
attack
fuck the
fucking
king. He covered us in shit and almost killed our friend. Fuck him. He's a dick.
And bye-bye.